849 in a row of Renaissance Man, and we have another amazing show for you. So grab that popcorn, strap in, because you're in for a ride. It's Renaissance Man.
Some night when the wind starts blowing, I'm going to find a way. Some night when the world stops hating, we're going to find a way. And I'll keep waiting until we find that day. Yeah, I bet I'll keep saying, I'll keep playing. Oh, until you meet us one day. Yeah. Stop the hate. Let's stop, hey, hey, yeah. It might be late, but let's stop the hate.
It's Mark Pires. And it's Renaissance Man. Looking for another way to ease my mind and help my living. It's Renaissance Man. It's the daily variety show, Mark Pires, Renaissance Man. I'm here to connect with you, to amplify your current state, and I'm here with you on day 849 in a row of the Renaissance Man Show, and we're gonna get into it just like we do every day, so grab that popcorn, hold on a minute, you can come down, Pirish back, have a good time, play some music, leave, have Brian Staveley on, talk about Mandela effect, hold on a minute, I'll give it way out. Oh, guys, I'm so excited for tonight's show. Brian Staveley is going to be on, hanging out, chatting, giving me the lowdown, giving you guys the complete understanding about the Mandela effect. I'm so excited because everything that I see is not right. I'm absolutely living in an alternate universe. It has to be. I picked up avocados like 6 months ago for my wife. Yeah, go and get me some avocados. No problem. I'll go down to Trader Joe's, get the avocados. Let me get them old Haas avocados. I like them Haas. I went to school with a guy named Haas. Spelled the same way. H-A-A-S, yeah. No, it's not. It's double S now. Yeah. But Brian, a couple weeks back, he got the most amazing remnant ever. It's an actual Haas bag from Trader Joe's, double A, yeah. So I know I'm not crazy, and I know you're not crazy. Tonight, Brian's going to share with us why the world is crazy and that they need to get with it. But until we get there, guys, we're going to do what we do here every single day on Renaissance Man, which is just get together and build light. If you're new to the show, which I think a lot of people are, this is a positivity platform. In fact, we call it the ultimate positivity platform. It's just here to bring light to this world because the world sucks, right? Everything out there is negative, so we come here every day and we just shut it off. It's a great place to come and forget about the crappy world we live in for just like a couple hours every day. I will never leave you. I've been here for 849 days in a row for 2+ hours every single day, and you just found me tonight. And I hope you come back tomorrow. I'm going to share with you guys something. This is the show. I write songs in real time. We come up with comedy in real time, and we do this. We talk, and we just let the moment happen. I've never had a script for almost 850 days in a row, and I will never have a script. I come out here and I let the moment take us somewhere. Magic will be made, my friends. And yesterday, 2 days ago, another song. We create songs every night. There are 3 albums out so far this year. Another album's coming out in 3 or 4 days. 13 songs on each album, guys. At the end of this year, 2021, there will be 169 songs available on iTunes from this show. Right now, there's 39. And this song right here is my song as well. This is on iTunes, and we need this. Every single show starts with this. It's called the Woo-Hoo. Woo-hoo! Give me the Woo-Hoo! You can't go wrong with a Woo-Hoo. Hold on. Sonny! Let me ask you a question, Sonny. Sonny! You got the cough cup? Oh, my goodness. He's still got the cough cup. He's been holding this cough cup since 74. Yeah. Nibbity yap, I got it at 45. How dare you, the cough cup? I'm gonna go over and elbow him right in the Facce. Hold on. Sonny, let me ask you a question. I gotta move myself over. You can't see me. I went off screen. I gave him an elbow in the Facce off screen. So this is one of my characters. His name is Dick Facce. He's basically Andrew Dice Clay, but without disparaging women. He's just looking for respect all the time. Hold on, you're down, Florida, right? You like, I don't know, like a landscaper or something, right? You gotta go and landscape like the biggest property in South Florida. It's your job. To lose. It's your job to lose, right? You get a call. I'm in the freaking Bronx. You can't jump on your tractor 2 miles an hour. Dip, 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 dip. I-95. You fill up the gas tank every 36 hours. 7 years later, you got to the Bronx. The Pirish back. I'm here. I'm at my table. I got stupid Sonny fists over there. Yeah, you didn't see them fists? Yeah, them fists are lethal weapons in Minnesota. Oh my goodness, guys. So anyway, we're going to go and play you something. This happened 2 days ago. I'm so excited about this. This will be track probably 4 on the album coming out in a few days. I just wrote it 2 days ago, and you're about to hear it for the first time. In fact, I dropped it about 3 hours ago, and I haven't heard it yet. I've not listened and watched this yet. So we're going to watch it together for the first time. I'll get my guitar ready, and we'll play a tune as well right after this. Check this out. It's called Mandate This.
Hello. We're going on a quest.
You can't stay out all night. You'll be alone. Find the answers you're looking for. You can't go all night without love. No, you can't go without light. Now you will go wandering. I can feel your stare, your gaze when you lay down on me. Yeah. Don't let someone misguide you. Lead with your love. Yeah, this world needs it more now than ever. You can mandate this. Right now, it's up to you, it's up to me. What we're gonna do? I'll show up. How about you? You can mandate this. Yeah. You can mandate this. I'll show up for you. Wake up. The sun is shining down on you. So why do you get in your head? You're missing the moment, and why do you do it over and over again? And I want you to wake up right now. Stop pretending to be that fake woke. Wake up and look in the mirror and wonder if you're living out loud. You're better off living from the inside. You can manage this, yeah. You could just kiss this, yes. 'Cause I'm not gonna do what you say, no. I'm gonna run away if I got to. I'm gonna hide in my basement right here. You can't mandate this, no. But you can't mandate this. You can mandate this. You can mandate this. Yeah, this, yes. You can mandate this. Wake up in the middle of the night. You got that rough dream. You wake up and you scream. Well, maybe it's over now. I woke up and no, it's not. Oh, they're standing over you and they're yelling at you. What you gonna do? Push back. Get out of my face. Don't tell me my place. This is my home. You can go. I don't care what you say. You can mandate this.
can mandate this. Mandate this. You can mandate this. Mandate this. You can mandate this. Yes, yes. You can mandate this. Yes, yes. You can mandate this. Yes, yes. You can mandate this and turn your mandate this. Get got no what you gonna do? I'm gonna not gonna do no. I'm gonna mandate this. Yeah, 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 yeah. You can mandate this. You can mandate this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa. Say you can mandate this. Oh. Mandate this. Oh, you can mandate this. Oh, or you can take that paper and do something with it. Maybe wipe your behind it. 'Cause I don't care what you say. No, I'll take my chances. I'm here, I'm trying to get by day to day like everyone. It's a crazy time we're living in, and I don't think it's getting any better soon. No, yeah, you can mandate this. You can mandate this. can mandate positivity. You can mandate live music and live songwriting. You can mandate comedy, live comedy, improvisation. You can mandate us to use our voices to speak freely. You can mandate me to enjoy my home. But when you told me I gotta do something that you want me to do that I don't agree with, you can mandate this. Ooh, that's what I said. How dare you? Hold on a minute. You think you can call shots? I'm Facce. Elbow you in the Facce as hard as I freaking can. Oh, yippity yappity you. I didn't realize I had to do that. You can't mandate the Facce. You got elbow right in the neck. A neck chop. You can mandate this with an elbow in the Facce. You can't take an elbow in the Facce. You can mandate this. You can mandate that. You can mandate this and that. But I won't say that. Oh no, I'm not listening anymore. The propaganda got me down. You're a clown. Yeah, you think we're listening. No, we've been clean. Oh, I've been doing my thing. Gonna swing on and out and on my way. It's a new day. You ain't gonna play my mind anymore. No, you can see that door on your way. Yeah, sure you are. You can mandate this. You can mandate this. Never in the Facce. You can go outside and get hit by that Dodge. Cause I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. Not gonna take your mandate. No gonna pull your hair. I'll put you in the Facce. That's what I say. I don't care. Yeah, mandate this. Okay. Get a knee in the friggin' Facce. You shouldn't. You shouldn't be telling me what to do. You gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. How about take a sledgehammer to your toes? I could walk. Now I can't. You shouldn't have mandated this. How dare you mandate anything? You got an elbow in the Facce, a sledgehammer on the toes. Because you tried to mandate the Facce. You can mandate an elbow in your Facce from every civilian on the friggin' planet. Elbow in your Facce. Mandate this, mandate that, yeah. You don't know what you're doing, no, gonna destroy. You know, kind of scary thing, but every civilization comes to an end, and it seems like they're trying to bring ours to an end. So I think what we need to do is fight back. What do? We have to try to speak our minds, but they keep shutting us down. But I'm going to keep showing up and speaking my mind and bringing some light to this planet. But you can't mandate this. You can't mandate that. What you can do is say, hey, there's a platform, and if you'd like to show up and say something, please do. And I'll mandate this. I'll be back tomorrow. That's my mandate. I'm showing up. All right? I don't care what you say. You want to stick a jab in my arm? Elbow in the Facce as hard as I can. Okay? How dare you? I'm here. I'm on my microphone. You can't mandate a thing on the Facce. I mandate myself to show up here with the planet. Try to destroy the darkness of the world. It's Facce. Renaissance. You can mandate this, mandate that, yes. Yeah. You mandate this. Oh, guys, I don't know. I get kind of shivers from that tune just because it's, hold on, I gotta shut this off. That right there. You could mandate this. It's funny, I'm shut down, shadow banned so badly on this platform. I've been here for 850 days. You guys didn't know I existed. But we've been doing this every day. We just write songs. We have a lot of fun. We're here to just shut off the crap. I mean, really, it's the best way to think about this is if you could turn off the negativity for a couple hours every day, wouldn't you just do it? It's free. We're here in the chat. You're going to see nothing but love. And you're going to hear live music, and then you're going to also hear original comedy. We're doing a bunch of new exciting things, like Stuck on Mars is a comedy series I came up with, and Supermark, Batmark, a bunch of other things we're doing. Go back and watch some of the videos. In 31 minutes, Brian Staveley is going to be on with me, and he's going to be sharing the most amazing topic. I'm so excited about the Mandela effect. I cannot wait to have him break into all the detail for me. And for the next 31 minutes, I'm gonna work on a couple things. I'll throw a piece of comedy out here, but I want to actually write a song for you right now in real time. Let's do something together. This is how it works. In the chat, I'm going to work off the chat. So if you guys go in there and you're chatting, I'm going to take whatever you say and bring it into the song. And that's how we do it. I can't find my pick. How's that happen? All right. That's interesting. All right, let me find another pick, a backup pick. There's my backup. All right, let me bring you over to this screen because then we can see a little bit of... This is my invention, the beat seat. I invented and patented this. It's the first drum for all musicians. It was selected Editor's Choice at 2019 Summer NAMM. And basically, it's the first drum for guitar players to be able to play by themselves, but also it's the first drum you could sit upright and play with your hands and feet at the same time. I'll show you all of that right now. We have to erase something. Let's see what we got. These are all things I created over the last couple days. You just heard this? I think I can get rid of that now. That song came out great. So we have an open spot. I don't even need to listen to the rest. Let's just play something. We have a song that we wrote when the name of my show used to be Real Talk, and it was Mark Pires' Real Talk, and we had a song we wrote called the Real Talk Family Jam. I'm going to play it now. It's a Renaissance Family Jam. It's really an acoustic tune. Stinks that my 9 volts, I need to get some new 9 volts, but... Trust me, it's better just to get it tuned once. All right. Wednesday night on the Renaissance Man show, getting down with the fam, you know. Brian Staveley coming on to rock this world. When you get the Mandela on, oh, I forgot, 'cause everything changed. It's so deranged. I know it's horse with 2 A's, but it seems that it's got 2 S's. What's going on around me? It's the Real Talk Family Jam. Real Talk Family Jam, Family Jam, Family Jam. I see Freedom Grower kicking it in the chat. Maria, hey, it's been a little while, my friend MJ. It's always good to see you. Joanne W. what's up? Oh, we're gonna get down, wages, world, and the house, and Jacqueline Grace, dropping the bass. Real dog family jam. So, we talked about the beat seat. This is my invention. There's something called a cajon. Anybody who's a musician probably knows what a cajon is. But a cajon has one panel. You have to bend over to play a cajon. It has kind of two tones, maybe, a little bass, a little bit of treble, but that's it. This is the beat seat, the first drum for all musicians. The first drum for singer-songwriters, certainly. But also, the first drum you could sit completely upright and play with your hands and your feet. Let's kick it up. The real old family jam. The real talk family jam, family jam, family jam. The real old family jam. Some craziness. I gotta just hear a little bit more. What are we going through? I don't know. A little bit too much craziness. I don't know. Guys, I'm losing my mind. This Real Talk Family Jam. Real Talk Family Jam. Family Jam. So don't look down now. I'll be here to lift you up. We'll get through it, you and me together. If you stick with me, if you stick with me. If you stick with me. Just a little jammy jam. I'm so excited, guys. We are 16 minutes away from Brian Staveley coming to kick it with us. Such exciting things going on. So that was a little bit of a song that I wrote a while back called The Real Talk Family Jam. I think we should see a light bit of comedy before we get into such a serious topic. It's going to be a great night. I can't wait. But I do want you to see all aspects of this show. It is basically a little bit of everything. Real talk is 1/3 of it. 1/3 music and then 1/3 comedy. Comedy's all live improvisation. I don't write anything. Same thing. We just let the moment take us somewhere. And a few days ago, I did something that was just totally ridiculous. Who out there has seen the movie Ed Wood? Who remembers Ed Wood? I go off of references, like all of my Facce bits, everything. You'll hear me just make one reference. Like Ben Affleck has the most ridiculous head in the world. If you guys ever saw Mallrats, you know what I mean. There's a scene in Mallrats where freaking Affleck, that Affleck head takes up half the screen. There's like 4 or 5 Dick Facces about Ben Affleck's head that are like 15 minutes long, and they'll make you cry. I don't swear at all, but we find comedy because, you know, when you go at it and you know you're not going to swear, you find funny, I guess. I don't know. I just do stupid stuff, guys. Anyway, Ed Wood, this is a guy we created. His name is Telefrifrin. In the moment, just like everything else happens in this show. Check this out. This is when we were filming Supermark versus Batmark, which is coming out later this week or next week. It's going to be really, really crazy. It's really stand-up comedy movies is what it is. I realized it the other day. It's all these crazy green screen scenes, and I'm improvising, doing stand-up comedy, I guess, but like with Batmark and Supermark. It's stupid. Anyway, so I hope you enjoy this. This is a moment that took place. Keep in mind, I'm completely by myself here in my basement. My wife's upstairs with the kids. They're sleeping or getting ready for bed. And I'm down here alone when I do these things. And just keep that in mind when you see this. There's nobody in the room with me. Oh, this is something I figured out. I didn't realize I could do that. Hold on one second. Here we go. Did I give you guys the link? I think I gave you guys the link. Here we go. Telefrifrin!
I wish I had some kryptonite in my pocket. Oh, go fetch. Supermark. I can't. He's right here on my shoulder.
How about some
What are
continuity?
you good for?
Are we good for some continuity or what?
Sonny! Well, you're getting a little close to me, son.
I had to bang it.
Give me a break, okay? I'll bang you. I'll give it you eat. You can come by me. Whoa, what's your problem?
So this is what happens. Susan, this is when you're not doing the wardrobe. Like, I'm supposed to remember everything. I'm the talent shouldn't remember what he wore during the last bit. That's on you. No, Randy.
So what's up, guys?
Hold on. Randy, you can't sit there and call yourself a director when you're not directing. You're sitting there, you're doing nothing to help the film. You got Susan back there, not sure what the hell she's doing. I just did a perfect take, Randy. A perfect take. And we can't even use it now because Susan didn't tell me about the wardrobe malfunction. Yeah, no, not a Janet Jackson. No, this was just without, you didn't see the belt? No belt? So wait a second. We're going from all this, the whole scene, I got a belt, then all of a sudden, no belt. That works, right, Randy? You know, I've seen films like this before. Ed Wood. Ed Wood. Are you going for Ed Wood 2021? Like, what are we doing here, Randy? Oh, look, the Ed Wood award goes to freaking Randy for Supermark versus Batmark. What, Susan? No, Susan, I did it. I got it. I found it inside the wardrobe case, and I put it on. Thanks for nothing, though. No, really, you're great. Whew, holy cow. I mean, seriously?
What's going on over there?
Now, Randy, don't just push play. I'm not ready yet. I'm sitting here. I'm not ready to just jump up and be Supermark right now, okay? I need a second. I got to get back into it because of Susan. All right, Ed Wood, let's go. Give me a action whenever you want now. You got to tell me you're going to say it though. You don't just like be like, oh, and then look at me like I said action. Well, how about a countdown? 3, 2. No, I can't keep one of those. You're just going action. I couldn't hear it though. I'm in the middle of a mental thought here. Okay, I'm focused on getting back into Supermark. Stupid Susan over there doesn't do my wardrobe. I missed the perfect bit. I stopped that strike dead on. Now you want me to do it all over again with a stupid belt? Gosh almighty, Randy.
This is Bush League. This is Bush League. This is why you're going to have a hard time getting another gig, buddy. So you can be like, oh, we need a director. Not using Randy. Next time I hear Randy's the director, I'm running. Randy? Oh, I'm running. Oh, look, we got the perfect role for you, Facce. Oh, look, we got the perfect role for you, Supermark. Oh, really? Who's directing? Oh, this guy named Randy. Wait, Randy Telefrifrin? Yeah, no, I'm done with Telefrifrin. I don't want him. Telefrifrin is the worst director I've come across in my days. And you know what? I'm not going to stand around. No, Randy, there is no apologizing at this point, okay? You made your bed, okay? Now take a freaking rest in it. Yeah, I know that's not the saying, Randy, but go ahead. You made your bed, sleep in it. Is that better? You feel better about it right now? I'm a director. Ed Wood. Ed Wood. You should just do it over. They're doing everything else over in Hollywood. Just do Ed Wood over again and just be like, hey, I'm calling this one Telefrifrin. And people be like, Ed Wood Award goes to Telefrifrin. Give it to Telefrifrin. He's a freaking mental case. Are you kidding me? Susan! Yeah. No, I know. We could probably use it, but we're not going to do that. The continuity thing is a huge part in Hollywood. That's what made Ed Wood so freaking Ed Wood. You know what I mean? Like there would be like like you'd see like, oh look, a tombstone. Then the very next shot, the tombstone's like over and got a crack in it, and there's like an extra person in the scene. Ed Wood. Hey, Telefrifrin, what's your middle name? Ed Wood? Randy Telefrifrin. Listen, Randy, we're RT. Yeah, no, we're not RT. We're not retweeting you. You're done, buddy. You are being excommunicated. You are considered a conservative in the eyes of Hollywood. You're done, buddy. Not one more job for you. Next time someone needs a director, do not hire Telefrifrin. All right? The worst. Susan, you're on deck too. I don't think you should even be like doing hair and makeup and wardrobe anymore. I mean, how the heck, Randy, how do we get her? She came recommended by who? Who? Ed Wood?
Supermark is recorded live in front of a studio audience on Renaissance Man. Join us nightly at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What are you doing on your phone?
So that is just one of the silly series that we have on the show. And that was not part of the series. That was just a little insert, like in the middle of trying to film. I forgot to put on the belt. And of course, we just made a joke. That started because a week earlier, I developed the idea of, finding a phone booth and doing the spin. So when I do the movie now, every time you see a Supermark, you see me doing a spin. And that was because I made that in a phone booth. Well, the same thing happened there. And I yelled at some imaginary makeup lady and at Randy. He didn't have a last name at that time. That one's even funnier, but it's 8 minutes. I didn't want to play it. It's just too long. How is everybody doing? So excited to see everybody. Brian's going to be with us in about 7 minutes. I just quickly wanted to say a few things to you guys. I'm really excited about this interview with Brian. This is a multifaceted show, which is why it's called Renaissance Man. Originally, it was called Real Talk because I was just, trying to inspire people to find the best version of themselves. Like, I came out here for a very long time not using my celebrity impressions and writing songs. It was just about talking to people. But Real Talk fell to the wayside when we were writing songs and we were coming up with comedies and doing full movies each week. So we don't know where the show's going to go. I've been live for 849 days in a row. Tomorrow's day 850 in a row. I'm never going to stop. I hope to be here every day. My heart's beating. And I don't know how many days in a row that's going to be, but I started this on December 31st, 2018, because the world was toxic. I didn't see anything else like this. Like, everything's upset and puts me down a path where I'm just angry afterwards. So I started showing up, and I shut the TV off. I call it the negatube, and I've been here since. So I have 3 kids, my wife, and they, God bless them. They allow me to show up every day to try to make a difference. I don't know if it matters at all, but I'm leaving messages. And I know I'm shadow banned. I was doing Trump last year. They didn't like my Trump. Tonight my voice is not there, guys. I pushed it really hard last night. But I do a DJ T impression and a Sleep Sofa impression, which is what I call the guy who's in the Oval. And I got shadow banned for that. So I don't do any politics anymore. Just here to bring some positivity, some live music, some comedy, and to just connect with you guys and let you know that you are important. I don't know who you are, and it's funny, I've never met anybody on the other side, but I love you all. And I'm here to connect with you and really remind you of one thing. We're here for a reason, and each and every one of us has a unique genius. Just something, maybe one thing, maybe more, that we do better than anybody else. We just have to develop the connection to it. And it's not out there. It's not comparing it yourself to somebody else. It's finding your uniqueness. I used to say it's like your Rubik's Cube. You have to figure out. I can't stand the Rubik's Cube. I'll never be able to do that. But that's what it's like. You got to keep working at it. One day you find the code. You find the key. You open up the door, and you see something. You feel something. And no matter what the world says, it doesn't matter. If you feel happiness when you connect to that thing, then go do it. I want you to find your happiness. Somebody said to me recently, oh, somebody said this, and how do you feel about, I don't know, I think the topic was, if somebody happened to be interested in the same sex and what my thoughts were on it. I was like, hey, buddy, what makes you happy? I was like, does that guy make you happy? If that guy makes you happy, I want you to be with that guy. I want you to be with who makes you happy. We get a certain amount of days in this life. I don't want you to be spending them miserable behind a door, pretending you're somebody that you're not. Go out there, be yourself, and be with who makes you happy. So that was my answer. That's my answer to everything. You have such a short amount of time to find happiness. And then we're gone. We're sitting in some recliner looking backwards. I do not want to have any regrets. I'll be here every day trying to push out positivity in order to find somebody with a smile on the other side of the screen. So I thank you for allowing me to say that. And I hope you'll come back tomorrow for day 850 in a row. I'm live every single day at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Without fail, I'll be here. Okay, it's been 849 days in a row. I almost say subscribe, and then just to see, I wonder if he's back again today. He's not showing up. Just show up. You come and check if I'm here. We're gonna be here. Hold on. Wow, guys, you come down. You come down. You come down, Renaissance man. You gotta have a good time. Brian Staveley. Come on, talk Mandela effect. Oh no, you get to Mandela. Nelson Mandela is there, South Africa. President dead. Maybe not. You don't know. We can't figure it out. He was there, then he's dead in a prison cell. One day he wakes up president. Wow, I saw the papers. Dead, prison. Where's the remnants? I gotta see it. Staveley, come on, screen share. Gotta see Christopher Walken. You can't come down. I'm walking. Christopher Walken is the best, right, guys? Thank you, Tokyo. I appreciate you. Wow, Charlie, I gotta tell you, you come down Renaissance, man. It's a good time. Well, of course you come to our Renaissance, man. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna have a good time in Owen Wilson. Wow, First Secretary Cleary, John Ryan. Wow, John, good man. You have a stogie. Or love have a stogie. Just have a stogie. You're having a good time. Wow, what's going on, Baba Ganoush? Freaking Owen Wilson. Bob, I don't treat patients on vacation, Bob. Dr. Marvin. I'm doing the baby steps, Dr. Marvin. I'm doing the baby steps. Bob, I'm going to Lake Winnipesaukee, Bob. Faye, I don't treat patients on vacation, Faye. I brought Gil. Oh, sick in the house, my brother. Oh, goodness, guys. So good to see you guys here at 9:59. Let me get over to the Zoom screen real quick and grab my brother. Let's see if he's on. Yes! Oh, my goodness. Here he is. Brian Staveley, my brother. Are you here? Hold on a second. I'm trying to open up the Zoom screen. Brian, are you there?
I am here, brother.
There he is. Okay, I'm bringing you on the screen. Oh, I got that first shot. Hold on a second. Now I got to do this other trick. See, I put a picture of Sonny the Fist. This is my side character, Sonny the Fist, that we use for Dick Facce. And if you look at his fists, they're freaking ridiculous. Look at how big that fist is compared to the size of his face. I mean, seriously, it's the biggest fist in the history of time. So we make fun of that fist all the time. Now I got to bring myself over the top so I can block out Sonny. This is the only way this works for some reason on OBS. Here we go. My brother, I'm so glad that you are on with me. Thank you so much for doing this. How are you?
Yeah, no problem, man. I'm good. How are you, brother?
There we go. I even got that better. I'm doing awesome, man. Listen, I got to tell you, I'm a huge fan, okay? To start off, like when I first got your information from Sig Sauer, who's a huge family friend of the show, he said, you got to check out Brian. He's onto this thing, the Mandela effect. Have you heard anything about it? I'm like, I'm not sure. And he started explaining. I'm like, no, I know exactly what you mean. So I caught the episode where you broke the Haas Avocados bag, which I can't wait for you to show everybody and share with everybody. But before we get into it, because I know you have a lot of your family members here, which I'm so excited you guys are here, I wanted to see if I could chat with you a little bit about what puts you on the path to get to wanting to focus on this. And what were you doing prior to this? And then when you got to it, like, how your mind was just like, okay, I got to get into this and see if I can uncover what's really going on.
Yeah, no problem, man. Well, I was actually looking into a lot of other topics long before this. So I was kind of on a, I guess you could call it a truth journey since like 2010. Okay. So I had gone through a lot of other things. So it's not like I just got turned on to the Mandela effect. I looked into the lies of 9/11, all the fake events, fear porn by all the media, the lies of NASA, and on and on and on down the rabbit hole. And then I came into the Mandela effect probably about early 2015 or so.
And this is,
and I can help you with the Zoom thing later. I can help you out with that Zoom thing later, so we'd be side by side on the thing for you.
Yeah, I'd like to do that because on OBS we are, like, if you're looking at it on the screen, but my background is black. I can't figure out how to get that to change. But who cares?
So all you got to do is you got to turn the virtual camera on in OBS, and then you come in, and then in Zoom you put it on OBS virtual camera background, and it'll input everything you have on your green screen layout into Zoom.
Okay, so I'm in Zoom now, and then you say go into. You got to
go to the OBS. You have stream. Just do it later.
Yeah, we'll do it later. Yeah. See, now I messed up somehow. Hold on. Let me see if I can get you back. All right. Oh man, see, I messed this all up. So anyway, let's get into. I'll figure this all out later. But what I wanted to find out from you again is what put you on this path. You're on that path now, and when you first discovered this, like, did you realize that it was going to be such a large rabbit hole that's continuing to develop? I'm trying to get you back on the screen. Let me do that, but keep talking. I'll get you there.
Okay. No, at first I didn't know that it was something so serious, because at first when when they usually first get turned on to the Mandela effect, it's usually things like the Berenstain Bears or Curious George and things like that. Mm-hmm. And those things are legit Mandela effects, but at the same time, they're very easy for people to brush off because people think the media can just change something. And that's not what the case is at all. But that's why when, for instance, the Mandela effect is talked about in media, or anytime, these top 40 Mandela effects come out on the internet, they never talk about like Bible changes, history. And we'll get into all that later. But they only talk about, little things. So when I first looked at the Mandela effect, it was just the Berenstain Bears had changed to the Berenstain. Now I'm somebody that I don't let somebody talk me out of what I know. Like, I know it was Berenstain, but again, I knew something funny was going on. I kind of understood that they had changed all the way back in the past, but it didn't really hit me hard until the second and third change that hit me. And that would have been South America and JFK. So that really made me realize that this is something real serious, because geography has shifted and huge historical events have changed.
So those I got to hear more about. But I do have to say, I specifically remember being a little kid and looking at the cover and seeing the E. I specifically remember it. And so now that it's changed, like, it's a weird thing for me, because I remember as a kid observing it a lot. I remember looking at that book all the time and looking at the letters because I was a young kid and I liked the script or whatever it was. The font was really cool. It was never an A. And so that was one of the first things that caught my eye as well. But tell me the JFK situation. I didn't know anything about this one.
All right. Well, I'm going to, and we'll let everybody in the chat answer on a couple of these because I think it'd be helpful. So, I mean, we can start off with how many people were in the JFK car when he was assassinated. And I would like the chat to just everybody put a number in. How many people were in the JFK car when he was assassinated? So everybody fill the chat. You want?
Yeah, and and while they're saying it, because I'm not going to look at the chat, let me tell you what I remember just off the top of my head. So you had the driver, you had the governor, and I thought it was his wife, Jackie, and JFK. Is that correct or wrong?
So you do remember? That is what it is now. But everybody else, and look at your chat's blowing up. Everybody in your chat remembers 4, and I remember 4 as well. So some of us one of my friends for instance, has interviewed like 500 different veterans randomly on video and asked them this question, and I'll say 4. Everybody says 4. And the interesting thing too is the Secret Service did a reenactment of the JFK assassination a couple years later to study the crime scene, and they used a 4-seater. And 2 of the major museums that have replicas of the car, they have 4-seaters. But it's not only that. A lot of people have heard about this one, but there's a lot of other things that have changed. Like, I'll just blow through it real quick. For instance, I remember the Zapruder film was shot in black and white, and then it was colorized later. Yeah. In this reality now, the Zapruder film was shot in color. Also, something crazier than that is everybody only remembers one video of the assassination, the Zapruder film. And I'm just going to keep rolling rather than asking chat questions because we'll just go too slow. But you could ask anybody. If you ask them how many videos they remember the assassination, they'll tell you 1. I thought maybe I heard rumors there was a second one, but I don't think I ever saw it. But there's like 13 videos that I could show everybody, all with people running around with color hand cams in 1963, all different angles of the JFK assassination. Also, I remember Lee Harvey Oswald coming out of the courthouse in a white shirt, a white T-shirt. Now he's wearing a collared shirt with a sweater over the whole thing.
And I want to just clarify too, I never remember seeing the governor's wife. I just remember being told in this timeline that she was in the car. What I remember from the video is I don't know where the hell she would have been sitting. Because I know, you know what I mean? I saw the president in the back with her, and then I saw the guy in the front and then the guy driving. I don't even see where she was, but they just say that she was in the car. Isn't that what they say?
Well, if you look at the car now, the car has a whole extra row of seats now. So now it's got 3 rows of seats, and it not only has the windshield in the front, it has this divider in front of the second row of seats. And so there's 1, 2, 3 rows of seats, 6 people, 2 women in the car. It was never like that before.
No, I don't remember that from the Zapruder film. And I do remember you're right. There was only one film they said that showed clearly the angle of the assassination, and his head exploded, man. That was crazy. The way that head moved, there's so much weird stuff about that. So I didn't realize there was some timeline issues there. So what happened with the South America thing? Because that's something I didn't even look at. That's a geography thing. You said something changed?
Oh, yeah. Well, excellent. So if I asked anybody, what if I asked you, you're going to maybe think this is a dumb question. So if I asked you in relation to, can we do screen shares tonight too? Or?
Yeah, I think so. Let me go. I'll absolutely set it up so you can share anything you'd like. Let me see. Advanced sharing. Yeah, here we go. Is that working?
It should be. I just didn't bring up what I needed to bring up yet, but I will in a second. Okay, I'm going to bring it up in a second. I'm not ready to share, but I will be soon.
All right.
So if I was to ask you this question, right, and I said to you, hey, where is South America located in relation to North America? What would you say?
We're in the location of it? Below us?
Yeah, in relation to... Yeah, is that what you would say? Below it, above it? What would you say?
Yeah, I'd say, South America. I would remember it being underneath Central America. So below
underneath it, right?
Yeah, underneath. Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to take a screen share from you because now, okay, South America is about 1,500 miles over to the east. In fact, it's so far over to the east, it's barely, any of it is barely underneath any portion of North America at all. And because it's so far to the east now, the Panama Canal is now north and south instead of east and west. The Panama Canal is north and south because the southern tip of Central America, it no longer hits the top of South America. It hits the left side of it. And I'll show you right here.
Oh, my goodness. This is sick.
Wow.
Okay, let me see if I have to go
Take
back
a look.
to this.
I'll blow it up. Can you see my screen?
Yep. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can make yours bigger here. All right, there we go. Let me get myself off of here. All right, you're full screen here, so let me see if you can get... all right.
Oh, check it out. Oh, yeah, I can zoom in. I can zoom in on my end. Now, check out... Look at where South America is now. It's not even underneath anymore. And look at Central America. So the Panama Canal is now up and down instead of left and right. And also, another huge change on here, I did want to ask people before I brought it up, but if you ask people usually about what's Cuba, the size of Cuba and its relation to Florida, well, Cuba used to be a small island to the southeast of Florida. This is Cuba now. I don't know if you can see my cursor. This long strip right here underneath Florida, that's like the size of Florida and almost connected to Mexico. That's Cuba now. Cuba used to be a tiny island to the southeast of Florida.
Yeah.
Now, there's a few things that people will bring up when you get people to agree that no, this isn't how it was. People will say, well, Brian, you know that maps can be fake. They can be made for political reasons. Maps can be reissued. You say you don't trust NASA and Google Earth, all these things. Yeah, but here's the thing. If you remember Cuba as a tiny island to the southeast of Florida, and you remember South America underneath North America, and you remember the Panama Canal going east and west, well, guess what? If you go pull out your own map or globe in your basement, it doesn't matter how old it is, you're not going to see what we all remember. You're going to see this. They've all changed. Every official map and globe has changed. And the actual places have changed. The Panama Canal actually goes north and south now, not east and west. Also, if you look up at more geography, Italy used to be a standing boot. Italy now is cocked back about 45 degrees, and it has a high heel on it. If you see right there,
Yeah.
look at this high heel on Italy. It's almost touching Sicily, and it's cocked back about 45 degrees. It was not cocked back like that before. So this is some of the stuff that really shocked me in the beginning. And there's tons of geography changes, but I am not anywhere near a Mandela effect expert on geography changes. So I just stick with showing people a few of the big ones. But that's some of the stuff that made me realize it was really a dead serious thing.
Well, that does look interesting to me because I remember it being below, and it definitely tails out and it's almost like directly in between the east coast of the United States and Africa. Like that's crazy. Like it's so close to touching Africa. I never saw that. I always remembered it being like a vast difference all the way down the line from our North America, South America, and to to Europe and Africa, and that one's a pretty crazy one right there.
Yeah,
so
it's really crazy. And and then it just goes on and on from there, So I kept looking, and we can get into what my biggest ones are, whatever. We can go from wherever you want from here. But I was looking at some other topics still at the time. So this was still starting to hit me, and it really festered up in me after about a couple years. And see, I used to do radio shows all the time, but I took 3 years off from 2014 to 2017. So while I was going through most of this awakening, I wasn't doing shows, but I was posting a lot of it on social media and stuff like that. But come around the mid 2017, I was getting hit with so many Mandela effects. And I'm like, I really need to lay this out for people because most of the stuff you see out there on Mandela effect is not very serious. There are some great channels, but there's also a lot of people that just put stuff out as it's kind of like a joke. And there's a bunch of kids making like silly videos, and it's good. Kids are waking up to things. That's cool. But there's not enough seriousness, I thought. And also, people don't explain the residue enough. And that's like kind of the physical proof of that we have. That's a lot more than our memories. So wherever you want to go, I definitely want to get into that. But
let's talk about residue because I remembered when I was watching the episode when you broke the bag of Haas avocados from your sub in California. I remember HAAS. I had a friend when I was growing up with the same name, and I kind of remember that. So it blew my mind. We're like, oh, well, it's named after Rudolf Haas. I'm like, what? So then when you found the bag and you put them side by side, that residue right there was mind blowing. And I thought maybe you could start from there because that's the one I'm most familiar with, and then just kind of do your thing. You could share whatever you'd like. I'll switch screens so you can just take over the full screen and you can do your thing. But anybody in the chat, while you're talking, I'm going to go in here and see if I can grab any additional questions that may come in, and we'll see if we can keep rolling so you can just do your thing here. But I'm so pumped you're here. I'm just curious before you roll into what we're doing. Is there any way to kind of stay grounded and be aware if something like this happens in the moment, something major changes tomorrow, like that we can, like you can hold on to a stick and be like, oh, well, that stick was blue, the Tony the Tiger thing, like that nose was black. Yeah, that's a new design, right? Like, right. So like, that's where I go on stuff.
Now it's always been blue. Always been blue now, it's crazy. I know. It's like they gave, because I don't want to go off on it, but I almost linked it to some other topics, but we'll keep it on Mandela effect. But yeah, it's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, and it goes back to something that's kind of connected to this. I had a theory once that the whole alien thing that we're seeing that's going on, and like it's us in like the year 2750, and we figured out how to time travel, and like we're coming back. You know what I mean? And we're flying around in these aircraft, and we're like, oh, look at these aliens. But it's just us in the future. Like I don't know. I had some weird thought that could be a thing, And really, this is almost what's going on. Is they're affecting something, and things are changing on a small scale. But what's to say that it hasn't already happened, and then we're just seeing the after effects, or like you said, just these little trails. But this thing about the Haas, do you have that remnant with you that you could share? That residue?
Oh, I do. I actually have the physical residue right there in my backpack. I'll grab it after I explain
That's awesome.
it to people. So the Mandela effect he's talking about has to do with the most famous avocados, at least in America, Haas avocados. It was called Haas, Haas. And the guy that started it was Rudolf Haas, Haas. But now it's always been Haas, Hass. So again, we're told we're all crazy. We're all misremembering. We're all just misremembering the same things and all misspelling them the same way as everybody around the world. I bet you everybody in your chat knows it as Haas avocados. They probably weren't even aware of the change if they've never looked at the Mandela effect. It's Haas now, Hass. Check in your own whatever cabinet or wherever you might have a label of it. But the residue is what we're going to address real quick before we move forward. Haas. Residue is leftover physical evidence of things that haven't changed. So in most cases, right, what will happen with the Mandela effect, if a product changes, a movie changes, whatever, right? Everything official, like the official movie will change, right? Like, for instance, we'll talk about later about C-3PO. He now has a silver leg. He's always had it in the original trilogy, right? So the videotapes and the DVDs and all that will change. But when people do parodies and skits of these things, and they come out in costumes or any of that, or they make drawings, handmade drawings, all of these things, they remain. They remain that the way that people remembered it. Haas avocados has some significant residue because a lot of the stores still have residue in their POS systems. We sent people to Walmart. It's in Walmart. And we sent people to, was it Kroger's? And somebody was actually able to buy a Haas out of their system. It's still in there. It still hasn't changed yet in their system. So they must all be falling for my PSYOP as well. And then I'm going to show you this piece of physical residue that for whatever reason hasn't changed. People always ask, well, what about the originals? Well, the originals always change. That's what the Mandela effect does. But sometimes, for whatever reason, there are some things that don't change like this.
Like this, guys. This is mind-blowing. This is what just blew my mind, because I remember this as clear as yesterday. Look at this.
So I sent people around the country to a few stores because this was coming up in the Kroger's POS system. What would come up was Haas avocados at first, Haas, the way I remember. I tried to order. It said product not available in your area. I tried to order again at a different address. Product doesn't exist, and I get redirected to the new spelling. Well, we sent people to the store. First people that went, they bought a bag. It said Hass, like it is in this reality, like we're told it always has been. But the second one that went, and the green screen screwing it up a little.
Yeah.
But you can see right there the package.
Look at that, guys. Haas avocados. That's what I've always seen. I'll tell you what, Brian, today we went over to a couple friends' house, and our friend's birthday was today. So I asked them, I just, hey guys, how do you spell Haas avocados? Both of them said, oh, Haas. Even one of them said, I just bought some a few weeks ago. It was Haas. I said, well, it's not. It's Hass now, no matter where you look, except when you check out Dose of Reality. There you'll see the truth. So that is amazing right there. And if you, on the show, when Brian showed this to everybody for the first time, he actually put it up next to the HASS. So you could see, like, this is what they're selling now. They're telling you, you go to Wikipedia, you go anywhere, it says that this guy Rudolf Haas with 2 S's. I don't know. I remember certain things. Absolutely remember looking at the Berenstein Bears and looking at the way they spelled it when I was a kid. And that blows my mind. And then Haas, that was like 2 years, that was like a year and a half ago. I went to get Haas avocados with 2 A's. So that was a recent one, right? Yeah. When that must have happened, like within the last.
No, that's not recent. That's actually one of the older ones.
Wow. So either my mind is completely out of its mind, or it's continued to there's still pieces out there.
They don't hit everybody at the same time. And we know this for a fact. Some of us that really observe a lot of these, we've done videos together on certain things, and we definitely see things at different times. Sometimes, usually the bulk of us will see it around the same time, but sometimes it doesn't change for everybody at the same time. So it might have still been Haas for you up until like this year or whatever. It's crazy, dude.
Wow. And so what's the big change that's coming, first of all? And what are they working on underground? Is that where they're doing all this? With this Hadron Collider or whatever? Is that where all this stems from? Can you give us some insight on how this all began with the Nelson Mandela and all this stuff?
Yeah, sure. I'll start right off where I don't believe they're doing it with the Hadron Collider. I believe that, honestly, this is spiritual, my friend, and they would love to take credit and have you give them credit with their mans and their machines and their fake science, and let you give them credit for a spiritual awakening that's happening. Anything that mainstream science does is to discredit anything supernatural and spiritual. So I think CERN is just a lie to me. I don't know what's really going on there, if anything, but I absolutely do not think they're causing the Mandela effect, in my opinion. But the Nelson Mandela thing, and we'll get into more theories later, but the Nelson Mandela thing, I think, is also a psyop. It's a terrible name. I'll start off with the reasons why. First off, there are legit Mandela effects that have to do with people that have passed that are now alive again. But that being said, first off, those are the hardest to prove. They're the hardest to find residue for, and they are going to be the hardest to convince anybody of, oh yeah, this guy was dead and now he's back alive. So they start you with that. They also start you with Nelson Mandela, who is a polarizing figure, to say the least, in many people's minds. So that name right there would turn a lot of people off from it. And then honestly, there are some people, but there are most people I talk to, actually, they're not real. That's not a big Mandela effect for them at all. So the whole Nelson Mandela thing, you also hear about Fiona Broom, that she supposedly started and made the term in like 2009 or something. Fiona Broom doesn't talk to anybody in this community. Fiona Broom is nonsense. So they roll these things out as they know the truth is starting to come out. So the name is a crappy name. The Mandela Effect name, and most of the people in our community would agree, it's a terrible name.
What would you call it?
We're stuck with it for now.
What would you call it if you could change the name?
I don't know, maybe like a shift in like a reality shift or something to that effect.
Time melt,
because it is in my opinion, it's one reality and it's constantly in flux. And I just think that a reality shift or something to that effect would be better. But it's so hard now with so many years in, with so much content and things like that under that name. So it's like, do you really, Well,
but, you know what? We're also dealing.
So that's my.
If you think about this too, we're dealing with a time in history where the hatred is at an all-time high. We have a division that's just writhing through a media circus. They just push a narrative in order to keep us at each other's throats. They teach us in the schools that we are inherently racist. And it baffles me when, for me, for example, I've been here for 849 days in a row for this planet to try to affect a positive change one person at a time. Not for the white people. I'm here for every soul on this planet. So I'm offended when I hear stuff like that. And so like, I'm trying to find a way, and this is what I think you're doing too, to understand why things are shifting so much. And when we're trying to build a positivity that no one can get to because of how strong that darkness is, I'm wondering if the shift is occurring because of that darkness. And if the darkness is so strong that it's starting to really unravel our timeline. And it tells me that my work here needs to continue because we need to keep pushing and try to get it back on track before it's all gone.
Well, I do believe that these shifts tie into the stuff that's going on in the world today. Absolutely. And wait until we get to some of the Bible changes and stuff, and you'll see how it directly ties in. But, I believe, I'll put some opinions out a little early. I don't think it's time travel. I don't think it's a timeline jump. I don't think we came from one place to another. And for me, there's reasons, because we have incremental changes. We see things flip flop in front of us. We see things that incrementally change in front of us. Like, Star Wars or Wizard of Oz will have a change. And then, a few months later, it'll have more changes. Well, it's happening all in front of us. It's not, we didn't go somewhere else. And in my opinion, if it was time travel, I don't see why there would be all this residue. So all that being said, what I got back to earlier, I was saying that it's supernatural, it's spiritual. I believe that a lot of this is clues from the Creator for us to realize that and realize the physical deception of everything that's around us. And then some of it gets a lot more specific than that too. But that's kind of where I'm at with the Mandela effect. So it's a lot different than what the media would portray. It's certainly not rebranding, misremembering, logo changes. The funny thing is, these people that say, oh, well, companies can change logos, Brian, companies can change names, Okay, and those are well-documented things. Come back and show me. Debunk my videos with the documented proof that this is just a logo or a brand change, and they never do. Yet we come with proof like things from the U.S. Patent Office, and I show you that Procter & Gamble has patents filed before 2014. They're all under Proctor, Proctor. But in this reality, it's never been Proctor. It's been Proctor, ER. Check any Procter & Gamble cleaning product, food product, anything you might have under the sink. It's going to be Proctor with an ER now. Well, why was I able to produce evidence that shows at one time it was certainly filed as OR? I've shown things from the Trademark and Patent Office as well. So, it's certainly not logo changes, media changes, map changes. It's not because Google Earth is deceiving people. And I believe all those things are going on. Go dust off your own map. Pull out your own Bible when we get into Bible changes. In the Bible, Isaiah 11:6. Are you familiar with the Bible at all? You probably heard me talk about this already because you say you watch the channel, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with this passage, but I love hearing what you've seen that has changed. And to me, I can definitely just ask a question or two beyond that. So yeah, keep sharing. I'm really enjoying this, especially when you get into the Bible. I have a lot I could say about that myself.
Okay, so if I had to ask you in Isaiah 11:6, what animal lies with the lamb, what would you say?
Lion.
And I'll let the chat answer. Lion. And what about the chat? What would you say? Chat.
Lion.
So I'm going to guess what you're all going to. Yeah.
What is?
So in
what
this,
are the options?
In this reality, it's never been the lion. It's always been the wolf. Okay. So the wolf. Yet the amount of residue for this is amazing. Amazing. I mean, all sorts of preachers and pastors and presidents and Martin Luther King and all these people getting up there quoting scripture, Isaiah 11:6, the lion shall lay down with the lamb. Now, this is important what I'm going to say right here, because when this first happened, okay, and it was the lion, okay, and then it changed to the wolf, it happened in the King James Bible first. Now, before we get into Bible changes, we're going to say Brian is very aware. I'm very aware that there are different translations, different versions of the Bible. The Bible could be corrupted by people, all these things. I'm not a moron. I get it. Okay. But these deniers have debunked themselves, because what had happened was when that one originally changed from lion to wolf, it changed in the KJV only at first. So when you tried to show people, well, they would just say, well, it still says lion in this Bible, and that Bible, the KJV is corrupt. King James is a Freemason. It was a bad translation. And then after that, it changed incrementally in every Bible. So anybody that's right here in the chat right now, if you pull out your Bible, I don't care if it's a 1611 King James, I don't care if it's an NIV from 100 years ago, you pull out your Bible right now, open Isaiah 11:6, and you will see that it says the wolf shall dwell or shall lay, or however it is in your version. It will be the wolf, though, and not the lion. It will be the wolf and the lamb. So that's a big deal. And that seems like a strong message. If these are indeed coming from the creator, that's where I think the messages seem to get a little stronger, right? Like, hey, the wolf's in the house, beware type of thing,
What's crazy is I actually have I got this from a client. I'm a real estate agent, and someone was selling a house, all this old stuff. They're like, yeah, a bunch of instruments, and they had a Bible from England, 1592. I got it over there. When you said old Bible, I almost want to check and see what it says in the 1592 Bible.
Yeah, check it. You'll see what it'll say. It'll say wolf.
Should I go grab it? Let me go grab it. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
you want to put a screen on, put your screen on for something. Let me go back over here real quick. Hold on. Just so I can, let me just grab it. You guys are going to see Sonny. This is Sonny the Fists. Guys,
yeah.
He's got the biggest fists this side of the Mississippi. Hold on.
Sonny the Fist. Yeah, guys, so this is not a translation issue. This is not a digital issue. Like, you can go on Bible Hub and these sites and check these changes, but they do correlate with all the hot copies. Okay, and I'm going to give you guys some more examples, not just the lion and lamb that are going to blow your mind. So all you people that type lion, and there are, it's funny too, because there are a couple people. I saw wolf, and the only people I saw write wolf are the people that I know that are known trolls that have followed me, and I know their screen names. And so
dude, check
and you
this
guys
out,
can tell
ready?
who they are by their behavior in the chat.
This
Okay, what do you
Bible
got?
is from 1592, okay? I knew there would be a reason I had this thing for some. This is the day right here. Oh, I'm sorry, 1775. Sorry. Still pretty freaking old.
What type of Bible is that?
This is
What type of Bible is that?
it says the Holy Bible containing the Old and New Testaments translated out of the original tongues, with the former translations diligently compared and revived by His Majesty's special command, appointed to be read in churches. Cambridge, printed by John Archdeacon, printer of the university. 1775, people. So how the heck do I find Isaiah? This is going to be hard to find. Holy cow, this is like written by hand. What the? It can't be written by hand, right? All right, let me figure. Do they have like a? Okay, here we go. Where are we going here? We're going to Isaiah, you said?
Yes. Isaiah 11:6.
Okay. Where the heck is it? This is how well I know my Bible. Well, maybe not the one from... Okay, here we go. Page 66, guys. We're almost there. Where the heck did they have to do it in Roman numerals? I'm not even joking. They did it in Roman numerals. How dare you? All right, guys, somebody tell me what 66 is in Roman numerals. I think it's XXX, right? That's 66. XXXV. I'm almost there. XXX. Okay. I'm almost there. I can't believe I spent all this time, dude. Is it really worth us doing all this and wasting all this time trying to find it? I can't even read, apparently, because I can't find it.
Well, I could keep rolling, and you can poke through while we have time. Or
yeah, why don't you? Yeah, why don't you? If you don't mind, if you have something else, a piece of residue you can share while I find this. I think it would be cool for us to find this and read the passage. I'm just mental, and I can't find it yet. I'm going to keep going. So if I had to ask you, what's the biggest one that you've found, something that blew your mind the most, where you were like, okay, no, there's no way this has changed?
Oh, you mean Mandela effect overall, not just the Bible change?
Yeah, exactly. Overall.
Oh, well, we can talk about my biggest Mandela. My biggest Mandela effect is well, if I were to ask you a question, if I were to ask you what the first foreign attack on U.S. soil is, what would you say? The first major foreign attack on U.S. soil.
Well, I guess Pearl Harbor, right? I mean, yeah, I would say Pearl Harbor.
Ask the chat. And let's ask the chat the same question. First major foreign attack on U.S. soil.
What do you
Okay.
got, guys, for
Now,
that?
what's going to blow your mind is I remember. What's up?
No, I'm going to ask them. I'm curious to see what they can. Oh no, someone said Canada. Okay, what were you going to say? Keep going, because I that's what I remember is the first one being Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, the first one being Pearl Harbor is what I remember. And then the second major foreign attack would have been 9/11. Well, now in this reality, or whatever you want to call this place, Pearl Harbor is not the first major foreign attack. In fact, the first major foreign attack. Now, let me stop by telling you this. I spent about 5 years nonstop deep in 9/11. We'll start with that. Okay. Like, as much as I can talk about Mandela effect, I could talk about 9/11. So this was never mentioned. So now in this reality, the first foreign attack on U.S. soil happened in 1916 when 2 German spies snuck in through New Jersey, blew off 100,000 pounds of TNT, killed 5 people, injured 120, blew out all the windows in lower Manhattan, and damaged the Statue of Liberty so bad that nobody's ever been to the torch. Now, this is ridiculous. So the idea that, first off, we've never learned about this ever, never heard about it. I've asked everybody about this. It's called Black Tom. I've asked everybody about Black Tom. Most people reply with, who the hell is that? Nobody's ever heard of Black Tom. Not one person I've ever encountered since talking about this in 3 years, this specific one, has ever heard of Black Tom. Now, the other thing on top of that, because people will say, it's crazy what people say, but listen, so when 9/11 comes around, right? No matter what your thoughts are on that, right? If you didn't learn about this in school, the media is certainly going to push the idea that the Statue of Liberty, the symbol of freedom, was attacked. And then to top that all off, for the people that want to say, well, you know that they just make up fake history. You say this all the time. Indeed, I do. But I've also spoken to people that have been to the torch. People have been to that torch. But now in this reality, nobody could have ever been to the torch. It's been closed since 1916 because the Germans blew off 100,000 pounds of TNT. By the way, they say the explosion was so big, it was felt in Philadelphia, and it would have measured 5.5 on the Richter scale. Unbelievable. Nobody's ever heard of that.
No, I've never heard of that either, because I remember people being able to go and that they were fixing it. You'd be able to go again. They stopped for a while, but you used to be able to go to the top. Like, there's pictures of people.
Yeah, and I see
right?
There's no pictures of people in the torch now. Only in the crown. All pictures of people in the torch have disappeared. I see in the chat somebody said torch closed in the early 80s. Right. I'd like to address that because in my reality, indeed, around 1986, there were renovations done to the Statue of Liberty. But in this reality now, the Statue of Liberty's torch has been closed the whole time. The whole time. It's never been open to the public now. Never been open to the public. Also, now the Statue of Liberty has a gold flame on it, a 24-karat gold flame. I remember it being green and tarnished. Now, I've only seen this gold flame up there for the last 3 or 4 years or so, maybe a little bit longer. In this reality, now that gold flame goes all the way back to the 1986 renovation. So if you remember it being green and tarnished, the flame on the torch, most of your life, well, since 1986, it's been 24-karat gold in this reality, but it continues. The Statue of Liberty itself, if I was to ask you, where is the Statue of Liberty located, what would you say?
I say in between isn't it in between the east, the west side highway and like the New Jersey?
The name of the island.
Liberty
the name
Island.
of the island.
Liberty,
What island? Is it on?
Liberty Island. It's called Liberty Island.
So it's Liberty Island. I remember being on Ellis Island, as I'm sure many, many people do. Yeah, it's in New Jersey waters now, and it's on Liberty Island, not Ellis Island. It's never been on Ellis Island now. And also, the statue is now sitting on top of a star fort. The Statue of Liberty used to be on top of just 2 rectangles, 2 squares, you know? Now it's on top of a star fort called Fort Wood. It's literally sitting on a star fort. I never saw a star fort till like 3 years ago, but now the Statue of Liberty has apparently always been on one.
Yeah, that I don't remember, but that's a little weird though. I mean, the Statue of Liberty itself, I know you can never get up there, but I remember you used to be able to, that was what I remember the word was when I was a kid. And my grandfather came to Ellis Island. I didn't know if Ellis Island was where the Statue of Liberty was, but Ellis Island is a thing, right? People came into Ellis Island, right? That's still,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's still.
I want to make sure that my grandfather went in to where he was. I found Isaiah, brother. What was the passage again in Isaiah?
11:6.
Okay, 11:6. Let's see. So we're looking at
So we got Isaiah 11:6. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb. Wow.
How old is your Bible, brother? It looks pretty old over there. A few hundred years?
This is 1775. The wolf.
That 400 years? 300?
Also, they didn't say S. They spoke with a lisp. Also. The wolf also, foul, because they use an F for that one as well, foul dwell with the lamb. So, weird. And the leopard will lie down with the kid, and the calf, and the young lion. Oh! What's this? They say lion here, though. Is it always in there?
Yeah, at the end. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end, though. It's different.
Yeah. Okay, so that one came in.
It was the lion shall lay with the lamb.
Yeah, this is crazy. This book's pretty wild too. At the end here, 17 like this. Let me show you guys. You guys will appreciate this. Whoever owned this Bible, brother, check this out. Their family all signed like the Bible at 1744, 17. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Howell was born October. Mm-hmm. They say all the family members that own this Bible. Like, I guess that was what you did. This is how you kept a record of the family back then. Crazy stuff. Anyway, so that's it. The guys are right. This is the same exact information here in 17. So this switched as well. Everything switched out.
Yep. I got more that are in there. I got more changes in that book, that 300-year-old book. I got more stuff that's changing there. We'll get through a couple, and then we'll move on to some other stuff. I know not everybody wants to hear about the Bible too much, but
yeah, let's go
there are a couple big ones. So the biggest one for me, in my opinion, the one that I talk about the most is Matthew 18:20. So there's a famous passage in the Bible, Matthew 18:20, that's quoted all the time. All the time. I've made so many videos showing everybody remembering it the way it was. And that's Matthew 18:20, when two or more are gathered in my name. When two or more gathered, when two or more gather, when two or more gather. You'll hear it over and over. It was Matthew 18:20. That has now changed to 2 or 3, where 2 or 3 are gathered. And this is like what I'm talking about, where this ties in to what's happening in the world today. Seems like a pretty strong message when it was 2 or more gathered, and now they're trying to limit you to 2 or 3. You catch my drift?
Yeah, but if I open this Bible, will it say 2 or 3?
It's going to say 2 or 3, Matthew 18:20.
But you're so right. It's when we were kids, especially like Young Life, all this stuff. It was when 2 or more are gathered in my name, I'm there with them, or whatever that. Dude, are you serious?
Yeah, exactly. Well, there I am in the midst. Yeah, I'm dead serious, dude.
That's weird.
Yep, and I'll read off a couple more. Everybody else can check, so we can just keep rolling. Yeah, you guys, please, all pull out your Bibles and check it.
Pull out your Gideon.
Yeah.
So let's move past the Bible then, because obviously there's stuff that's going to be different in there, but that one, those a couple there are weird, obviously. Blow my mind with something else. What else you got?
All right. Well, I give you another historical one while we're on history. How about that? Because, well, Black Tom wasn't the only huge major attack before 9/11 that you never heard about. There's also an attack called Torpedo Alley, where now the German U-boats actually made it all the way over to the North Carolina coastline, just a few hundred feet off the coast, and they killed 5,000 Americans and sunk 500 of our ships, and they only lost 8 of their U-boats to it. 5,000 Americans dead, 500 ships sunk, and you never heard about it. And again, for the people that want to say, well, Brian, they could have just made this up recently. Interesting, because I've shown video of the scuba divers going deep, under the water to the wreckage that's actually down there off the coast of North Carolina. There's a whole nother attack that happened. 5,000 Americans dead. Never mentioned on 9/11. Never mentioned growing up. Never mentioned in the news. Nobody in this chat's heard about it except the people that I brought over here.
And when did that take place?
1941, 42.
So that's basically right there in parallel with Pearl Harbor. But Pearl Harbor was a few years after that, wasn't it? And how many people
Pearl Harbor
died?
was just after.
How many people died in Pearl Harbor?
I don't know.
But it was somewhere around the same, right? 4,000, 5,000 people, right? And that's the biggest one.
I'm really not sure. I was
maybe
I
somebody
would just totally be guessing.
maybe somebody in the chat can get that for us. But I'm thinking out loud, just saying whether it was close or not. You're talking about a 5,000 American lives that were taken, and we never were taught about that in school. We talk about Pearl Harbor, and I wonder. First of all, I mean, so it's the Germans who did this. The Japanese, they come after us for Pearl Harbor. They're the ones who are the focus. Our history's slighted. We know that. When we go to the history books now, specifically what they're doing in schools, they're trying to push a narrative which isn't true, just like they probably did when we were kids as well. But the new narrative is based on our systemic problems here, apparently, after voting in Barack Obama twice, which apparently never happened in this timeline either, in the way that people act. Like, phew. So anyway, I get sidetracked with stuff.
How about some famous quotes? You familiar with the Gettysburg Address at all?
The Gettysburg?
Yeah.
Yeah, ish. I could probably, if you say.
The Gettysburg Address used to say 7 years ago, our forefathers. Now it only says 7 years ago, our fathers. It doesn't say forefathers anymore. That is including on the original written Gettysburg Address. Yet nearly everybody I know, well, we all remember forefathers. Where would we even get that word from? I wouldn't even know the word forefathers if it wasn't for the Gettysburg Address. Go ahead, guys. Listen to the Gettysburg Address. No longer says forefathers. Another famous quote is from the LA riots. I get everybody with this one. Rodney King, his famous quote. Do you know what it was?
Can't we all just get along?
I love you, man. Yeah, that's what it was, but that's not what it is now. And just with the same inflection too, man. You're like, can't we all just get along? That's what it was. Now he says, can we get along? Can we get along? So it doesn't say can't now. It says can, and the word just is missing, and the entire inflection on his voice has changed. History. The Hindenburg disaster, when a thing blew up in the sky. Oh, the humanity. Now it has double the amount of survivors as people that died. There's almost 70 survivors and only 30 or something so people died. The Lindbergh baby that was never found actually now was found after just several weeks, and the person was convicted of it and everything. Changes recent history. Changes to 9/11. The book George Bush read in the classroom. Everybody remembers it in Florida. It was my pet goat. In this reality now, it's always been the pet goat. World Trade Center Tower number 7. It was called the Solomon Brothers Building. Now, this is just like the Haas change. It's now the Salomon Brothers Building, and the family of brothers that actually own the property, well, their last name has indeed changed to Salomon. Now, some of the ones in my top of my list would be like Ed McMahon. For anybody that doesn't know, Ed McMahon, if you guys remember him, he was associated with a certain company, and he would go to people's doors, and what would he do, and what was that company? Well, you know, Ed McMahon's known from his 30 years with Johnny Carson, Star Search, and he's known for this. It's Publishers Clearinghouse. Everybody remembers Ed McMahon for Publishers Clearinghouse. Now Ed McMahon has never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse at all. Now it's been a completely different company called American Family Publishing, where now for 13 years he was supposedly doing commercials with Dick Clark. And even for them, he never went to anybody's door with a giant check. And so now all you people that remember Ed McMahon for Publishers Clearinghouse, giant check and balloons, you're all crazy like me. That's what they'll say. You're all crazy. You're all misremembering. But then, you know, we talk about residue earlier. Here's this for residue. My favorite piece of residue for this is there's a scene on the David Letterman show where Johnny Carson, now who's Johnny Carson? Well, Johnny Carson, Ed McMahon was his sidekick for 30 years. So I would say that they're pretty tight. So Johnny Carson comes on. He's got a giant check with him. And he's going to play like a little joke on David. He's like, Dave, congratulations. He's like, our friend Ed McMahon couldn't be here tonight, but you're the lucky $1 million winner. And even on the check that he made, this mock-up check, it literally says Publishers Clearinghouse on it. So wow. I guess Johnny Carson doesn't know where Ed works. I guess everybody in the production staff for the show, they're all just falling for supposedly my psyop that people say I'm running. Way back in the past, though. Come on, man. You guys all know his Publishers Clearinghouse. He's from my hometown. Okay? My hometown. He lived there for like 20 years. Now it's American Family Publishing.
Well, this is the thing.
Crazy, right?
This is the thing that I think is a real problem is when situations like someone from your hometown. When you were a kid, you looked up to Ed McMahon because he was from your town. They talked about Ed McMahon. Hey, do you know, look, kid, if you put your head down, you could do what Ed McMahon did. You know, he's Johnny Carsey, Publishers Clearinghouse. I freaking remember him outside with that big check. Oh, you're the big winner. Are you kidding me? How dare you? They're lying to us, Brian. They're lying to all of us. And I got to tell you, that one is a guarantee. I specifically remember that goon because he's like 19 feet tall. Let's be honest, all right? You see normal people like Norma Jean. Norma Jean, the winner for today, Bubbles Clearinghouse. She's got the huge check. Monkey, the guy the size of like Manute Bol standing next to him going, ah, ha, 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 ha. Later on that night, he was on Johnny. I remember it. What happened? We lost you. You there, brother?
Oh, I requested a screen share so I could show you a clip of Ed McMahon doing a commercial for Free Credit Report. And he's doing a rap song going around asking people for the giant checks back that he gave them. Ed McMahon's doing it.
No. Hold on a second. Wait, I got to get this to work. Hold on. Let me go back. Let's see if we're there. Where am I not seeing this? What did I do? Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what I could do here. Let's just put this in there for a second. I think that'll look at least better than I've been doing. Why can't I get this thing to look different? Side by side, full swap, exit full screen. There we go. Sorry, let me see if I can get you back in here. So I think when you clicked over, you knocked out of the main screen. Let me just get you back in here with Zoom. Here we go.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. You know what? Actually, I'm going to bring you over here. That didn't work either. Let's see. I'll get you back here in 2 seconds. There we go. Are we working? Now we're going to go back to the screen. We're working. All right. There we go. You got your screen showing. Show us what you got. Guys, I'm getting off the screen so Brian could kick this amazing piece of content for us. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, hold on. It's muted.
This is Ed.
All right. So this is Ed himself. Okay. Ed himself going around asking people for the giant checks back that he gave them. But in this reality, he never gave them giant checks.
No,
and we're all just misremembering.
I can't
along
wait.
with Ed and Johnny.
Shout out to my people. This is Ed McMahon, rolling slow through the suburbs in an unmarked van. I ran the strip in the 80s, brought big fat checks to the ladies. When I showed up at their door, they would start screaming like crazy. Raked it in hand over fist, was on the VIP list. I was a verbal gunslinger, and my shots never missed. But now the bills have come due, and my credit score's whacked. So I'm hitting up the winners to get my checks back. Hi, Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Remember I gave you that big check? I'd like to have that check back.
No, you never gave us a check.
I'm having some stuff with help. Just a little bit.
Yeah, so they say we're just misremembering.
Brian, why would he make that? Why would he make that video if he never was with a Publishers Clearinghouse? My wife and I remember it. We weren't married then. We both remember him. Like I said, he's very tall, guys. You're telling me you didn't see Big Bird standing there next to all those people? I got your check. Take a photo. Yeah. They were making a rap about it. 2009. Wow.
Yep.
That's mind-blowing because he's just basically clarifying the fact that reality's changed. Is he still alive?
It's crazy. No, he's dead. That's crazy residue right there. Crazy.
That's crazy.
And, there's actually people that think Mandela effect didn't start till like 2015 or something. I mean, there was an article in 2009 by Forbes magazine of them trying to convince us that we were all crazy and that he's never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse. So the disinfo for this was getting rolled out really early. In my opinion, these changes have always happened. I think they're speeding up, but we'll keep moving down the list. In this reality, Star Wars changes. All right. I'm not going to screen share too much. People can do it. I just want to flow. I don't want to make the interview take too long. I got a lot to talk about. So Star Wars changes. C-3PO in the original trilogy has now always had a silver leg. Yes, that's right. C-3PO is not all gold in the original trilogy. This does not apply to the prequels. This does not apply to the new movies. It only applies to the original trilogy that we all grew up with, that I saw like 200 times. Now, if you want to say I'm crazy and I'm wrong, and Brian, you know there's so many versions of Star Wars, Blu-ray, DVD, when they added the CGI, when they did this, when they did that. Yeah, I get it. So pull out whichever version you want that's sitting on your shelf. He's going to have a silver leg. Now, what the deniers and debunkers will say, well, actually what's interesting is in 2016, for some reason, USA Today just decides to interview Anthony Daniels, the guy that wears the C-3PO suit, and ask him why he has a silver leg, or what, you know? So because now he has a silver leg, and so they put him on camera, and he comes out and he says, "Well, I always had the silver leg. In fact, one day on the set, my stills photographer," so we're talking Lucasfilms, right? Which is actually Lucasfilm now, but Lucasfilm still photographer, right? It probably has the best camera equipment in the world. He says one day his still photographer said to him, "Hey, why don't you?" He said, "Why do you have a silver leg on today?" And he said, "Oh, I've always had it." And with this smug look on his face, this ridiculous interview that for no reason, why are people just starting to ask about the silver leg in 2016? Well, because it didn't change until then, because for 30 years or whatever, C-3PO was all gold. So now people are asking. Now, let me ask you this. When people go to Star Wars conventions, I mean, these are some of the most fanatical people, and these costumes are not cheap. Do you think they go in a C-3PO all gold costume, or do you think they buy one with a silver leg? They go in all gold. If you bought me a C-3PO silver leg costume, I would think it was a generic ripoff or something. I'd want you to return it. Now, the other thing deniers and debunkers will say, well, Brian, don't you know he got blown apart and they put him back together? Yeah, don't you know that was halfway through Empire Strikes Back? He has the silver leg in the original movie. Now, also on top of that, what he also said, Anthony Daniels, was people just didn't notice the leg because it was reflecting off the sand. So he's got the silver leg, but he's saying we didn't notice it for 30 years because it's reflecting off the sand in the desert. But he's got he's got the silver leg in the opening scene on Princess Leia's ship and all the way through. It's very, very noticeable. And I will bring up an image if I can. Yeah, it's very, very noticeable when I bring up images from the Ewok village. So let me get into that real quick. Am I okay to screen share?
Yeah, let me see. I think when I just have to keep clicking back over. You do that again. Yeah, I think we're good.
All right, I'll stop. I'll stop shutting it off then. My bad.
No.
Do we have it up?
Yeah, you're good. I just have to pull myself off the screen, but just keep going. I got you in full screen.
So there's C-3PO in the chariot when they lifted him up in the Ewok village. Look how bad that silver leg sticks out. That's what he looks like now.
He didn't look like that. I don't remember seeing that. Isn't
that insanity?
Yeah, I would have remembered. As a kid. Oh man, I wish I had this. We used to have as a kid that little one. Remember the little toys that you got back then? They made the little mini ones.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I went to now when I told you the residue official versions of everything changes, right? C-3PO for some reason is one of the rare exceptions where sometimes you can find some official merchandise that hasn't changed. So I happened to be at Huntington Beach last summer. I came across this collectible shop. They had this Star Wars figure. So let's have a look at what we have here. So this is from Kenner. These are the people that made the figures you were just talking about. Mm-hmm. They have the official licensee for the all the products of Star Wars. Now, the important thing, remember I told you that this change doesn't affect the original trilogy. It only affects the original trilogy. So people that present Mandela effects need to have discernment too. They can't show images of C-3PO all gold and call it residue if you can't be able to be sure that is an imagery from the original trilogy. For instance, if they showed him from the prequels and it's all gold, well, it doesn't matter. He's still all gold in the prequels. It didn't change. Well, Phantom Menace didn't come out till 1999. This doll was issued in 1997. Which means it's definitely representing the original trilogy, and you can tell indeed by the characters on it. And look at his leg.
All exactly the way I remember him. Did you buy that?
Boom. No, because it was like $150, dude. I wasn't going to pay that much.
How much is it worth now? That one with all gold.
I don't know. And that's a big one. I'm holding that like out in front of my chest. Like that thing's like, I don't know, maybe I don't know if it's 12 inches tall, but it's pretty tall.
And it's still in the box too. It's probably worth something.
Yeah.
You got to figure if that one is
rare because it shows the Mandela effect. Like if there's a market for something like that, the residue versions of Mandela effects, because
these people aren't aware of the Mandela effect, though. These collective people, most of them aren't. I mean, I don't think that they're aware of it at all. Most people aren't.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy one right there, though, because I remember that little doll. I had it, and it was.
So this is the one you had.
That's the one I had right there. Yep. And it's all exactly gold. The way I remember it, all gold. Wow. So
what happened? They ran out of silver. They ran out of silver paint, and they just happened to fall for my psyop in 1977, or like what's going on? Give me a break.
Hey, take a look. Go back to that one real quick. That image. Can you scroll? Can you zoom in?
Yeah.
That is the image of Chewbacca and C-3PO when he was broken down in pieces. Look at his legs. There's no silver.
Yep. No. The people that say that have no clue what they're talking about. They don't even know Star Wars, and they're trying to debunk when the timeline is in the movie. It's like you guys are talking about the middle of the second movie, and that still didn't happen. He still came back all gold after that.
That's all gold. Look at that, guys. You can see right there. He's broken in pieces. The broken piece of the other leg on the bottom, that looks like it's gold.
This is him now. This is the opening scene on Princess Leia's ship before they go down to
so bad.
To Luke's planet there. Look at that silver leg. So that's not reflecting off the sand, and we missed it. It's not reflecting off the sand in the Ewok village. It's a forest. It's silver, dude. And it's blatantly silver. How could we miss it in the Ewok village? They're holding him up in the chair like he's just this god, And he's got a silver leg now. He's not all gold like they thought. Now I'm going to talk about a couple more Star Wars changes and move on because I got so many Mandela effects to talk about. Okay. Another huge Star Wars Mandela effect for me is the ending of A New Hope. So I'll just tell you what I remember at the ending of A New Hope, which is Star Wars Episode 4, the first Star Wars, 1977. Okay, at the ending of A New Hope, there was a medal ceremony. And let me just rearrange my things for a minute. There was a medal ceremony. So the first thing that happened is, so Han, Luke, and Chewie walked up to the podium or whatever, and all these people were around. And Han walked up, and he bent his head down, and Princess Leia put a medal on his neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Luke Skywalker came over, put his head down. She put a medal over his neck and a kiss on his cheek. Chewbacca came over. He's really, really, really tall, so he had to bend way, way down. She put the medal over his neck. She did not kiss his cheek, but then he looked up and went, roar, and Star Wars cut to the credits and it showed the stars. That's what I remember. Now in this reality, Chewbacca doesn't even get a medal. He gets completely screwed out of the medal. I don't care what version of Star Wars you have. It's gone. And there is still residue in some old Star Wars comic books. So what the deniers will say, oh, well, you must have all just got it from the comic book. Yeah, we all got it from the comic book, not the movie. Give me a break, dude. I never even read the comic books. I watched the movie like 200 times. Chewie definitely got a medal. Now he's never got a medal.
Yeah, when he goes, the whole place goes, yeah, and then it goes, dun, 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 and then you get the sky, and it goes up to the stars. I remember that too. So he was the last medal, but he's not even there anymore. So the last medal goes to Luke, and then what happens? Now it just goes to credits from Luke,
and then it just goes to credits. Yeah.
I have a VHS upstairs. It's not working anymore, but I found the old movie in like 1985 version. And I wonder what's there, It's just
it'll be changed. It'll be changed. Other movie changes real quick, and then I'll try and get off of the movies. So, for instance, Snow White. A lot of people probably know this one, but "Mirror, Mirror on the Wall" is never said now. It's always been "Magic Mirror," which is completely ridiculous. Some great residue, for instance, is like the German version still has not changed. It still says "Mirror, Mirror" in German. For some reason, that one has not changed. The Disney changes are immense. Tinkerbell at the beginning of every Disney cartoon, what I remember was Tinkerbell would fly over the Disney castle and do this thing with her wand. Yep. Tinkerbell is omitted from all those intros now. So you could pull out your old Snow White, Seven Dwarfs, 101 Dalmatians, whatever they are, all those old Disney VHSs and the plastic cassettes we used to always have back in the day. No, they have no Tinkerbell in the entrance. 101 Dalmatians has changed. And the spelling of the dog. Dalmatians used to be Dalmations. Now it's IANS, both in the movie and in the actual breed of the dog. Interesting. So many dog breeders all get it wrong. So what else? Timmy and the Well. So the most famous episode of Lassie used to be when, the one that I remember vividly. Now, I can't remember the plot for So Many Lassies, even though I used to watch it. I was so little. But there's one that really stuck out. It was the most epic one. It was when Timmy fell in the well, sent Lassie to town to get help. Woof, woof. What's that, Lassie? And, the thing is, Lassie's so smart, she can basically talk, So, Timmy's in a well, and they rush over there, and they save Timmy. Now, in this reality, never happened. That episode doesn't exist, okay? On top of that, if you could go on YouTube, right, and if you look for Timmy in the well, first thing you'll see is a fake clip that somebody made trying to recreate it. It's clearly not the real one. You'll figure it out. But after that, you'll see all, again, parodies, things made with human emotion that aren't the official whatever, right? So there's all these people all over the world that are recording their dogs on camera, getting their dog to bark for a treat. Roof, roof. What's that, Lassie? Timmy's in the well. There's just like thousands of people that do this. And now it's never existed. So we're supposedly all just made this up. And then on top of it, the guy that played Timmy, his name's John Provost. Obviously, he's a grown man now. He's older than I am by a lot. John Provost. John Provost's autobiography is titled Timmy in the Well.
No way. Are you serious? I remember that episode.
It's serious.
I remember that episode, and I remember little Timmy looking up at Lassie. Lassie, go get Bob. And he runs off. And I see him still running around the field and running past the barn and running. What's that? Timmy's in the well? I totally remember the scene. And then you're saying it doesn't exist, but I remember that like as clear as day because I used to watch Lassie too when I was a kid. That's a pretty insane.
Doesn't
right
exist.
There. And he
doesn't exist. Forrest Gump, the most famous line, Forrest Gump is, life is like a box of chocolates. Well, now he's never said life is like a box of chocolates. He says life was like a box of chocolates. Also in that movie, I may not be a smart man, but I know what love is. He doesn't say that now. He just says, I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. Again, I know there's different versions of things, but all you have to do, if you resonate with the change that I'm saying, you remember things the way I do, pull out your copy of anything we talk about, whether it's a movie, a Bible, a map, and you'll see that they've all changed. They've all changed. Field of Dreams, the famous quote from Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come. It was iconic.
Yeah.
Now it's if you build it, he will come. It's he will come.
No, but is that, because that one I haven't seen in a while, but does it, he will come when he's talking about his father. Is the whole movie, if you build it, he will come? Or was it, because I thought they were trying to make money.
No, so now when they do the whole whispering and everything in the cornfield, it says he and not they.
Really?
The whole thing. Yeah.
So the whole movie, that's what you hear. You never hear, if you build it, they will come.
No, there's one point I think where James Earl Jones might say to him the word they and at a different point in the movie. But as far as the whole creepy whispering voice out in the cornfield and if you build it, they will come. It says if you build it, he will come now.
Yeah, that's when James Earl Jones walks back into the room after it's rainy and he comes back in. He's looking at him and he's like, you heard it. And he goes, if you build it, they will come. Yeah, but that one's another weird one because I know that I've heard the he, but I thought that was when he was at the end. I don't know. Anyway, that one's a little odd for sure. The movie thing is another odd one because I just don't understand why these things are changing. Like, what's the end game? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like major things are changing that.
Well, but it is major things too. It's everything is changing, like these are the ones you need, like, especially on a show like tonight where I got to really introduce people to this topic a little bit. I'll hit them with so many that'll make them resonate. Then we're going to talk about body changes later. And we'll talk about some other huge things like airplanes and stuff. The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. I remember The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. I watched it a ton when I grew up. It's never been The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. Now it's always been How the Grinch Stole Christmas. The guy that wrote all the Peanuts cartoons, his name was Charles M. Schulz. Now it's Charles M. Schulz. There's no T in his name. The movie Terminator 2, okay? The movie Terminator 2, Judgment Day, okay? Judgment Day used to be spelled Judgement. Now, if you look at that Terminator 2 poster, it's a big eyesore because the first E is missing. But it's not only changed there. The way you correctly spell it in the English language now is without that first E. And also, everybody, again, open up your Bibles, and anytime you see the word judgment, you will see it only has one E and not two anymore. The movie Silence of the Lambs, when he first meets Clarice and she shows up at the cell and he says, "Hello, Clarice." No longer says that. Now he says, "Good morning." I'm not even joking, dude. He says, "Good morning," or "Good evening." Instead of "Hello, Clarice" in the creepy voice, he greets her with a "Good morning." The Wizard of Oz has many changes. Some of the biggest ones are when she releases the flying monkeys from the cage. She used to say, "Fly, my pretties, fly." Never said that now. Now she just says, "Fly, fly, fly." Also, at the end of the movie, when the wizard is revealed, he used to say, "Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain." And that saying has become iconic, the man behind the curtain. It actually says, "Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain." Big one for a lot of people, not for me because I never saw the movie, was Dolly and her braces in the Moonraker movie for James Bond. She's never, ever had braces now. This huge musical changes. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, "It's the city I live in, the city of angels," under the bridge. Well, now he says the city of Angel, which makes no sense, especially since he's singing about Los Angeles. The end of the Queen song, "We Are the Champions," used to end with, "We are the champions of the world." Now it's never ended with that. But you know what's interesting with the music ones? The official music will change. Mostly all the parodies people do in cover songs, loaded with residue. But sometimes, for some reason, you will find live performances, very often in foreign countries, of the original artist performing the songs the way we remember. So, for instance, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Lollapalooza, he says "City of Angels," and about 100,000 people in the crowd sing along with them, clearly say "City of Angels." Nirvana, unplugged performance on MTV, one of the most famous MTV unplugged performance before Kurt Cobain died. They all sat around, they did this acoustic set, and they had all these white candles around them. The candles are all black now in this reality. Crazy, right?
You know, with this Champions of the World song, I know what you're talking about, where they say that at the very end. You know, it reminds me of Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. Okay? And at the very end of the movie, there's like a scene where they're on the cover of all these magazines where they finally figure out their mojo and come together and change the world. And they're playing that song, and it ends exactly like we remember it. "We are the champions of the world." And then it goes dun 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 dun. And from there, and it closes out. So the fact that changed, I wonder if Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey or Excellent Adventure, whatever it was that played that as the last track, if that's changed as well. Because
it'll still have it. I'm almost certain it'll still have it. Like all these movies and TV shows that do parodies, like Bill and Ted's, or a show like The Big Bang Theory, Saturday Night Live, and Living Color, all the residue remains because they're all spoofs and parodies. And I think it has something to do with they're done with this extra human emotion that's different from the rest of it. So it's not altered. So, for instance, like the Rodney King one, right? "Can't we all just get along?" There's a whole skit that they did with they did Reginald Denny and Rodney King, and they say, "Can't we all just get along?" like 100 times. The Big Bang Theory, the dude dressed up as C-3PO, full costume. It looks like a $5,000 costume, and he's all gold. You know what I mean? It's everywhere in those types of shows. So Bill and Ted's has residue. I know for a fact there's actually a scene with there's a Forefathers scene in there. We just talked about the Forefathers.
Yes, I was going to say the Forefathers.
Bill and Ted's 2. Abe Lincoln comes out of the phone booth and he says, 407 years ago, our forefathers. He's never said that in this reality. So why the hell is it in the movie?
I was thinking that. It's so funny that you said that. I when you mentioned that before, I was thinking of the same Abraham Lincoln scene from freaking Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I thought of Bill and Ted's twice in the same conversation. I'll tell you what else? Keanu Reeves may be the connection to some stuff here, brother. He's a cool dude.
Oh, I don't know.
He may be the connection there. I know there's two different things with Bill and Ted's, or it could be George Carlin. I don't know. No, but this is, the forefathers absolutely came up. That's why I wondered. This is when I wonder. It kind of messes with my head because I say to myself, well, was it always the other way? And then Bill and Ted's messed us up because Bill and Ted said it, and then all of a sudden we're thinking that it's always been.
It's not only Bill and Ted. It's also in Kindergarten Cop. It's also in school plays that kids have done in the past. If you go and look online, you can see children that do plays that parents recorded and uploaded to YouTube where the kids are dressed up in costumes talking about forefathers. It's got nothing to do with Bill and Ted's, you know. It's got to do with that's what it was. That's what it was, you know.
That's what it actually was before.
I'll move on to some. What's up?
That's what it actually was before it changed then. And like you said, maybe because the spoof or maybe because it's comedy or something, it doesn't get affected. I don't know. That's weird. What else?
Almost the only things that usually get affected is the official stuff. So, you know, and photographs do change. So if you take a photograph of something that changed, your photograph's going to change. Like for instance, I'm gonna go into a little, not a presentation yet. I'm going to show people some things. I'm going to move my desk down a little and pull my chair in. I want to just demonstrate some things, and then I'm going to ask for a screen share. Okay, because this is important.
Yeah. Let me know when you have a couple minutes to show. So I got to bring my dog for a walk in a few minutes. So when you have a nice little thing to present, walk Max. We call him
Perfect.
Max Scott, and I can watch while I'm.
You got 200. You got 200 people here tonight. Awesome.
Oh, I love it. You guys are awesome. Welcome to the Renaissance Man Show. We're here every single day at 9.
Yeah, dude. You listen. I like your show a lot. I only first really caught it when I checked it out a couple times before I agreed to come on, and then I watched a good chunk of it last night. You guys are cool, man. I think we're gonna make some cool connections here for real, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was glad you were here last night. I said, if I hope you have a fun time here, because this is just an open platform for us to kick it, like you want to come back on when you find another piece of content. Like we are like so cool with that here. And like I always say, this is funny. Wages is here in the chat. Wages has got like 50,000 subs. Wages is awesome. Wages World. If you guys don't know Wages, he provides information about solar and all about space weather. So you should go and give him a sub. But Wages sends all of his people here because he's always talking about negative topics. He's like, look, I got to send people over to the positivity. After they get all the information I'm sharing, it's inherently going to be negative stuff. Go over and get some positivity. Listen to some live music, some comedy. And then come back tomorrow, get the stuff again. So like we could help each other, I think, at the end of the day, where there's so much truth that needs to be spoken. But at the end of the day, everybody needs to wash it all away with some light. And the positivity should speak more than it has been speaking the last 3 or 4 years. But I won't stop. I'll be here every single day for 2 to 3 hours for the rest of my life. And I hope you guys will come and hang out with me. You know what I mean? And you too, my brother. I hope you keep coming on and kicking it. And it was really cool to see you yesterday. And we wrote a little song about you. That song was pretty hot. I don't know what I did yesterday, but we wrote a song about you. I'm gonna have to drop that tomorrow. But anyway, sorry, you keep going, man.
Well, so with the Mandela effect, a lot of other things that are changing are famous monuments, statues, and artwork. I'd like to talk about a couple of them. One's a recent one that I just covered, and one of them is an older Mandela effect change, but it's so classic. And that's the Thinker statue. Okay, the Thinker statue. Let me take my hat off. Yeah. You can see my hair that's blown in.
Oops.
So it looks terrible, I know. So the Thinker statue, okay, by Rodin, used to be like this, with the fist to the forehead and his right elbow on his right knee. This was the Thinker statue. It's iconic. I will show residue a little bit after I'm done explaining. You take out your dog. I'll show some residue for it. So the Thinker statue used to be like this. Okay. It's iconic. Everybody's done it. I'll show you pictures of Arnold Schwarzenegger, all these people. It's become a famous bodybuilding pose. Well, the Thinker statue changed. Now, the Thinker statue went like this, to where the fist was under the chin. Now, this is another one of these things that didn't just change once. So when people want to say, oh, you're crazy, it's always been under the chin, Brian. Well, anybody that said that is now debunked, because now it's not a fist under the chin. Now his hands are split, almost like a Mr. Spock thing, right? Like this under his chin. And then it changed again. Now the Thinker statue is like this, hand under the chin, finger split, right elbow on the left knee. So he's like all twisted like this. Now, when I say photos have changed, which is one of the things I'm going to show you photos of a class field trip that went there, as well as another woman who went in front of one of them. And the whole class is like 50 kids. They're all posing like this because they're all around the statue. But the statue's like this now. In the photograph.
No way.
Crazy. Yeah, man.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I got to see the residual on that, because when things consistently change, but the freaking statue's been there for how long? 1,500 years? When was that? When did?
Yeah, I don't know. It's old as fuck. I don't know. It's really
that's
old.
An old.
That's not
statue.
the only one either.
I'm trying to remember the versions I remember seeing. I specifically remember. I thought I remember him looking up, but I don't remember. I thought it's sitting on a fist.
like chin on a fist. You know what I mean? Let's see what you got here.
Do you show my screen?
Yeah, let me see. You should be on. Oh, I got to go over to the main screen here. There we go. All right, there you go. You may have to make it a little smaller, or I may have to. Let me see. Let me see. All right, there we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, so he's on the under the chin. It looks awkward.
Look at all the kids. Look at all the kids. They all have their fists to their forehead.
Wow.
All the fists to the forehead. Why? Why would they all go around it and pose the wrong way? And they're not the only ones. Also, this woman here, she's at a different statue of the thinker. She's doing the fist to the forehead.
Wow.
But here's some of the residue, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And this has actually become a famous bodybuilding pose. They actually do this to flex. You know, it's called the thinker. You know,
but
there's just tons of this.
Do they do it to the forehead?
Yeah, to the forehead. They do it to the forehead. Another thing I forgot to tell you guys too. We talked about Wizard of Oz. Check this out. So the Scarecrow now has a gun, and the Tin Man has a giant pipe wrench. I forgot to tell you guys that earlier. We're talking about the changes. That one's not the best picture, but the Scarecrow now has a gun in the scene, a handgun, and the Tin Man now has a giant pipe wrench that's as big as his axe. Really crazy. I'll see if I can get a clearer image of that. I wasn't quite prepared. Here we go, I think. Here we go. He's got a silver pistol right here. If you Google it, you could probably see clearer images of it. The Scarecrow has a silver pistol here, and the Tin Man has a giant wrench. I don't remember them having those items at all. At all.
Where's his axe?
Does he still has the axe?
Oh, he does.
He still has the axe, but he has the wrench as well now.
Huh. He must just attach it magnetically to his body. Who knows?
Yeah. If you want, I mean, I can answer some questions in the chat while you go take your dog out.
Yeah, let me do that. I'm going to run over and... you know what? He stopped barking. We should be good. We'll chat, and then I'll run up there in a minute.
All right.
But this is...
Cool.
That's some pretty crazy residue, because I've never seen that statue up close. Haven't seen many statues up close, to be honest. But the topic to me seems to just get a little bit more interesting on a daily basis, because new things keep happening. And like, that's what I said is, is there a way to keep yourself kind of grounded to be prepared for the next change?
It doesn't scare me. See, the changes don't bother me at all, dude. They don't scare me at all. There's nothing to be scared about with this Mandela effect. We'll get into some other big ones too. Like, for instance, airplanes have changed, right? Airplanes have changed. If you look at any commercial airliner now, the engines are all the way in front of the wings. They used to be under the wings. If you look at a 747, 757, 777, whatever now, the engines are now way out where they don't even look mechanically sound on an airplane. I probably should have had that ready to bring that up. I can bring that up. Where is my airplane residue? Crap.
I don't think I've got a reference point, but I do think I've seen before looking out the window and seeing them on the wing.
I'm going to go to... Shit, I just hit the wrong button. Hang on. I'm going to request another screen share. Sorry.
No worries, brother. You should be able to just roll it right in.
All right.
Let me see. I'll go back over here.
All right.
There we go.
So this is what an airliner looks like now. Can you see that?
Yep.
See that engines, how far out under the wings they are, in front of the wings they are?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not kidding, guys. You go to your own airport and look next time you go to get on an airplane, they're going to be this far out in front of the wings. I'll show you another image because we know that they're not all double engine like that. Look at this. This is what a commercial airliner looks like. But the thing is, they've always looked like this. So even if you took a plane 15 years ago and you have pictures of yourself in front of that plane, the engines are going to look like this. They're not going to be under it. Now, I'll show you what I remember the engines looking like. What I remember the engines looking like, I'll be able to show you residue because photographs will change, right? But you know what didn't change? There's residue in video games. So these video games take a lot of effort. People do a lot of effort into making a PlayStation 4 game with these graphics. This is from a game called It's Just Cause 2 is the name of the game, PlayStation 4, and look at the engines under the wings. The people that designed this game and made the graphics for these planes, well, they made their models based on what they remember, and they remember the engines under the wing like that. But they're not like that in this reality. They never have been. There is one Boeing exception, I believe, one Boeing 737 that is an exception as far as commercial airliners. But as far as all the rest of the commercial airliners, they see if I showed people this and said, what's wrong with this image? They would say nothing. What do you mean? It's an airplane. What's wrong with the engines? They'd be like nothing. But in reality, the engines should look like what I showed you a minute ago, and they should look like this because this is how they've always been.
Yeah, that looks odd, though. You're right. It doesn't even really make sense looking at it that way. They look like they would just fly right off.
Yeah.
Jenny Murphy says that airplanes look ridiculous now. You're right. That does look completely ridiculous. Astrocrat said the same thing. Hold on. What are we doing here? Trying to squeeze back. Oh, I'm in my... Wait, let's see. You got to get you back in the screen. Where'd you go, brother? Let's see. There he is.
MJ says, is it just newer models? No, MJ, go back however many. You go back 30 years. I don't know how old you are, but you could go back 30 years. So if you've been on anything even partly new in the last several years or a decade or two, they've all changed. It goes back. Any of these changes, I say, they go all the way back. I know that's really hard for people to grasp, and they want to be able to rationalize this away. And there's always got to be something else. And that's great. Of course, you guys have to ask these questions. And I saw somebody wrote in the chat that their Bible still said judgment in 2 E's. It might indeed. I'd like to know what version you have. That's interesting. And maybe judgment, that word has not changed in every single version out there. But the changes, the big ones like the lion and the lamb have all changed to wolf in all of them. 2 or more gather have changed in all of them. Other changes of the KJV, the word matrix is in the King James Bible now about 6 times. The word planets is also in the King James Bible, Kings 2:23-5. It used to say constellations or wandering stars in most of the other versions. It now says planets. So some don't hit them all. Maybe I was mistaken and judgment is in every version, but I did believe that it was. So there we go. Automobiles, almost every automobile. Oh, the Mandela effect with the Heisman Trophy. That's the one I covered. People want to know. So college football, the biggest award is the Heisman Trophy for the college football player of the year, okay? Now, the trophy used to be like this. It had a foot in the air and then left hand out to the side, left leg in the air, left hand out to the side. The Heisman Trophy now has both feet on the ground and the hand out like this, almost like a stop sign, okay? The actual trophy's changed. I just did a video on it, and, man, there's so much residue. Nearly every college football player coming, late in the season, if they think they're in the bid for the Heisman Trophy, well, when they do a touchdown, what do? They get in the end zone and they do the Heisman pose.
Yeah, you put the leg out.
It's unbelievable.
Wait, I remember.
Yeah, well, the trophy now is like this.
Raheem Ismail wins the Heisman Trophy. Remember that? Raheem Ismail. And he went.
Yeah.
That's a famous pose. It's never been that?
Now it's always had both feet on the ground and the hand is forward, okay? Another famous thing that's changed, the Michelangelo statue of Moses. Moses now has horns on his head and they are growing, okay? The Sistine Chapel, there's a painting on the roof of the Sistine Chapel, on the ceiling, I should say. It's on the inside of the Sistine Chapel. And it's called The Creation of Man. And it depicts Adam's hand reaching out and God reaching down to him like this with their fingertips. Well, it changed a few times where man was even with God. And now Adam, his fingertip is actually slightly higher than God's. On the roof of the Sistine Chapel, it changed. King Henry is famous for having a turkey leg in his hand in his painting. There's never been a turkey leg in the King Henry painting. There's all sorts of like artwork changes and things like that. I'll stick with what I'm more versed with. So let's move on to automobiles. Everybody has automobiles. There's so many changes. Nearly every auto manufacturer is Mandela affected. I'll give you a few, and I'll give you my biggest one and why. I'll start off with some of the smaller ones for me. Kia. Now this is a patent that goes with the Mandela effect. A pattern. I have an accent. A pattern. So one of the patterns we see is that the fonts have changed on a lot of lettering. Not an update. We get it. It's 2000, whatever. They change fonts. We get it. Okay. But I'm talking about when I tell you what these automobiles have changed, you could have one from 20 years ago. I want you to go outside and check the emblems and come back in and tell me I'm wrong. Okay. So the Kia logo, Kia, the way it's spelled, K-I-A, it's no longer spelled with an A. It's spelled with what's called the lambda. It's like an upside down V. It's like an A with no line through it. So if you own a Kia and you go out and you look at your emblem on your Kia, it will not have an A. It will look like an upside down V. The Ford logo has changed all the way back in the past. I don't care if you have a 1958 Ford. The Ford logo now has this curly Q thing on the F that it never had before, and some other smaller changes I'm not going to address to make it confusing. But the F has a curly thing on it now. Now, that was never there. And if you say, well, mine doesn't have it, we'll go outside and take a look. Your F is going to have this curly thing on it. And that was mimicked after Henry Ford's signature. Henry Ford's signature, well, I've shown residue. He doesn't even have that curly thing on it. We'll continue. Okay, Volvo used to have this circular logo. It now has this arrow that sticks up diagonally through it. It's always been there. But the big one for me is Volkswagen. There's two Mandela effects with Volkswagen. Volkswagen, the big Mandela effect with Volkswagen that people know is that the logo was a V and a W and they were merged together. And now they're split apart. The Volkswagen logo has this big gap in it. That's what most people talk about. And that's big for me. My first car was an Acura Integra, but my first brand new car shortly after that was a 1997 Volkswagen Jetta GT. Now, not only did it have an emblem that didn't have a brake in it, I used to try and order different parts for, right? Like different headlight covers and stuff you do when you're like 19, 20 years old, right? So you look in the magazines and stuff. Yeah, they had magazines back then. And you would look in the magazines and there would be two different spellings for Volkswagen, because if you got parts from Germany, and I assumed maybe some other countries in Europe, but I definitely knew in Germany, if you got parts from them, the Volkswagen was spelled Volkswagen, W-A-G-E-N. And my car was Volkswagen, like the regular way you would spell wagon here, W-A-G-O-N. There were two spellings. One was German, one was American. Now, the spelling that I knew for my own car is gone. There's never been two spellings for Volkswagen. There's only been the German spelling. So all the American cars, if you own one, it says E-N and not O-N on it as well. That's a big one for me.
Wait, I had a GW. I have a VW Golf, 1986 diesel. You're telling me, first of all, I remember my logo. They were connected, but then you're saying that it was always Volkswagen GEN.
Yep, your own car, if you still have it, or you could track it down, or if you have any friends that have one, the logo will be split and the spelling will be EN.
Wow, that one's
crazy. I even found a guy on Huntington Beach, same place I showed the C-3PO, right? They had this little like flea market type thing, and this guy's out there, and these videos are on my channel. For anybody that's listening, my main channel is Brian S. Staveley on YouTube, and if you just look at the second playlist, Mandela Effect short list. The first list is all my videos. I put everything, including those, on the Dose of Reality list, but the second one is my Mandela Effect short list. So I get there, and this guy is
all the links are below, by
handmade.
the way.
Yes, thank you. Because I do live shows on my backup channel, so please sub them all, please. Or you won't get my new shows. You'll just get short videos here and there because of YouTube stuff. So this guy's making these handmade Volkswagen things, and he's got all these beautiful paintings that he drew of all different products and stuff all over his wall. And well, he's got the Volkswagen buses or whatever he made, and he's making them with the logo the old way it used to be. And I filmed them, and I asked them, and I talked to these people, just like on the beach. I walked up to people and asked them about Isaiah 11:6. They all told me the lion, blowing their minds on the street. So I'm trying to talk to this guy. I'm like, so you're really familiar with this, right? I mean, he's got a passion for making these miniature Volkswagen buses or whatever they were, and he's making the logos the wrong way. Well, they're not the wrong way to me. They're the way they always were. But we all have this memory of the logo being together. Another thing with automobiles, every automobile in the United States had a message on the rear view mirrors. It used to say objects in mirror may be closer than they appear.
Yep.
You go look at, if you go look at your car now, it does not say maybe, it says are. So it's not like they may be closer. It's are closer. Like now it's a definite thing. So objects in mirror are closer than they appear. Not objects in mirror, maybe closer than they appear. And it's not because they redid the mirrors. You could pull out that, 20-year-old car that you have or whatever. It's going to say objects in the mirror. I also remember yield signs in my reality were yellow. They used to be yellow, but now they've always been red and white since 1971. Since 1971, they've been red and white. I was born in 1977, but I remember yellow ones. I need to get a drink and just go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, you know
Can
what?
I step away for like
Why don't we do this? I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to pop on a clip. We could both grab a drink and come right back. But I remember the same thing yellow because I was born in 78. So we're both in the same plane. Let me do this, guys. I'm going to pop this on, give us both a chance to grab a quick bite. You saw the first one, which was telefriferin. This one is a little something called... I'm just going to pop this one on. This was the other moment where I yelled at somebody back screen. Again, there's nobody on at all, guys. This is just me alone here.
Awesome.
This character that I
And you got 218 people here.
Oh, my goodness. Guys, check this out.
220 now.
That's amazing. Guys, we do each day we have live comedies. I create them in the moment. And this is one of them. This is actually in between where we were filming something called Supermark. Check this out.
Totally dizzy now. So, okay, we move forward. So, let me get ready here. Sandra, did we get rid of Sandra? Can you see she has the special sheen? Just spray it. Yeah, tell her to come. I'm going to take a 5 here. Yeah, no, just tell her to come and do it right now. Whoa. The Renaissance family doesn't care. They're fine with that. They understand that this is a production and that this is really a multi-billion-dollar production and the numbers are all BS. They know. They understand the whole world is tuning Truman Show. Yeah. Come on. Just get over here and just make me look a little better, okay? Come on, seriously. What are we doing? Do you want me to really look like Super Mark or Superman for this part? Or do you want me to just pretend? Sandra, I mean, seriously, I'm going to report you to SAG. AFTRA, I may even call your parents and just tell them that you're not doing the job. You're not doing the job that you should be doing to support this production. So I guess so I'm doing it myself? Randy, am I doing it myself then? Because Sandra's not coming out to do it. She doesn't want to. You just want. So you're going to direct this whole production, and you want the talent to do their own makeup and hair? Randy, just seriously, just nod if that's what really you're thinking. I see the eyes that you're making. They don't look right. Like, I think you know it's stupid. Like you're saying to yourself, yeah, that is pretty dumb, right? Just nod, say yes, that's right, Supermark. We know it's very stupid. No, Sandra, I don't want to hear it anymore. If you can't come over and beautify Supermark before the next scene, then just go and do you, okay? Well, I'm going to call my husband. You can't call your husband after you come here and do the sheen and get me ready for the next shot? I just don't understand why I'm sitting here. You're over there saying you're about to make a phone call to your husband. Randy's okay with it. Randy, the production suffers when we don't have good hair and makeup, okay? The production suffers when Sandra decides not to be the Grammy-nominated whatever she is. What is she, a Tony? What did she get? What did she get? Well, Randy, what did she get again? No, not the venereal disease she got. What was her award that she won in that last production she worked on? A Tony, yeah. She doesn't deserve one in my eyes. Look, she's gonna put this production's going down and down the tubes very fast. Randy, I'm telling you what, this is my last production with you. Supermark no longer lives on. It's either you or me, Randy. I'm calling the studio. It's either Randy directing or me as Supermark. I'm seriously, I'm absolutely not going to stand for this anymore. You got me here doing my own hair. You have a makeup lady. She's supposed to do my hair and makeup. She didn't mean to call my husband. How's he doing? Sandra, how's your husband doing? Well, it's been 4 minutes. I've been here vamping, talking to Randy. You haven't even called him yet? I don't even know what to do here. Look, I'm getting paid by the hour here anyway. AFTRA standard. SAG. I'm getting minimums, but I'm getting minimums. You can call your husband. Do whatever the hell you want. Randy, just call action. Let's go, Randy. Fine. I'll do it myself. I'm sick of this garbage. But I'll tell you, last production I'm working with you, you're like, I can't deal with this anymore. You guys get $1 billion to make this? You give me SAG minimums? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, without further ado, because apparently Randy's okay with it, she's calling her husband. Yeah. Oh, he's doing okay? Great. That's great, Sandra. No, don't worry about it. I don't need you anymore. I did it myself. No, don't bother. You stay there. Put your feet up. Don't you see I look okay? I sheened myself. Yeah, I sheened myself. You stay there. Randy, come on, give me the action. Come on, let's go. I'm ready whenever you're ready, Randy. I don't want to hear it later on replay. When you're watching this, Randy, and you're like, wow, a Supermark's hair had a bell thing going on the sides. I told you, Sandra didn't give a crap. She's calling her husband. You are over there like, that's fine, Mark, just go. Excuse me. Then you're going to call me back later and say we have to do retakes. I'm not doing retakes. This is a one and done situation for Supermark, especially with the way you're acting over there, Randy. I can't stand the attitude. Let me get into the moment, Randy. Don't just yell action until I'm ready to go. You got me flustered there with this. I just need a second, okay? I'm going to do Om Mani Padme Om, okay? And when I get to the end of that Om, you yell action, I'm ready to go. Ready? Om Mani Padme Om. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Randy. I know you do your best over there, but really, you should never tell me to wait. Okay, first of all. Secondly, if she's supposed to do the hair, get her to freaking do my hair, all right? I'm done with this. Now, Randy, are you going to set this scene up? I think I look a little too large to be here in Times Square. I see people over there. I'm about 86 times the size of them. I think we have to make me a little smaller, Randy. Why don't you set that up for us? Oh, you don't want to do it? You want me to do that too? Unfreaking believable. This guy. Yeah. No, yell, action, clap, whatever the freak you want to do, Randy. I'm ready to go now. God almighty. Hold on. No. Of course, you don't have wardrobe doing anything. She's still talking to her husband. I got it. Hold on. I got it. Give me a second. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How's that? Is that good? I think that's good. Randy, I'm ready when you're ready, okay? Action. Did you say action? I didn't hear you say action. You got to say it louder. I'm sitting here in Times Square. Are we calling it Metropolis for this scene? Yeah, it's Metrop. Okay. Here we go. Yell action again.
Okay, quiet on the set. Action.
It's Supermark. I'm here in Metropolis. I have a meeting to sell that building right over there. Mamma mia! I am the greatest real estate agent on the planet, and I will get the buyer to say, Mamma mia! Let me get back on here. Brother, you back yet? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
So guys, that's a silly thing we do here once a week. I have a Supermark and a Batmark outfit, and we basically are creating live movies each week. They're all improvisation. I figured they're just kind of stand-up comedy, like live, stand-up comedy movies. They're stupid.
Okay.
What the hell?
I'm so glad you did that skit. I'm so glad you did that skit because I got a great Mandela effect for you.
Let me hear it.
So the two characters, what's the name of the movie that they're both in that came out, what was it, 7-8 years ago, a few years ago, where they're both in it?
I call it Supermark versus Batmark, but it was Superman versus Batman.
What's the real?
Batman versus Superman. Superman versus Batman.
You're wrong either way, because that's another pattern with the Mandela effect is now it is appropriate English to take a VS that was the verse symbol, and now it's just a V. And that movie is affected. If you look at the Superman versus Batman movie, which I'm sure you're pretty familiar with, you're doing this whole skit about it, and you just told me, it now says Superman v. Batman and not verse. That's also in the movie Ford versus Ferrari. It's now Ford v. Ferrari instead of verse. So another little pattern that's changing.
Wow. Yeah, that one's very odd because I know I've seen Superman versus Batman, and it definitely was VS. Now it's V?
Now
it's V? Wow.
Yep.
Like, these things are so odd. Like, I feel like it's
crazy, right? And there's so many. There's so many you have no idea, even though, you've been, you know the Mandela effect's real, and you say you watch the channel a lot. There's so many. It's unbelievable. I still got so many that I'm going to blow through and blow people's mind. I do want to mention a couple Bible changes I forgot that people did remind me in the chat. The golden rule is gone from the Bible. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's not in any Bible. It's changed in every single version. There are words that are close to it, but nowhere near the same. Same goes for judge not, lest ye be judged. That's also not in any Bible anymore. Also, the Lord's Prayer is completely butchered. There are a few rare Catholic versions that haven't changed, but other than that, from what I've seen, all the major versions, KJV, NIV, ESV, all of these, the Lord's Prayer has several changes in it. Now the Our Father who art in heaven is which art in heaven. Also on earth is now in earth. And where it says trespass and trespasses, it now says debts and debtors. Open the Lord's Prayer in your own Bibles, people.
You know what? That one's crazy. That one's crazy because the Our Father are just, you wouldn't expect that to change.
Yep.
Our Father who art in heaven.
A lot of changes.
Our Father
and I'm not even a big Bible guy, Yeah.
So it's Our Father. What is it now? Our Father.
Our Father, which art in heaven. And then the part where it says on earth now says in earth. And the part where it talks about trespass and trespasses now says debts and debtors.
So in
earth, when God created the heavens, it's now when God created the heaven. That's another case of the S missing, as well as the guy you just dressed up as. Not only did the S drop from the VS, his name on the original guy, the back in the day, used to be Christopher Reeves. Now he's Christopher Reeve with no S.
That one's weird. Look, Brian, first, I do want to be clear. This show is about truth. If I took my shirt off right now, it's not a suit. I'm just saying. But you're right. I remember Christopher Reeves, and I saw him in Stamford, Connecticut at, remember that show Stomp? It was like people grabbing like random stuff and making music. It was really cool, but I happened to see it in Stamford, Connecticut. He lived in Stamford, Connecticut, and he was in the wheelchair at that time.
He lived where? Where did he live?
Stamford. I think it was in Stamford, Connecticut, or he was somewhere around there because I watched the show Stomp, and he was there.
Did you say Stan? Did you say Stan, like Stanford?
Oh, no, with an M, Stamford.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
So we watched Stomp there, and I remember seeing, like, he was right there. He died maybe a year later, but it was Christopher Reeves. And then I remember, you're right, when I saw it switch to Reeve, I was like, what?
Yep.
And if you watch the movies, I remember watching the movies as a kid and seeing Reeves. Like
exactly. You know what? And I spoke about that, why it's so iconic, because in the Superman movies at the time when they came out, those huge graphics with the letters were very new. And so when it came out and it like spun around with these silver letters, and when they came at you in some of them and it said Reeves, and it definitely had the S. Also, Sally Fields is another one. She lost the S. She's now Sally Field. Julia Childs is now Julia Child. But one of the biggest name changes that I get everybody with, especially these people that I get real aggravated with people that deny these changes, but they'll talk about a lot of other topics and be like, oh, why don't people look at this? Well, why aren't you looking at this? Because I'm proving you're all affected. That's what I do a lot on my channel. People will see things on mainstream and stuff and send it to me for residue. But what I like is to show that other truth channels and whatnot and people on YouTube that have a following, that they're affected, because a lot of people, they do look up to people and they want some assurance before they look into something. It shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't have idol worship type of thing. But some people need that. They need that reassurance. They need their favorite content creator to talk about a topic or something before they'll look into it. So I love to point it out. And one I always get everybody with is the pastor in New Orleans that everybody knows with the mega church. What's his name, everybody in the chat? His first name is Joel. Type his last name.
Joel Osteen.
That one. And for me, it was always Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen. And I get everybody with that one. Now it's always been Joe Osteen. But the funny thing is, there's actually a book, an autobiography of his, that for some reason still exists where the cover didn't change and it still has an L in there. Now, some other ones,
because I'm affected by that one.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, and we aren't all affected by all the same ones. There is definitely something going on here. We are all affected by a slew of them, right? But like, for instance, a lot of people talk about the Darth Vader line changing in Star Wars. For me, that's not a change. So, not everybody is affected by all the same ones. But here's something that everybody will be affected by. What does the DEA stand for? And I want the chat and you to answer. DEA.
The Drug Enforcement Agency? No, the Department. Yeah, Drug Enforcement Agency. That's my guess.
Okay, and what does the chat think? We'll give them a second. And I know they're on a delay, so I'll give it like 10 seconds, and then I'll start to roll. You said Drug Enforcement Agency. I know it's the Drug Enforcement Agency. There's been so many TV shows and everything, and it's all over the news. You can still get all type of newspaper articles. And these are the type of things I show in my Mandela Effect short videos. I'll show clips of people in the media,
everyone's saying
celebrities. I'll show articles. And now it's not the agency, guys. And people, it's never been the Drug Enforcement Agency in this reality. You guys are all just falling for Brian Psyop, people will say. It's the Drug Enforcement Administration. And thank you for reminding me in the chat, Dredd. He reminded me the biggest food change, in my opinion, is Stouffer's stovetop stuffing. Oh. It's never existed.
Yeah, what's that
about? It's always been Kraft.
Oh, my goodness. No, Stouffer Stovetop was a commercial when I was in freaking, I remember watching Elf. Elf, wasn't there an Elf commercial where an Elf episode? Elf, what am I talking about? Alf. Remember Alf? The stupid dog from Alien?
Yeah, I remember.
They had stovetop stuffing. I think he talked like this, but he was Alf. And he had freaking stovetop in one of the episodes. I remember you got stovetop? You don't remember this commercial? Hey, I'm going over Tommy's. Oh, why? What? I'm having chicken today. Tommy's having stovetop stuffing. You're telling me there was no such thing as stovetop stuffing? Is that real? There's no stovetop
stuffing, but there's stovetop stuffing, and the box looks almost the same, but it's always been Kraft now. And at one point, there was another company involved, but has nothing to do with Stouffer's. So for the people, again, they remember Stouffer's, but they want to say the Mandela Effect isn't real. Companies can change. They can sell their products. Okay, show me the documented change from Stouffer's to Kraft. Oh, wait, been waiting for years. Another huge change. Most famous museum in the United States begins with an S. What would you say?
Smithsonian.
Second word.
Museum. Smithsonian Museum, right?
Begins with an I.
Oh, Institute.
Smithsonian Institute. Guys, if you remember the Smithsonian Institute in the chat, press 1. Because now in this reality, it's always been the Smithsonian Institution, like a place you put crazy people.
Whoa. Okay, yeah, no, that's weird. Because you and I remember Institute, right? Like, this is weird. I like the question and answer, the Q&A type of thing, because I'm just snapping off what my memory is, and it was always Institute. I know the museum, but Smithsonian Institute was never institution. That's odd. That one's odd.
Yeah, very odd. So a bunch of things changed around the time this whole situation the world's in right now, okay? Like I talked about the 2 or more gather being 2 or 3. These agencies are changing that are involved, like the CDC. Well, for me, it was the Center for Disease Control. Well, now for 40 years, it's been the Centers for Disease Control. Nobody started seeing that even pop up really until all this started rolling out. It was always the Center for Disease Control. I've shown so many books and documentation of it used to be in the center, including paperwork that came from them. Johns Hopkins University is now Johns Hopkins and Centers for Disease Control. So Sally Field and Christopher Reeves, who lost their S's, well, the Center for Disease Control and Johns Hopkins picked up on them. Also, another thing involved with the stuff that's going on right now is the HIPAA Act to do with people's, privacy with their medical information. It used to be HIPAA, H-I-P-P-A. It's now H-I-P-A-A. Also, other changes, another S change. Daylight savings time has never existed. It's always been daylight saving. Halley's Comet has never existed. It's always been Halley's with a short A and a double L now. Cliff Notes. People used to read Cliff Notes if they were late studying for a test. Well, that gained an S, and it's always been Cliff's Notes now. Another pattern with the Mandela effect is the changing of L's. Mark Hamill from Star Wars, he now has a double L on his last name instead of one L. Same thing with Sybil Shepherd on her first name. Jim Baker, the old televangelist guy, he now has two K's in his name. Jim Baker, B-A-K-K-E-R. Keenan Ivory Wayans, the guy that used to do the In Living Color show. Keenan, K-E-E-N-A-N, is now K-E-E-N-E-N. The group Belle Biv DeVoe used to be B-E-L. Now it's B-E-L-L. Chick-fil-A used to be C-H-I-C. Here's a good one. Chick-fil-A used to be C-H-I-C. Now it's C-H-I-C-K. Why does everybody remember it's spelled C-H-I-C when if you actually look at it from somebody from the outside that tries to say, oh, like, why would we take a word that's already spelled the way a common word is and then all drop the K off it? Chick-fil-A, everybody remembers Chick-fil-A. Well, you guys might not even know about this, but now it's always been C-H-I-C-K. It's insane, dude. Insane. Smokey the Bear, always been Smokey Bear now. Also, he's never had suspenders, and also he's never said he fights forest fires. All his stuff says he fights wildfires going all the way back. Beavis and Butthead. If you look at Beavis and Butthead, there's now a hyphen in Butthead's name. Butt-head. Butt-head. No bullshit. Kelly Blue Book. People used to look in Kelly Blue Book for used car prices. K-E-L-L-Y. Now it's K-E-L-L-E-Y. Gandhi used to be spelled G-H-A-N-D-I. Now that H has moved all the way at the end, and he's G-A-N-D-H-I. The famous toy store in New York that you saw in the movie Big with Tom Hanks, for instance, who's involved in more Mandela effects than anybody. F-A-O Schwartz. Now it's just F-A-O Schwarz. There's no T. Reminds me just like Charles M. Schultz losing the T, and now he's Charles M. Schulz. Also, the train station in New York, the famous train station, Grand Central Station. Well, now only the subway is Grand Central Station. The terminal is called Grand Central Terminal now. Always has been. So just wanted to rail some of those off, and then man, there's just so many directions to go from here. There's body changes. Why is a kidney punch illegal in boxing? Well, a kidney punch was illegal in boxing because it was, if you got hit in the kidney, they say you could die from it, and it was right here in your lower back. But now your kidneys are way up here, protected behind your ribcage, literally protected behind bone. Well, then what's the whole idea of the whole kidney punch being illegal and all that? Completely shifted. It's insane, dude. So there's body changes, too. I'm not going to talk about too many body changes because I'm not the best person to address those, but there are lots of them. Back to the Bible, the word banks are in the Bible. Jesus is carrying a couch. When Moses carries the tablets, he's now carrying tables. Wine bottles, wine skins has changed to wine bottles in the KJV. There's also English letter changes, like I said. So now in this reality, so for instance, if you were to take somebody's name that ended in an S, this is what I'm going to tell you I remember. Say somebody's name ended in an S and you wanted to make it possessive, like this book belongs to Tom Jones. Like you wouldn't put an apostrophe S after an S. You used to just put an apostrophe, right? So now it's proper English to put the apostrophe S. Like for instance, if you look at the movie Bridget Jones' Diary, it says Jones, J-O-N-E-S apostrophe S. And now that's actually correlates with the official changes in the English language now. That's proper English, just like some of the other spelling changes. For me, the word cemetery used to have an A in it. Now it only has 3 E's. There is no A in cemetery. It's cemetery now, 3 E's. Lots of residue for that one as well. You have any questions? I know I've been railing off a bunch of stuff.
Well, cemetery, it's Cemetary.
Not anymore. Now it's all 3 E's. Just like Keenan Ivory Wayans' name. And I also remember the word independence having an A in it. Now it's 3 E's as well. That's 3 examples I have of 3 Mandela-affected words that had 2 E's and an A, and now they're 3 E's. Keenan Ivory Wayans is Keenan, 3 E's. Cemetery was 2 E's and an A, 3 E's. And for me, independence. And there's actually, in the U.S. Constitution, there's residue of independence being spelled that way.
That's just crazy. Seems like a lot of the languages around us are changing.
Yeah, and the biggest spelling change for most people, and thank you, Kevin, in the chat, is dilemma. Dilemma used to be spelled Dilemna.
Yeah.
Now it's always been a double M with no N. There's no N in dilemma. There's no N. So we all just put a silent N in a word that doesn't belong.
What?
I mean, many people remember pronouncing it wrong on purpose. Dilemma, like so you would spell it correctly. It's never had an N. Look it up. It's Dilemma, and we're just supposedly all crazy and decided to put a silent N in the random word together around the world. Crazy, right?
That is odd. Dilemma. Yeah, I kind of remember an N being in there as well. Yeah, it's just crazy stuff because one of the things I remember when I was younger is I could just spell things really well. Even if I didn't ever see the word, just based on the way it sounded. And these things are now messing with my mind for sure. What else you got? Throw something else at me.
All right. So let me get to this page. All right, I want to talk about some cartoon or TV changes real quick, lighten it up a little. No, before I do, I want to talk about some other symbols. Huge symbols in the world have changed. This one will blow your mind. Ready? The dollar sign. If I asked you what a dollar sign looked like, what would you say? Describe a dollar sign to me.
It's an S with a couple of lines in it.
Okay, and describe a cent sign.
A which?
A cent, like a penny, 80 cents. What would you use for?
Oh, I would do a C with a line through that. A single line.
A C with a single line and an S with 2 lines. Now, what I'm going to tell you guys, the dollar sign has 1 line through it. And you can't, I'm not just saying pull out your phone that Apple could have updated or Google. Look at your physical keyboard. You can even look at your own typewriter. If you have an old typewriter in your house, the dollar sign has 1 line through it. Look at your physical keyboard right now. 1 line. I remember 2 lines. I know there was 2 lines. But now in this reality, it's always been 1 line, just like the cent sign. I remember the cent had 1 line, dollar had 2. Now the dollars only had 1. Look at your physical keyboard. Also, the swastika is now it's at a 45-degree angle for the German one. All the other ones still remain the same way. The German swastika is tilted at a 45-degree angle. Also, the peace sign is inverted. The peace sign used to be like this. That's why you hold your 2 fingers up like this. The peace sign's upside down now. Take a look at it. It's upside down. It used to be like this. Now it looks like a Mercedes symbol. It used to be the opposite of that. Cartoons, Shaggy, Scooby-Doo no longer has that iconic Adam's apple. Doesn't matter how old. Go pull out your old recorded VHS. Shaggy never had an Adam's apple. Pillsbury Doughboy never had a blue scarf. He's all white now. Mickey Mouse never had suspenders other than one exception of an episode. Curious George never had a tail now. Donald Duck now has blue in his eyes where the white should be. Carmen Sandiego now never wore a yellow trench coat. She always wore all red. Tom and Jerry's eyes are now green. Okay, Tinker Bell, I talked about her earlier, flying over the castle. She's not Tinker Bell anymore. She's 2 words, Tinker and Bell. But I got trademark and patent office residue that'll show you it was 1 word. Looney Tunes used to be Toons. Now it's always been Tunes, like instead of a cartoon, like music.
Song,
but why were the Tiny Toons named the Tiny Toons?
Good point.
They were the same characters. And then on top of that, the Tiny Toons have changed and they lost their S, and now it's just Tiny Toon Adventures. Hanna-Barbera was Barbara. Now it's Bera. Bera. Alice in Wonderland, Twiddledee and Tweedledum, those two guys that had propellers on their heads. Well, you better check that movie again because now they've always had flags on their heads. Oh, here's a couple good ones to do with food. Ready? And word changes. We talked about another word change for me is the word definitely. The A changed. There was an A in there that's changed. It used to be DEFINATELEYLY for me. The word a lot doesn't exist anymore. There used to be a word a lot. Like if you want a lot of something, ALOT. Now it's split. It's only A and lot, like a lot. Like it's really weird. The food, the spice, turmeric, TUMERIC. It's changed. It's now turmeric, TURMERIC, has an extra R in there. Check your own food cabinet, people. It'll have an extra R in there. How about this one? This one will blow your mind. Macintosh apples have never existed. Macintosh apples have never existed. They've always been Macintosh now, without an A.
What? Wait,
check it out, man.
Wait, it's not MAC?
Not anymore, man.
Hold on a second. I'll tell you what. I've got like an old school, like 1980 something back there. You want me to go grab it? Another one of those situations where I got something random in the back behind this black screen here.
I know it. You already grabbed your 1700 Bible.
I'm going to grab this Apple thing. Hold on. You talk for a second. You vamp. I'll be right back.
I'll talk. I got something I can talk about. Yeah, I'll talk while you do it. So people talking about California raisins have no more sunglasses. They don't. Also, the Raisin brand Sun has no more sunglasses. Also, Tom Cruise in the Risky Business movie, when he slides across the floor with the Ray-Bans on and the white shirt, he now has a pink shirt and no sunglasses. The Monopoly man used to have a monocle. Now he has no monocle. So there's a lot of Mandela effect action going on with people's eyewear and other accessories. Crazy. The American Gothic painting, the woman's looking way off to the side now. The Easter Island statues, a whole bunch of them have hats now. King Tut, his headdress, used to have his headdress, right? It used to have a serpent in the center of it. He now has a serpent and a raven, like a bird. There's a bird and a snake. And now his headdress doesn't look symmetrical. How many thousands of years old is that? It's not a media psyop. So there's that. I'll look for more questions in the chat too, and I have some more show notes I can bring up. Well, this guy's so I do want to say, guys, I do live shows that are not on the main channel, so please sub all 3 of those YouTube links you see in the show notes. If you guys could do that real quick, I'd appreciate that. I'm live tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, with Jesus Freak Computer Geek and Karen B. We do a show every Thursday night, and we alternate channels between the two of us. It's my turn this week. It's going to be on my channels. But it's going to be on the one that says the Dose of Reality Show. It's one of the backup channels. So to get the live show, please make sure you sub and bell. And we'll be talking Mandela effect, AI, demons, just a whole bunch of stuff. We talk about lots of topics. But if you want to stay just on Mandela effect, I have the Mandela effect shortlist on my channel, on my main channel. It actually displays on all those channels. Mandela effect shortlist. Each one is about one effect, and I break it down with loads of residue. I'm only showing you a little bit here and there. I'm talking, I pile it on in those videos for like 30 minutes and give you my take on it. So thank you guys so much. So tomorrow night live on the Dose of Reality Show channel on YouTube and also on Dlive and Twitch and all that.
I couldn't find it, brother. I don't know where it is. I cleaned up this basement, but I know there's a manual in there and it said Macintosh in there. So you're saying it says Macintosh now?
Yep, go try and buy them at the store or something. They'll say Macintosh. It's ridiculous, dude.
MIC.
It's totally ridiculous.
MIC.
MC.
Oh, MC.
No A, no vowel. MC. Macintosh. No A, no Macintosh. No Macintosh. We also see a lot of disinformation. So there's a lot of, and I'm not like talking about people with YouTube channels. I'm talking to. And this course is that, but I'm talking about the media. There's a lot of disinformation towards the Mandela effect, and particularly there's a few people that I think are highly involved. I do think that even these people whose names have changed and whatever, I tend to think that most of them actually don't know. But there are some people that I believe absolutely know. Number 1 suspect is Tom Hanks. Number 2 suspect is Sinbad. And for me, number 3 suspect, I have to say Anthony Daniels knows. and I think Sally Fields knows, and I'm sure there's others. But for me, those people definitely know. There's more Mandela effects tied to Tom Hanks than anybody. I mean, we saw Apollo 13. Now, for new people, you can just tune out what I'm going to say right here, because if you don't believe what I'm saying so far, because there's no way now that this next one I can prove to you. But if you were here observing it, you would see. The movie Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks, Houston, we have a problem. That got Mandela affected, and that changed to past tense, and it changed to Houston, we've had a problem. So all the Mandela Effect channels, of course, were talking about it. And then it flipped-flopped. It flipped back to the way it was, and all the content made when the change first happened, it all just disappeared. It all just disappeared. Everybody's videos and everything. And now it's back to the way it was. And we've seen flip-flops like that. The Chuck E. Cheese, for instance, keeps flip-flopping. You go by a Chuck E. Cheese, you never know if it's going to say Chuck E. Cheese or Chuck E. Cheese's. It's insane. Another one, Home Depot. Home Depot is now the Home Depot. It's always been the Home Depot. For some reason, even though it's never been Home Depot, in this reality, you can still find a couple stores that have the signs that actually say it. I took a picture of one. I actually went by one myself in California.
I feel like the one that
Insane what's happening.
I feel like the one that I have in my town is just Home Depot. But maybe there's a
go
the
check.
there. Maybe there's a the, and I just haven't looked, close enough. Tomorrow I'll take a look. If it happens to be, I'll take a photo of it and send it to you.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Yeah, but there's a lot of little definite switches, changes, just inaccuracies. I remember seeing a lot of these things as a kid that you remember seeing. I'm wondering, in a way, if something about our generation, 77, 78, if we happen to just have seen some things that, like, I also know the Fruit of the Loom thing. I remember seeing that cornucopia, like, as clear as day. Like, for them to say it never was there.
I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah.
For them to say it never was there.
I'm glad you brought it up. They actually, Fruit of the Loom actually filed for a patent on the imagery of the cornucopia. I've shown it in a video. Actually, a guy named Jacobian did some great work on that. If somebody can direct people to that video. Yeah, there's actually a patent that they had for the imagery of the cornucopia with the fruit in front of it. But supposedly, that's never been the case. The other guy I forgot to mention is Sinbad. And I know that people that are here right now might say, oh, because they're new to it. So they're going to Google things, right? And of course, that's what everybody does, right? You YouTube it. And the first stuff you're going to see, it's going to be all disinformation. And there's this Sinbad clip that supposedly, now, most people, including myself on this one, this is one of the bigger Mandela effects, I guess. It's one of the early ones, kind of like Berenstein, right? It's like right after that is Shazam. So most people remember Sinbad playing in a movie named Shazam in the mid-'90s. And then a couple years later, there was a Shaq movie named Kazam. Well, now they just tell us we've always mixed it up with the Shaq movie. There's never been a Sinbad movie. Well, Sinbad first of all, he's made all these hit pieces on us, calling us crazy. He's like, oh, there's still 3 copies of the tape, and if you have it, we're going to come kill you and all. Just mockery. Just saying you must be smoking crack in your parents' basement. Literally saying all this stuff to us, right? This guy's like total on chill. And then they made this video, College Humor and him in a video on April Fool's Day, 2018. They put it out. But they polished this thing up, and they made it look like they had found the missing Mandela affected movie that doesn't exist. And Sinbad himself, they actually paid him to be in it. So he played himself. He tried to pretend that he was like 30 years old rather than 50 or whatever, right? But he played himself. He dressed up in the genie suit. They got a couple kids to like try and make it like it was a scene from this movie that now never existed. And in the scene, they planted fake Mandela effect residue all throughout the movie. So people would say, oh, we found the Shazam clip and look at all this Mandela effect residue in it. And then they just came out and told you it was a joke after.
So I remember something about him. I do know that Shaquille O'Neal did freaking Kazam. I know that. But I remember Sinbad. Sinbad, first of all, I do remember also Sinbad was just the worst dresser, and he wore these freaking like genie outfits every time he do stand-up comedy. Like the idea was that the people would laugh at him no matter how bad his comedy was, at least the way he looked.
Yeah.
But I still remember him doing something stupid. Like he did something where he was like a freaking like Midwest, like the Cowboy Kid or something like that. But I also remember him being a genie. And I don't know. So so that never existed. The genie he was never a genie. He just looked like an idiot
Nope.
when he was doing stand up.
Just look like an idiot. And now they've remade Sinbad, right? This other movie with the superhero movies. And now in the second one, just because they want to troll us, they're giving Sinbad a cameo just so they can say he was in the Shazam movie. They've even said that they were doing it to like screw with us. Like they just laugh at us and everybody looks at us like, oh, there's nothing going on. They troll us in the Super Bowl. In the Super Bowl 2 years ago, Volkswagen made a commercial. They had an animation of a car rather than an actual car. And in the animation of the car, at the end of it, it went like this. It rotated on the screen. And as it came back in front, the Volkswagen logo wasn't broken on it. It was the old way. Another movie with huge changes is Back to the Future. Has huge changes. The guitar, when Marty goes to see Doc in the beginning of the movie, we used to have the electric guitar and he blows the amp. If you watch that now, he has this little mini yellow thing. It's like nothing like what he had. The flux capacitor is upside down and Back to the Future now, which is interesting, right? A lot of people, including yourself, you thought maybe some time travel theories. You guys could be right. I could be wrong. You know, I just have theories. I don't know what's causing it. And a lot of people correlate that maybe to Mandela effect, right? Well, the flux capacitor is inverted now. So like, for instance, there's a ton of residue I show in my Back to the Future video. One classic scene where you can see it all in one is when Doc reapproaches Marty and lets him know he realizes he's not a crazy guy and he really is from the future. And the DeLorean is parked out in the rain. And Doc comes over. He's like, I realized because last night I fell, I bumped my head. And when I woke, I had a vision of this. And he pulls out the flux capacitor. And it's the way it should be. And you can tell it's not upside down because it has print on it. But then when he shines the flashlight inside the car, the flux capacitor is inverted now in the car. Kind of like the peace sign is inverted and the Nazi sign is slanted. The dollar signs change. Here's another one. Back like 20 years ago, U.S. currency. Do you remember when they started doing big face bills and they started to put a blue stripe through the 20s and hundreds so people could look at it up in the light and see if it was counterfeit?
Yeah, like a hologram or like a 3D strip in there. It said like $20 across it. I remember that.
So anybody here, if you take the money out of your pocket right now, anybody has a big face bill, hold it up to the light. That strip will be broken in sections now. Look like somebody's typing a Morse code instead of being continuous all the way through the bill. Doesn't matter how old the bill is in your pocket. It's Mandela effect. It's changed.
Let me take a look now that you're saying that. Because I remember what it looked like. It was one strip.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to find an older one because just in case they didn't mess around with it. 2017, that's not too old. Let's see if there's anything older here. 2013, but at least is a couple years back. Let's just see. It used to be black too. Like you could see it clear. Now this is almost like I said, like this is almost see-through.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's weird is no matter how you look at it, it's in reverse. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look the way I remember it, but it could be that the bills have changed. They print out a freaking lot of money, these a-holes. That's all I know.
Yeah.
And then they don't give any of it to us. They're just like, whatever, we're going to tax you more. But
more.
You know what? There's also weird stuff.
Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, I'm just thinking a lot of weird stuff to me happens where we get affected by society too. Like I remember Spencer Gifts used to carry a freaking money clip, and that money clip had the two lines and the money sign. And I don't know if now I'm affected because I remember seeing those two lines at Spencer Gift. You know what I mean? And that's why I always see two lines because I had a money clip when I was 13 years old.
Yeah, but
freaking Spencer.
But
Gift.
now when you start looking, you'll see that it's not just Spencer Gift. It's everywhere with this residue. It's all over the place. Just like the American flag, I see the residue everywhere. The American flag used to have a red stripe underneath the blue. It used to have the red stripe under the blue on our American flag. It's the white stripe now. I've shown residue from everything you could imagine. It's everywhere with the red stripe under the blue. But now it's always been the white stripe.
That's amazing. You know, I don't had that. That was what I
and
saw recently.
there are lots of flags. The UK flags changed as well. So the Union Jack flag, if you look at the red stripes within the white now, the cross stripes that go like this, they're no longer symmetrical. They're offset. There's lots of flags around the world have changed, as well as geography.
You know, this is slightly off topic, but it's also, I think, somehow connected. We've been having a lot of disclosure lately on aliens. They've been starting to release it more and more. The government, oh, well, yeah, this is, we don't know what it is. Just the other day, they came out with another triangle craft that's glowing in some weird way. And is the Mandela effect potentially connected to this interplanetary connection that we haven't really been open to because we were left in the dark? And perhaps
I actually don't believe in aliens from outer space. So whatever we're seeing up there, they could actually be crafts, absolutely, from other lands that we're not allowed to explore yet, which actually is a thing. People really need to look into that. But I think that anything coming from the government on the news, it's 100 completely controlled. They're not leaking out information about aliens. I think what really is going on is there's supernatural and spiritual things that people are going to be observing, and they want you to dismiss it as something else.
Well, it could be either or. I mean, I've seen a few things myself that I can't explain, but except for the fact that there was something that's not from this plane, you know, or that from this world. And I think in general, my whole philosophy on life has been that there's so much more than we can ever comprehend. And ignorance is a word that we use to, you know, for the wrong reasons. But, you know, here's a good example. I went to Canada once, and I was there for just a weekend. And my friend and I met a bunch of people. And for some reason, there was only one person nice to us. Everybody else was a jerk. It was so weird. I'm like, why is everybody so mean to us? And this guy was really a sweet guy. And so we're trying to get, and we only met each other, but we got along. And we're like, geez, everybody's really cold to us. The one guy that was cool, he said, hey, why is everybody jerky to us? They go, well, you guys don't know, but here in Canada, we think that you're ignorant. And we said, what? Because we're both from New York. I was from Connecticut. He's from New York. He goes, we think that you from America are ignorant. And I said, excuse me? He goes, yeah, we believe that Americans are ignorant. I said, hold on. You guys have piled us all into one group and said we're all ignorant? I said, geez, that sounds really ignorant. And I started laughing and I said, we're people all over the planet. There are people. There are ignorant people. There are good people, bad people. There are intolerant people, whatever. But you can't group everybody into a whole. And this is the problem with the whole new concept of everybody's racist or whatever.
Problem with everything. It's the problem with everything. Even when you start to look into topics like these and labels, Mandela effect, or, you know, whatever people are, anti-vax or 9/11 truth or whatever labels they put on you, it always classifies you and groups you with a bunch of people that doesn't really define the individual that you are at all. And I hate labels. I hate when people do that, you know? Well, and it sucks. We are all one people. There's no different races of people. We're all one human race. We just look a little different because we live in different climates and stuff, you know?
Yeah, it's so funny. I love that you said that because I was laughing the other day. Someone said they was talking about the race thing. And I said, hold on. I said, so you were just born somewhere different than me. What? I said, so wait, you're born in Australia. I'm born in Connecticut. You're inferior. I'm inferior. I said, no, we come from the source energy. Okay. We come here after we come from the source energy. And then we're separate, but we're supposed to find a way to come together here on this planet before we go back to become one again. But here we have to find a way to become one. And right now, this narrative of division, hatred, you're not my friend because you look different. I love that you look different. I want everybody to be different because that's what makes this life so unique. And so I love that you're saying that because the world does categorize people based on one topic. And yeah, Brian Staveley's really interested in Mandela effect tonight. but you are so complex as a human being. You have so much to offer, and everybody's going to make a decision based on one conversation they heard you have. So I know what you mean. When people try to categorize something, this is what's been hard for a show like this. We had to change the name to Renaissance Man. You see, it still says Real Talk in the corner, because how do you explain a show that's live songwriting, comedy, inspiration, in the moment happening in front of your eyes, and inventing an instrument? This is a renaissance, because the darkness of this world will be destroyed by positivity. Whether it's my platform or another, we're going to destroy the darkness, and nothing can stop the light. These are things I've figured out. And if I show up every day and eventually people find the platform, then we're going to grow, and the world will start to change, because it starts one person at a time. And so I think it's interesting to me that you've taken such a cool topic and found so much amazing information on it. But I like when we talk like this, to be honest. Like, I love the topic, but I love when we just start chatting. You know what I mean? And just like get into, like, this is the stuff I'm into, is like how we are supposed to become brothers and help each other elevate through life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. And we're all about helping each other. Like, for instance, people notice, because I know obviously some people are going to sub and come over. Like, we're going to do the live show tomorrow. You'll see that, like, we have a huge community of people. We spread love like you guys. And I open up the phones every night, and all my people, we call in, and everybody gets to talk for like 10, 15 minutes. I give everybody a platform to share what they're going through or ask questions. You know, I don't just talk about the Mandela effect. I talk about a lot of stuff. I'm going to try to focus mostly on this tonight, because when you start to introduce too many polarizing topics at once to people, then it's like they kind of have to believe them all, or they want to just shut you off, you know. But you'll find that we connect a lot of dots on my channel, and you're going to meet a lot of great people. You might not know this, but, you know, my co-host Karen, who I also live with here, you know, she threw 3 events this year during all this nonsense. And, you know, the last 2, I mean, we had 450 people under one roof. Nobody's wearing a mask, not even employees. Nobody's giving us any nonsense. And we're all just hugging each other, playing music, just having a great time. And that's what it's all about, man. And I can see you guys vibe really good over here. I appreciate it, man. I think we're going to.
Where do you live right now?
I live in North Carolina right now, but over the last year during all of this, I've spent about half my time in California and half here. I flew back and forth on 4 different trips. So that's what I've been doing during all this, and trying to get people to not live in fear, and going out and telling people to live their lives. Basically what you're doing, very similar, just in different ways. I was actually hitting the street, which isn't, you know, something I usually do. For the most part, I'm behind the microphone like this as well. And, you know, I really try to get people to not live in fear, and to get people to bring out their creative side. A lot of people in my community have started, you know, making music and stuff like you do. You remind me a lot of our friend Christian. I think you guys would jam together. It would be awesome.
Well, we got to get everybody on beat seats. You guys have to see, it's the first drum for singer-songwriters. It's been hard for me to get it out there, because just like being shadow banned here on Renaissance Man, my instrument is shadow banned because it's so much better than a cajon. A cajon is very uncomfortable to play. You got to bend over to play it. It has 1 panel. I have 4 panel. I mean, I'm sitting on it right now. I think you heard it. You can't, that's a freaking drum kit underneath me, and I'm sitting upright. So you can order one at beatseat.rocks. In fact, I'll pop this on the screen. But yeah, this is what I'm finding. Like, even yesterday, Becca, she's probably here in the chat. She just ordered one yesterday. And it is an energy builder. Just real quick, I want you guys to understand something, especially you musicians out there. It is the first drum for all musicians, but if you happen to know anybody with a special need or anybody with autism, it's a sensory therapy drum. This drum affects real change in people. I saw a little 6-year-old boy go from timid to smiling when he started playing the beat seat, because it vibrates underneath you when you play it. So if you know anybody with autism, the one thing I would say is they don't have a tool or an instrument for everyone with autism. They're still trying to fill those gaps. The beat seat is that gap. And it just has so much tone. I mean, no matter where you hit it, it sounds different. So keep it in mind. They're not a lot of money. I think they're $350. I hand build them. I sign them and hand build them and send them out. And I have a patent on it. So that's the problem why it's been so hard, is the big guys like the drum workshops. These guys, they can't make the beat seat because I have the patent. And they want to shut me down because they have a lot of cajones they have to sell, but it's crap. The cajon is crap, guys. It's sorry to say, but I built one, and that's the reason why I invented the beat seat. Those cajones are not designed for guitar players. My beat seat is shaped like a horse. It's crazy. But anyway, we're going to get into more of that later, especially whenever we finish up here. I just want you guys to know into the chat, don't go anywhere. We're still playing another song or two. I'm going to play you a couple more pieces of comedy before we end this night. Don't go anywhere. We're not done yet. We usually do about 3 to 4 hours every night.
Well, you've seen me. You know how I am. I do the same. So it's we can go for a little bit longer.
Yeah, we flow.
I would like to take a break. I would like to take a 5-minute break soon if we could. Then we can go longer.
What you do is when you do that, I'm going to play another bit for them. I got a funny bit. I did a piece of comedy I wrote when I was 19. I finally accomplished recently. So if you want to do that, whenever you want to do that. How about we do that? And I just ask you a couple things. Everybody, please, just if you can, give my channels a sub now, including my backup channels, because I'll be live on my backup channel tomorrow, not the main. I appreciate that. And as far as your beat seat, could you put the link in the chat? Some of my people are asking for a link. And could you audibly tell people the website so when I put this video on my channel, they're able to easily find your product? Absolutely, guys. It's a beatseat.rocks. BEATSEAT.rocks. And it's the first drum for all musicians. I'm going to quickly, while Brian just takes a couple minutes here to chill it out, I'm going to go over to the main screen. And let me do this. I will actually see if I can bring you. Sonny! I'm going to go over here for a second. Now, what I want to share with you is that when I was 19, I had this idea. The idea was that I was going to... This is the beat seat, guys, by the way. Look, it's like... You kick it with your feet while you play. So anyway, this guitar's way out of tune. Okay. Now I found a pick. So. This is a hot tune I dropped the other day. Let me just play a little something over this for a second. I mean, we just live loop here and then come up with stuff. So we jam every night, guys. 39 songs released so far this year. We're doing an album a month, 13 songs on each album. There's one coming out in 2 days. Oh my goodness, I'm running out of time. I got to get it out tonight. 13 songs each month, and then we're doing two albums in December. There's going to be a Christmas album this year. There will be 169 songs released this year from the Renaissance Man Show. Just go to iTunes, check it out. Now, really quickly, I'm going to play you guys something here, okay? This is a clip. I said I came up with this idea when I was 19. This is a bit about the funny things we do on this show. When I was 19, I had this idea, like, what if you run an elevator in New York City, right? And I don't know if you guys have ever been on an elevator in New York City, but it's super quiet. People are extremely rude. Nobody's friendly. And I thought, how funny would it be if something like this happened? I just gave you the link if you guys can give it a share and a like. Check this out. This is called... What's up, everybody? It's Mark. All right, that's a good bit, but we're going to pass on it. This is called... How dare you fart on the elevator? Hey, how you doing? What's up? Oh, I'm on the screen here.
Hi, boys. How are you?
Like your shirt. Star Wars.
It is a nice shirt, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Did you?
I'm back.
Is that you?
It was clearly you. Oh my.
Did he just fart on the elevator?
Yes, he just farted on the elevator.
Disgusting.
Totally. Oh my goodness. Get away. Just get away from us. You're terrible. That smelly butt. Do you mind if I get closer to you? I'm sorry.
Hey, how you doing? What's up? Not much.
Curb your enthusiasm.
Hey, how's it going there, fellas?
Your shirt. Star Wars.
Star Wars. What are you, a little 7-year-old? How dare you? Are you kidding? Did you just...
Is that you?
You're about to get an elbow in the fudge. You can't fart.
Did he just fart
on the
elevator?
Yeah, he just farted in the elevator. I'm gonna stand closer to you. Disgusting is right. You're a pig. You ever been elbowed in the fudge? How dare you?
Hey, how you doing? What's up? Not much.
Excuse me, how you doing?
Like your shirt. Star Wars.
I'm not wearing a Star Wars shirt. What are you talking? Oh, him. Whatever. Are you freaking... Did you just...
Is that you?
It was you. Are you kidding? You want an elbow in the fudge?
Did he just fart on the elevator?
Yeah, he just farted on the... How dare you? It's disgusting is right. I can't think you. You can fart on the elevator? I'm gonna kick this guy. What are we doing over here?
Hey, how you doing? What's up? Not much.
Hi, boys.
Shirt. Star Wars.
It does have a nice shirt.
Whatever.
Oh my goodness. Did you just...
Is that you?
It was not... It was clearly you. Are you kidding me? You farted on the elevator?
On the elevator?
Yes, he just farted. Right. You're disgusting. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I get closer to you? This guy's gross. Get away. I'm gonna call the super.
Hey, how you doing? What's up?
Oh, hold the door. Hold the door. Can you push 8 for me? Thank you.
Like your shirt. Star Wars.
Thank you. Oh, him. Okay.
Whatever.
Oh my goodness. Are you...
Are you?
No, it was you. It was him. Are you...
Did he just fart on the elevator?
Yeah, he just farted right in the elevator. You're disgusting. Get the hell away from us. I'm gonna get close to you. Do you mind? You're a pig. Freaking rock and roller. Hey, how you doing? What's up? Not much. Like your shirt. Star Wars. Gentlemen. Is that you? What? The freaking elevator vibrated.
Did you fart on the elevator?
Yeah. This guy, seismic. Over here. What did you eat? What the hell? Oh, are you kidding me? You're freaking gross, dude.
My goodness. Okay. Oh, goodness. Guys, that is just insanity over there. There he is, brother. Sorry, man. I had to let that run through.
Oh, that's cool.
That is one of the silliest bits of the crazy 19 years old, brother. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm in New York City with my best friend at the time. And I'm like, buddy, how funny would it be if we did this? I get in the elevator with him and he screws the whole thing up because before we could even do anything, he like does the fake, he goes, dude, you farted in the elevator. It's quiet, man. There was like 15 people in the elevator. It was a perfect opportunity to do this. And he goes, dude, you farted in the elevator. And he ruined the whole thing, you know? The bit wasn't there. He didn't allow me to go, because that would have killed it. As soon as I did the fake fart, then it would have been like, okay, it's on. Anyway, so I'm glad to have I'm doing a lot of crazy stuff, like thoughts I had when I was a kid, I'm now bringing to life. Like another thing, I was 19 as well, driving in a rainstorm. And I see this,
dude, like wicked cool. You're like super creative, dude. It's wicked cool.
Well, I'm just trying to have fun. But this guy's name, Wayne Doppler, tallest man alive. Okay, just picture this. I'm 19, I'm driving in a rainstorm. And I think, well, imagine if you were the tallest man alive and you said that you got the weather first. And his name's Wayne Doppler, and he calls himself the Doppler 5000 because when it rains, he gets the rain that much faster. He's 8'9". He's in the Guinness. So now he's a character on the show. We've got him on a bunch of but I'm bringing things to life that I thought of when I was 19, brother. Like, I'm like, I don't care that now I'm 43 and I'm distracting the world from a crap existence. Because if we just go out there, we're just going to be miserable. At least that's the way I'm seeing. I'm not miserable because at least I come out here for 3 hours a day and just have a lot of fun, you know? But anyway, back to this. The fart scene is such a silly thing, but I'm glad at least I put it down. It's done. You know what I mean? I thought about it and at least it's like, okay, I accomplished. The other thing, Supermark. The only reason we're doing Supermark, when I first got my real estate license, I put these glasses on because I all of a sudden realized I couldn't see, and this is what I wear every day. I wear glasses. And someone was like, you look like Clark. You know how many times I heard you look like Clark Kent? Because I also wear... This is my hat. I don't wear regular hats. I like to wear fedoras. Fedoras. Yeah, tell me that it's a fedora. I'll be like, yeah, I believe the whole thing. But so... I thought, how cool would it be as a realtor to be like, fly in the air as Superman, and then as I come down, someone's waving, it's like, Superman, we need you to help us sell your house. That was my idea 13 years ago. Guess what I just started doing 3 weeks ago? Supermark. So it's like, I'm finally just doing it all. I'm like, whatever, man. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? We'll have some fun. Anyway, I'm glad you had a little break, and so did I as well. Got a little bit more beverage here. Let's get back into it.
Oh, you know what? Let me, no, I didn't want to, but because I only have 2 beers, but I might as well drink one now. I have
grab a Brewha, brother. Grab a Brewha. How's everybody doing in the chat? I just want to let you know, you guys are all loved. I'm here every single night at 9 p.m. And if Brian goes live tomorrow, you're going to probably be checking out the show over there, but we'll be here probably from 9 to midnight, if not later. If you want to pop back over after, I'll be writing some music. We have like 5 songs I still haven't dropped in the last 2 days. But
perfect. And I go live random, guys. I do have a Thursday show every night, like I said, and I just go live. Like, I go live a lot. You guys will see I have 1,100 videos, so like I have a lot of content. I already did a 2-hour show earlier today too, so you guys will see a lot of stuff. I just want to verbally tell people that might not be able to for their device, whatever reason. My channel's a Brian S. Staveley. That's the main. That's where you'll find the whole Mandela Effect short list. But the channels I'm going live on are called The Dose of Reality Show, and the other one is called Brian Staveley 3. If you search them in the YouTube search, you'll find them.
You know, it's funny. I was just thinking because I realized most people don't have a lot of videos. Like I just came up over 1,250 videos because I've been doing this for 849 days in a row. And then I drop 2 or 3 clips a day. And I've been shadow banned the whole time. It's funny. There's so much content the world has never seen. And I'm like, no one will ever catch up until I stop because I'm going every day pushing so hard on this. And it's just positivity and music, but there's tons of stuff to go back on. And I always say, like, I hope you tell your people the same thing. Like, no matter how you're ever feeling or when you need something, there's so much content you missed. And I can guarantee you it's all like this. Like I was on to 0 people for many days, still putting on this show for 2 hours and 30 minutes, whatever. Because in my mind, I was leaving messages for a future generation. I'm like, okay, look, Zuckerchooched. I have a couple names I came up with. Mark Zuckerberg is Zuckerchooch. Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Peloisin. She's freaking poison. Everything she touches turns to poison. President Xi is President Xi-hole. Yeah, he's a freaking Xi-hole. And then, of course, you have people like Andrew Cuomo. What do you call him? Andrew Cuomover. Are you kidding me? Chris Cuomover. So these are all names that we come up with on the fly here. But Joe Biden, everybody calls him Sleepy Joe. He's Sleep Sofa Joe because he's like a sleep sofa. But also I call him Joey Futon. So you could either get your futons and Joey Futons and sleep sofas from Sleep Sofa Joe. Look, my Aunt Judy told me, get your sleep sofas down at the Sleep Sofa Joe's Emporium. I had a joke that if he lost, he was going to open up a Sleep Sofa Joe's Emporium. Come down and get a sleep sofa, 2 for the price of 1. It's antiquated, just like Sleep Sofa Joe Biden. And, of course, he somehow stole it. Let's just leave it there. Oh, goodness. But I think what's funny here, we stay away from all that now because the Shadow Man is real. We know it. And I've pushed so hard to try to make the existence we're living in not happen. And I just got slammed in the freaking hole. Literally and figuratively, they slammed me in the hole. Those freaking YouTubes and Zuckerchooch. But you know what? The funny thing about it is you still, if you keep going and you don't give up, and like you're doing the same thing, you go live whenever you have a piece of content to share. I've now gone consistent. Every night it will be at 9, and then I'll drop content throughout the day, every freaking day. I just have so much stuff to we just create so much. But it's like, I don't know. It's a good distraction is the best way I think about it. Like you have content people need to know because there's a change going on. I want to distract you from the fact that there's a change going on. I want to distract you the fact that they're telling you we're all racist when we're not. I want to distract you from the fact that the lies of division are real, but what the most important thing that's real is the light that this show provides. So it's like, okay, we know we're fed crap, or you could be fed light and love and just go with it and be like, you know, I'm going to pop in every once in a while when I'm feeling down and just feel better when I leave. And that's why I'm hoping you're like, here again, you know what I mean? Not only here with me, but in the chat like you were last night when you want to just chill and listen to a piece of music or something, because every night it's blues music on the freaking Les Paul. And I don't know what I'm going to play.
Oh, yeah?
You know?
Yeah, it's cool, man. And I'll come back on another time, too. This is fun, you know?
Anytime, brother. Yeah, we'll have a lot of fun doing this. I had this other thought that I wanted to do with you one night. Wages is like deep into the solar and in the space weather. I thought we could do a cool Zoom one night where it's like 5 or 6 people. And maybe even if we can get Wages to talk to Scott from Planet X, maybe Planet X could come on and we could all just have like have a bunch of people on for a chat. I always thought that would be a really cool thing, like a group chat. You know what I mean?
It certainly sounds interesting. I'd be down to do that. Right?
I mean, so I don't know. We'll talk to, even if it's not Wages, but I'm just thinking like the idea of having a bunch of creators on for a chat would be pretty cool. And just to, you know, chat about any subjects, but just to have a chat would be pretty cool. Anyway, what else? Do you have anything else you want to share?
I do. I would like to talk about what I call the updates that people take, consciousness updates. It's very important. And I would like to talk about theories on this, and then we can start to wind it down if that works for you.
Yeah, brother.
So there's other things at play. So when it ties into theories, like for instance, I said, I think a lot of this is coming from the creator. It's also possible that we are manifesting some of the changes, and I'm saying it's possible. I don't know for either one of those. I tend to think there's a lot of that involved. A lot of people think it's from Satan. A lot of people think it's CERN, or they think it's the other theories, parallel universes, and other things I told you. Like, for instance, people, well, why doesn't Brian believe it's a parallel universe? Well, again, because if it's a parallel universe, the things I talked about, like the incremental changes that happen in front of us, like the Wizard of Oz incrementally changing or the Bible incrementally changing, well, that doesn't correlate for me with one jump and then everything's different, because that's not how we see this go down. I honestly do think it's 100% supernatural and spiritual. I mean, I know it's not a psyop or anything like that. It's materials changing. I mean, it's obviously supernatural to some degree. I do think that there is something from what you call the dark side or whatever. And when people are presented with the changes, you will present, even somebody like me who say I could present them. You see how I do it. I don't give people multiple choice answers, right? Usually they'll fill in the blanks and then I can say, see, and I'll do that. Not me necessarily, but people will do that. And what will happen is, people will be like, oh, well, yeah, I must have just got it wrong and misremembered. Well, that's a lot of self-doubt. That's what that is. That's not trusting yourself. A lot of that is caused by the stuff from the media and everything and all the stuff they've been beating you down with for years. But besides just that, like, those people are very prone to taking these updates. But there is something interesting that happens where people will say, like, for instance, and I haven't had it happen with Black Tom, right? But for instance, let's say it happened with Black Tom. Like, I approached somebody, hey, what's the first terror attack on U.S. soil? And they said Pearl Harbor, and that's what I always knew. And then all of a sudden, without me saying anything, they would correct themselves. And then, oh, no, wait. Yeah, Black Tom, 1916. Like, people have done that type of stuff to people. So I think that's coming spiritually from the other side. They say Satan's the father of confusion. I think he wants to confuse people when they see the supernatural, so they go back to sleep and living in this physical matrix of deception. So that's kind of where I'm at with what I think it is. I do think that it's speeding up. I think it's always been going on. You can look back in history. People as far back as the Hopis and the Sumerians have talked about things like this. I think it absolutely has increased. And of course, in the age that we're in now with the information and the tools that we have, of course, we can communicate better and verify things with each other and be like, oh, I remember but like that too. And I know that some deniers and debunkers think that that's all it is. And it's just because people have internet. No, my neighborhood changed. My neighborhood changed one day. It used to be called Centerville. Now it's always been Centralville. And it was crazy because it changed one day as me and my boss were coming around the drive-through, and the stone monument that said Centerville Memorial Park had changed to Centralville. Now, he didn't know about the Mandela effect. This was like 4 years ago, and I wasn't about to tell him. I wasn't comfortable with him like that, where I could tell him things like this. I didn't know what was going to happen. But he driving around the bend, and he looks up at the sign, and he's like, Centralville. I never knew it was that. I'm like, I just knew right then it had changed. And I've done a bunch of videos on that. I've called every business you can imagine in the area. I've even called City Hall, made them name the neighborhoods. I showed tons of residue from real estate offices.
You showed a picture.
Budget proposal.
You showed a picture from like 1958, I believe, a black and white picture from like 1958, 1968 of Centerville where it was spelled correctly. You remember that? Is that correct? I thought I remember seeing something on your site about that.
Yeah. There was some old postcards I showed, so that might have been what you've seen. And then this reality trolls us. It does. Like, this reality, again, in my opinion, these changes are mostly coming from the good side. The deception we're in is mostly the bad man's trick, if you will. And I think what we're trying to do is spiritually graduate from this realm.
Well, I agree with you on that.
It's been a test. Test.
I agree with you on that. I have a philosophy. Hopefully, the world takes on soon. But that I made up another word. This one's not as funny. But when we do for others, we actually are getting an immediate reaction to that act. But we also do something that I call soulfillment. We fill our souls with the kind acts that we do for others, and it's something that we will redeem at a future date. that we can't determine. We don't even know when. Each of us has a different level, a barometer, so to speak, where we fill it, and then we're good to move on to that next realm, as you're saying. And my philosophy is that we all have to do some soulfillment. And like I said, it's a made-up word. It's actually, I'm writing a book based on a made-up word, but it's based on what I've been doing for every day since December 31st, 2018. And it's about soulfillment. And it's about the acts, but also getting a further response from that immediate trigger that you get, that smile or whatever. Like, we don't even realize we're filling up like this other unknown bag of necessary acts, so to speak, for others, and that's what kind of leads us to happiness. I say, in a weird way, nobody understands we're being very selfish a lot of times, and that's why we're miserable. Like, when we start thinking outwardly towards those around us, and we start doing for others and trying to see others elevate themselves, that's when we elevate ourselves. And I think people miss that in the shuffle, and by the fact that they're always trying to distract us from this moment, right? As the biggest takeaway I have in my live, being live every day, is there's a few things you could do in life. You could think about every day that you've had that passed you by. You could say, oh my goodness, I could have done this. No, I should have done that. I should have said this. But you can't change any of that. Tomorrow, Brian and I know this, tomorrow we don't know if we got. But I know right now, right this second, I'm on with my brother Dose of Reality with Brian, and we're having a conversation. This is real. Everything else is fake. And so I'll live right here. You know what I mean? And that's where I find like that piece of soulfillment. You and I are trying to help people up instead of pushing people down. And this is the problem. There's no people, nobody's doing that anymore.
Society tries to. This goes all the way. I'll get off topic, off Mandela for a minute. I started my journey exposing the lies of the media and the fake fear that they push. Now, I'm not going to say anything to get your channel hit here, but that's where I started my journey. And then, you know what? After 5 or 6 years of breaking apart all the nonsense and these hoaxes and things, it's just an energy drain. And I'm so glad that the Mandela effect is happening, and I'm so involved with it because it's really helped me, because you just can't even look at that stuff. You shouldn't even look at the stuff that they're putting out in the media. And that's all the stuff I get into too, guys. So, but I've gone on that journey, and now Mandela effect is the most shocking thing I've ever seen. It's the most amazing thing I've seen. I'm a guy that'll always tell you there is no ultimate truth, and the Mandela effect isn't the end all be all. None of the truths are. They're all just pieces of the puzzle. I have some pieces to the Mandela puzzle. I don't have all the pieces. I don't even know what's causing it. I just have theories. I would love to have more help on it. And I'll kind of wind it down with this: is a lot of different people react to the Mandela effect in different ways, and some people might get scared. Just know this: the Mandela effect is a very serious thing. I take it very seriously. It's not just about Mirror Mirror and Curious George and Jif Peanut Butter and all this. And you'll find that when you come over to my shows, there's a chat of 100, 200, 300 people that all take this stuff seriously, and other things that are going on very seriously. And they're all a bunch of caring people, and you're all welcome to call in. You can call in and ask questions. You're going to meet a lot of great people, man. And so don't be scared, and just know that you're not alone. You're not even close to alone. And in fact, my thing that I say, and some people will disagree, everybody is Mandela affected. There are no exceptions in the world. There are people that'll deny it, but man, you get me alone with them for 10 minutes. You see how I can rattle off. There's nobody that's not affected by a ton of them. Everybody's going through it. Most people will deny it. And a lot of you guys are going to get frustrated when you go to bring it to people like maybe your parents or even your pastors, and you know that they see the changes and they will deny. It's very frustrating, but we're all going through that.
I hear you. You know, that's the biggest problem, is when you see something that you could see changing and everybody wants to just pretend it's not going on. It's basically like our current existence here on this, in this United States of America. The 4-year change, the shift, from, being a country that had an opportunity and then having to get someone out because the change that one person could afford on a country. I always said the 4 more that we would have had would have been, the swamp would have been on its way out, but the swamp was so powerful, it absorbed the man. And, You can't say anything else besides that, because look where we are. I just paid $3.50 today for gas. Yeah, I paid $2.16 about 4 months ago, guys. $2.16. I just paid $3.50 today. So, you know, the world is changing. We knew it was going to change. Nobody would want to be where we are today, but we are. But you're doing a great job trying to fill in the gaps for people who are looking for answers. And like I said, I'm doing my best. You could still even see right now, I get pissed off every once in a while and I say something, but I'm trying to stay away from all the politics, anything political I don't want to get into. It's just like, it's not worth it because, you know, I don't know. We just have to somehow live in the light always and realize that's going on. We just can't change it.
The politics, it's just all theater to give us the illusion of choice. It's all nonsense to me. I don't pay any attention to it. I never ever voted. I know you. I don't have any interest in any left right. So that's kind of, you know, some of the stuff we don't get into politics at all on my channel either. I think that's best. Irrelevant.
I think that's best. I just get bothered by the fact that there's so much division when it would be so easy for us to come together. And I think that's, you know, that's obviously engineered. We know that. But the problem is the world continues to eat it up and stays at each other's throats. And I was saying this today. I got nervous. I drove through a city in my state that's considered one of the most dangerous cities in the country. And I'm like, what am I doing driving through this city right now? Like, I could just get back on what am I doing? Like, somebody right now, it's such a dangerous time to be around outside. People are just like, oh, look at that guy. I don't like the way you looked at me. I'm going to go and hit him with this brick. I mean, it's crazy out there. I turned around, got back on the highway. I have no interest in evil finding its way to me. It does every single day. And I continue to try to find a way to just push it away with positivity. But those situations, someone with a knife, gun, blah, 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 you see what's going on these days. It's like you can't defend yourself. You can't act on behalf of somebody else who's being threatened with a knife, a gun, whatever, without the narrative all of a sudden becoming the narrative. And I'm sad for us, really. I'm sad for us, really, because they've gone ignorant as a country. Everybody's blanket again. Oh, well, you guys are all this or you guys are all that. And I hate these people as a whole and that. Oh, everybody's unique. You don't like that guy? You don't like that girl? Good for you. You don't just kind of corral us all.
They don't like them. They had it drilled in the head of who they don't like or what's funny or what they're supposed to hate. It's crazy. It's crazy how easily they're manipulated and they put these like ridiculous things to make their fake racism in the news and all this, and people just buy it hook, line, and sinker. Man, I watch my family members argue over like these issues that are just fabricated. Man, it's so depressing, man.
Well, you know what this reminds me of? So the other day I was asking somebody who was born before us, right? And I said, I can't understand why anybody would follow Charles Manson and be like, yeah, okay, I'll go and murder people. Like, who the heck would follow some idiot like that? And the person I spoke to who was around then said he was so charismatic. And the way he spoke to his followers, and he was hanging out with like George Harrison and hanging out with the Beach Boys, and he was friends with all these people. And then people were following him. I'm like, who the hell would follow this crazy dude? And they said, there's a lot of weak-minded people out there who believe whatever they're told. And I started realizing that was in the 60s, and now we're here 60 years later. Nothing's changed. You still have a lot of people who believe the first thing they hear, and especially when they think it's the news, it must be real. That whole CNN stuff right now on Project Veritas is amazing. They're finally saying what we already knew is true, which is all propaganda. Propaganda. Now they're going to push the climate change thing, they said, because the CV thing is like whatever. Like, we knew what they were doing with CV, you know? That song I wrote last night, Mandate This, I didn't intend to write a song called Mandate This, brother. But you know what?
Well, yeah.
These stance keep coming out in the songs in the moment. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. We're in a country where you should have the ability to make your decisions. You should be able to research what you want. You should be able to say what you want. If someone doesn't like what you have to say, then they could tune you out. but we don't need a Zuckerchooch being arbiters. I don't think people could listen to this or should listen to this, so let me take it off the internet. Like it's a very dangerous time to be alive and wanting to be able to speak freely, I mean, you're not going to get hurt physically, but they're just taking your voice. They steal your voice. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Like, this is awesome. We could talk about topics, but I'm not getting into any of that anymore. But it bothers me that they shut people down for just wanting to speak freely. I mean, I had a parody show and they shut it down.
Yeah. That's what I did all of last year, was try and go out and convince business owners they shouldn't shut down and everybody should live freely. And me and Steffi were going everywhere, showing everybody that and trying to get people to take off their stupid face diapers and all that. And I actually successfully took 13 flights during the pandemic with no mask. Wow. And I was actually able to show a lot of people and get them to come to our event with no mask on their flight and give other people inspiration to do that. So that's the type of stuff we're about.
And you never contracted the SIV, right? You never contracted SIV, right? I call it the SIV because...
No, dude, come on. Yeah, there's literally nothing different than any other. Yeah, it's just the flu reclassified. And no, I'm not sick. And we had gatherings, like I said, we just had one with about 300 people 4 weeks ago. Nobody's sick. We had one with 450 people, all under the same roof. Nobody's wearing a mask. Nobody's sick. Wow. Everybody's fine, because once you turn off the TV, you turn off all the, all of it. It's nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers don't make sense. Like, we had less death than the year before. And like, if you look at, it's just, the whole thing is just a great narrative for them to be able to, here's what I'll tell you this. This is, again, we're kind of talking out there anyway. I could say this. I've been talking about this for a while, and my wife thinks I'm nuts when I say this, but let's call it 3 to 5 years, AI takes over everything, automated everything. We have no jobs for all these humans on this planet. What do you do with all those bodies when they have no work? I don't know. Maybe we can just somehow force them to take something that's really not safe, but we force them to do it. We have to be really quick about it. Let's get a guy in there who's asleep. So look, my Aunt Judy told me, take it twice. I put it in my arm. They didn't really stick me, man. They just pushed me down the stairs. Like, that's what's going to happen with him. Kamala Chameleon's going to push him down the stairs.
But this guy I know, Tommy, his name's That Flat Fellow on YouTube. So he snuck into a Walmart that was a vaccine place the other night. And everybody's all standing apart with their masks on, walking around like zombies. And he actually filmed 3 people being taken out on an ambulance, and everybody else is still going in there and getting their shots as people are being taken out in an ambulance.
Oh my God.
Repeatedly.
That's insane.
They don't care. They have no will anymore. They don't think. And that's why what I say now is, I used to have hopes of waking up the world, everybody's going to realize the lies of this. Everybody's going to realize, and it just never happens. And I still will always speak truth and try and wake up family members and friends and anybody that'll listen. But we need to focus on being positive and making positive changes in our lives and dealing with the people who care. And if 2020 ever showed me anything, that's what it showed me this year, is I need to make changes for myself and get away from this matrix system. And that's basically what I've been trying to work real hard at now on a personal level. Whereas through the rest of the years of my truth journey, I really put myself last, which isn't good, and I did that all the time. And I'm not doing that anymore, because a lot of these people, they don't want help, and they're not all coming back from this, man. And that sucks to say, but they're not. There's nothing left upstairs. They don't have any critical thinking. They don't have any will to do anything, and they don't care if they're lied to.
No, I hear that, brother. And I think it's interesting to see that, the shift, the total shift. And I don't know. I think you're right. People are not coming back from this. And this thing that scares me most is when they talk about stuff that 6, 9, 18 months from now is when it really goes bad. I saw something the other day where they said, imagine you have these non-specific fighters within your body, like your front line of a football, and all of a sudden they try to come through the line. They're all going to attack. And that's your best chance of stopping this thing. But what they've done with these is made a specific gene they've put in your body with this RNA thing, right? And I don't know if this is accurate, because I'm going to probably get tagged with crap, whatever. But it's specific now. Let's call it X's. Well, if this thing is one of the other 15 strains that came through, why G, whatever, it's going right through. Where your non-specifics would have stopped it, now they're rendered inactive. This is the thing that really scares me. Do they render them inactive from the common cold, from the common other flu, from anything else? And now all of a sudden you have no white cell production against these things because it's only fighting one form of CV? I don't know. That's what's scary. That's what's really scary, if that's what happens here. And then now you have a mass die-off when the first real flu comes through a year from now or whatever it is, or let's even call it like a common, simple cold, but nobody's fighting it off anymore because of this. And now you have this in the next 3 to 5 years, we're losing 7 bill. We're losing, remember that whole, the Georgia, what are the Georgia stones? What do they call them? The guide stones? They should have
guide stones.
500 million people.
Keep the population up at 500,000 or something.
Yeah, 500.
Or was it 500 million?
I think it was 500 million.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's lots of weird stuff going on we can't fully get a grasp on yet, but I tend to think most times your topic is attached to this topic. It's attached to all these topics, and then it all makes sense. It's like a puzzle. You know what I mean? And I mean, I don't know. Lots of cool stuff, though. I mean, it's amazing to hear all the research you've done, and I've had a lot of fun learning about this. I'm sure everybody in the chat has. I haven't had a chance to read much because I've been so into this. I can't believe I pulled out that freaking Bible from 1795. That was some pretty crazy stuff.
And isn't it awesome that I didn't hesitate at all? I said, yes, you need to pull it out.
Yeah.
Sat here confidently because then you opened up that 300-year-old Bible. It was going to say wolf exactly like I said.
Yeah, and it said it with like the S's were F's and stuff. Like this is weird. Yeah. Totally crazy stuff. Well, listen, the other thing I wanted to say too, because I know you're doing it live tomorrow. I'll be live as well. But if you have any other info you want to come back on any other time, and in the chat, if I see you, you're going into another song. So just remember, just keep that in mind. If you
that's cool,
if
man.
you happen to pop in, you're going to be in the next song.
Yeah, I like being in songs. And let me say, tomorrow night we do have a guest, but we do take calls after. And our guest that's on is very well versed in the Mandela effect as well. So Jesus Free Computer Geek, Karen B, and myself will be live. We will take calls. And if anybody from here tonight wants to call in tomorrow, it's basically first come, first serve. You guys just dial in and I just answer the phone and you guys can talk about whatever and then give your thoughts about the Mandela effect or how you feel about it. I'm gonna step away and get out of here and go eat something, but I know you're gonna play music and stuff. I'll hang out in your chat and I'll conversate with people. I'm just gonna go make something to eat first. My back, if that's cool.
My brother. Hey, listen, cool? Love you, brother. Yeah, man. Thanks so much for kicking it with us, and I look forward. I'll be popping on. You'll see me in your chat whenever I'm not live, and I'll be in there hanging out and showing my love for you. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. And I wanted to end with one final thing. I find it interesting how when people are trying to reach for truth, they really, really work hard to stop us, don't they? Like I'm sure you were saying how you found your journey. It's just over and over. Like you keep thinking, well, people are going to find this and be like, wow, okay, my eyes are open. Like I show up every day. Everybody here in the family knows, like, I'm just going to show up every day forever. And one day everybody will find the platform. It's like, it's weird how hard they push to get people not to find what would actually help them. Don't you agree?
Well, I've had so many videos taken down, like at least 200 videos taken down from YouTube, It's completely ridiculous. So I'm on all different platforms. So real quick, I'll just tell people I am on Twitch, Dlive, Odyssey, Twitter. So on as far as Twitch and Dlive and Twitter and Facebook, my username is Brian S. Staveley. That's also the username on my main YouTube channel. But again, please sub my backups because I don't go live on the main channel. I have 2 strikes and I've just been trying to get the channel not to get completely removed from YouTube. So I go live on the backup channels, The Dose of Reality Show and Brian Staveley 3. Tomorrow night, the channel called The Dose of Reality Show is where I'll be live. And I'm live pretty much every day. So thank you for having me. I've had a really good time. I see there's a lot of cool people, and I do not tomorrow night because I know you're live, but for some of my other shows, I do hope to see a lot of those guys over in the chat. And awesome, man. Thank you. I've had a great time. Yeah,
we'll be there for sure, brother, supporting you, and thank you again for kicking it with us tonight. All right, we'll be rocking with you, and we'll be in touch, you and I, on Telegraph as well. But thanks again for this time, brother. I really appreciate it. I had a great time with you.
Oh yeah, and I'm Brian S. Staveley on Telegram as well. All right,
that's
guys.
right,
Thank
guys.
you.
All right, brother. Yeah, all the links are below for Brian. If you guys to make sure you check him out. Hold on, let me very quickly shut this down for us. So yeah, there we go. So guys, that was awesome. That was unbelievable. Brian, thank you so much for kicking it with us, and I'm so glad you guys are still here. I'm gonna play you a little something, at least before we call it a night. Okay, we still got 122 amazing souls on here. So let's check out the beat seat in action. I think because it's late. Now, I created this last night. It's very, very relaxing and soothing. I may play along to this for you. Give you something else here. So I hope you guys all sub so you can come out here again and join tomorrow. Remember, I'm throwing something on the screen here. Every single night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we start the show. Comedy, live and music. And actually tomorrow night, guys, I have Matan Cohen, who is a healer. He's going to be on at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. And that's going to be really cool. He's also a yogi and he's a healer. I've been doing a fair amount of let's call it light healing, headache removal with my wife. I don't know. And I wanted to ask him about it. So he's going to be on tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun around 10 o'clock. I'll be live at 9 as usual. So how's everybody doing out there? Yes, 3 albums so far this year. We're doing another one tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to have another one out tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to show you something here, just real quick, because I don't want you to go anywhere. I want you to check this out. This is a song going on the next album. You want to see a song going on the next album? This right here. You know what? I kind of want to show you guys how fast Supermark is. Did you guys ever hear about how fast Supermark is? Let me quickly show you this while I find you that clip I was looking for. Right here. This is how you find out how fast Supermark is. Right now, in a moment, you learn. It's crazy when these things happen, but I like to fill you in on it so you're not like, oh, I didn't know that's how Supermark was. Oh, yeah, you know what I mean. So, check this out. This is called How Fast is Supermark? It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Supermark.
It seems like I got miles behind me, right? Yeah. I have miles behind me, Supermark. I could fly back there to the Freedom Tower if I wanted to. I just did. You didn't know it. I went there, came right back. Go back, rewind. Go rewind and do it second by second. You gotta do it like frame by frame. You'll see I left, I came back. Now I'm right here again. You see, there were lights on. I went and punched it out, or came right back. I just did it again. Pause, go back, frame by frame. Wow. You'll see if you go literally, like, if you got enough of a detailed system where you can go and micro frame it, you will see me punching out those lights. Yeah, you'll see frame by frame in it, you'll see like all these little like movements through the sky, and all of a sudden, right into the freaking lights, came back. Hey guys, what's up? I'm right here. When you can move faster than the speed of light. Just did it again. Fast forward, rewind, whatever you want to do. If you do it right, you're going to see a streak punching out a light and coming right back to this spot here. What's that, Dad? Did you want to come out and say hi? Everybody's here. They're asking about you. Supermark, what are you doing? I'm in my knickers. Oh, Dad, I don't want to see you in your knickers. You're definitely not interested in seeing you in your knickers, Dad. Put your clothes back on, sir.
Supermark is recorded live in front of a studio audience on Renaissance Man. Join us nightly at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Out of my mind. That's what we do there, a little Supermark action. I quickly want to show you one other thing. We're in the middle of this here. You need to see. This is about 25 seconds of something that the world should see. Check this out. I am located in hold on a second. I am right there. I could see the Twin Towers. That's the old Twin Tower.
If anybody out there sees Supermark, you make sure you let them know that bad. Stop touching me in my behind. It's extremely inappropriate of you, with the smelly armpit specifically. I don't need that. Next time, it's coming with an elbow. I'm just letting you know.
Just wait till you guys see Supermark versus Batmark. It is a pretty... Here come the cryptocurrency. I mean kryptonite. I love that. Oh, Tom sent me a question. Let's see what the question is. Oh, Tom asked if Becca's beat seat was sent out. No, Becca's beat seat is going to be sent out tomorrow. Final touches. How awesome was tonight's show with Brian Staveley? Guys, I want you to please, down below in the bottom of this screen in the description, all Brian's links are there. Subscribe to all of his channels. I've subscribed to all of his channels. because as he said, he goes live on different channels. So just to make sure you're always in the loop. And hopefully he'll come back for another, chat sometime in the future, sharing any new content that comes along, because I think things are going to continue to shift and change. I truly believe that energy is a weird thing. We do something here on the show where I show you how a smile has an energetic effect on people. And that means that everything has an energetic effect. And if we're dealing with more negativity than we have in human history, which I believe to be true, this could be balance, shifting the balances, so to speak. And just weird stuff is happening as a byproduct. I don't know. But anyway, it was an awesome night. Awesome night. And hopefully whenever you guys are feeling like a laugh, you're feeling like some original songwriting. This is the best way I could think about this. When I was first listening to music, I didn't always play music. I listened to music first. And I used to love to find a bootleg of some Fish or Dave Matthews where they did something different than the original album. They added a verse. They added a little improv. Oh, how I wanted to get that one little piece. I write songs every single night that have never been heard in the history of time. You heard Mandate This. I played that at the beginning of the night. If you didn't hear it, go check it out. It's the last piece of content I dropped. I'm going to play you one more piece of music right now because I want you to hear what we do here musically. Let's just play it. I don't know what it is yet. I'm not sure what I'll play you, but Across Time. I got to play this for you. All right, so the night before my birthday, which was on April 13th, I wrote this. I had this philosophy, this idea that you go 365 days a birthday, and then all of a sudden in a split second you go a year older. I'm 1 year older today. But really you went 365 days. But I consider that one moment at 11:59 p.m. to 12 a.m. crossing time. And I wrote a song about it in the moment. This is what we do every night.
If anybody out there
This is not it.
sees Supermark, you make sure you let them know that.
This is going to be a funny comedy when it's done, but check this out.
So, you took my masterclass and learned to make egg toast really good. Delicious.
Forget about the silly stuff and play something, buddy. Close another year, embark on a new journey tomorrow. I take a ride across time. Across time. Ain't time a paradox? Ain't time imaginary? It seems to me to be cross time.
shining through down on. I can feel the light. Will you meet me across town? Across town. Across town. Wake up, 1 year older, you still feel the same. Across time. Across time. Across time. Meet me across time. I'll meet you across time. I'll meet you across time. I'll meet you across time. Across time, across time. I'll meet you across time. Across time, cross time, take the cross time, cross time, cross time, yes, cross time, going to cross time for your business. I'll meet you across time. I'll meet you across time. Meet you across time. Oh, meet you across time. I'll meet you across time, where time stops and we remain forever, just united, weightless in space. Yeah, nothing can stop this pace, and we're going to to stay here forever. Yes, across time. Across this time. No, 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 no. I need you across time. Cross time, gonna cross time for you. Cross time, gonna cross time, gonna cross time. Cross time, gonna cross time. Yeah, gonna cross time, see cross time. Gonna cross time, yeah, gonna cross time. Gonna cross time to see you again. Cross time.
Hi, Rex Moore with the...
Becca just asked, and Becca's getting her beat seat. I'm going to be shipping hers out tomorrow. Time squared. I hear you, buddy. Guess what? Every single day, there's live music here. Not only live music, but brand new songs that have never been heard in the history of time. I'm going to play you one that's on the album that just was released 3 weeks ago. But like I said, I have to get one out tomorrow. Today or tomorrow, because we're doing one a month. I have to stick with my streak. But this right here is called Anything. This song is on, it's track number 4 on Renaissance Man, which was just released. And there's a lot, the whole album. Guys, 39 songs, 38 of them are live improvisations, and they're all just so freaking passionate, and they're all cool. I mean, they didn't exist. They are the moment happening in front of your eyes. And you know what I realize is it's me doing what I do with Renaissance Man, just speaking my soul, my heart, but through music. When I get into something like Mandate This, I'm allowing myself to say the things I can't on my platform because of the censorship that this show deals with in and out for the last 849 days in a row. Guys, tomorrow's day 850 in a row. I have Matan coming on. He's a healer. I hope he'll come by and check that out. But day 850 days. 850 days in a row of 2 hours plus of positivity, live music, and comedy. Right here. This is track number 4. That's not it. This is track number 4
play something, buddy.
of my latest album. Wake up and find the sun shine and down on you. Nothing can bring you down, no. You're going to lead with light. Oh, you're going to brighten up the day. Don't you leave me, don't leave me all alone. And if you stay by my side, we can make it through anything. So hold my hand through the night, through the day, every day. We're gonna make it, my love. We're gonna make it through. Me and you, we seem to get through anything. So if someone catch you off guard, that's okay. You just stand your ground and say, get out of my way. I'm going to find the positivity, and you can't stop it, no, not even if you try. No, I'll tell you why. I said, don't you leave me, don't leave me all alone. And if you stay by my side, we can make it through anything. So hold my hand through the night, through the day, every day. We're gonna make
seem to get through anything. We can't get through anything. Let's gather around family and friends. We're gonna get down every day till the sun ends. We're gonna make the most of it, make the most of it. Yeah, nothing gonna stop us, no. Nothing can stop that smile on your face. No, no. Nothing can replace it. No, you're going to change someone's day today. Don't you leave me, don't leave me all alone. And if you stay by my side, we can make it through anything. So hold my hand through the night, through the day, every day. We're gonna make it, my love. We're gonna make it through. Me and you, me and you. We seem to get through anything. Come on, family, let's gather around. Let's get together now. Say, come on, the family and friends. Yeah. We're gonna party till the time ends. Yeah, come on, yeah, family and friends, let's party together. We can make it. This time going to get better. Because of you can say, don't you leave me, don't leave me all alone. And if you stay by my side, we can make it through anything. So hold my hand through the night, through the day, every day. We're gonna make it, my love. We're gonna make it through. Me and you, me and you. We seem to get through anything. We can't get through anything, yeah. I'll tell you why. I said, let's gather around family and friends. We're gonna get down every day till the sun ends. We're gonna make the most of it, make the most of it. Yeah, nothing gonna stop us, no. Let's get down, family and friends. Let's get down, let's make the best of it. Oh yeah. Gather around, gather around, gather around, family and friends. Ooh, yeah. Gather around, family and friends. Yeah, this happiness never ends. Ooh, yeah, we're going to make it. Well, we want to make it. Nothing can stop us, no. I said, yeah, nothing can stop us, no.
Ooh, guys, gotta let that funk move you. Hold on. Oh, I missed it. I was gonna play that for you because that's some fire. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Surrender. I appreciate that. So yeah, we're doing 13 albums this year. 2 of them in December. One of them is going to be a Christmas album. 3 albums in, 13 songs on each album. I was born on April 13th, so 13 is my number. Guys, honestly, I could put out 13 albums a month. We have so much music we've been dropping here. I haven't put any instrumentals on any of the last 3 albums. They've been all original improvisations. And this one coming up, that's going to be out in the next 2 days, is going to feature what you just know. That one's out. But the other songs you heard tonight, including the song Mandate This, on the album. But there's 3 other songs I haven't even gotten to yet. I'm in the middle of editing from last night. Fire. We did something with Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, putting in the work. That's a song now. It's crazy. Paul, my brother, good to see you.
Yes, please do. I spoke with YouTube because I was like, why are you guys shadow banning? We're like, well, we don't shadow ban. I'm like, okay. You allow me to have shorts on all my other platforms but the Renaissance Man platform. I'm not shadow banned. So they said, you know what? Only 29% of your subscribers have the bell dung. So they're like, you should tell your subscribers to ding the bell because they're not going to get your notifications. And we don't get any notifications sent out from my content. But for the live shows, for all of it, we're live every night at 9. So just keep that in the back of your mind every day, even Christmas Day, Easter Sunday, your birthday, my birthday, every single day of the year, every day for the rest of my life till this heart stops beating. I'll be live at 9 p.m. So just show up. Tomorrow's the 850th day in a row of this show. It's pretty cool. Another milestone here. I'm not doing this to reach a certain number. I'm just showing up. And I keep connecting to the moment because it's such a beautiful thing to do. And to take this second and create. And the idea that each week we're filming a live movie as well. Like, and you guys have the ability to push where the movie goes. Anybody here in the chat will tell you the last 2 movies we filmed. The first one was Supermark, which I'd love to play for you, but it's 1:51 in the morning. I'd love for you guys to watch Supermark. I'm actually going to, I don't know if you guys can quickly grab this link and then just make a mental note to watch this. But Supermark, the movie, it's a 45-minute movie that is hilarious. It's a stand-up comedy movie. It features all of the characters, a lot of the different comedy scenes. One of them is called Stuck on Mars, where I was interviewing, like, doing a thing at the SpaceX rocket, and it took off and attached me to it and took me to Mars. And now I'm stuck on Mars. I'm the first human on Mars. No one knows I'm there. It's like stand-up comedy. It's crazy. There's 5 episodes in on that, but that's part of Supermark. And there's a lot of funny things that happen. Here's the link if you guys want to give it a like and a share, but most importantly, just to watch it because it's freaking hilarious. The second movie is called Supermark versus Batmark, and I'm editing it still. It's 2 hours and 50 minutes right now. I'm trying to cut it down, and it's just so funny. I don't know how to cut it down. I may just drop the whole thing really long. And each week, this week we may do it. This weekend, I'm putting on the Batmark suit again. I'm putting on the Supermark suit again. We're filming another movie. So you guys are going to help me determine where that movie goes. And a lot of people in the chat have done that by saying, hey, you know what? What if you did this, Mark? And I'm like, I'll give it a shot. And we make some funny things happen here. So my email address is mp@markpires.com. Oh, yeah, Tom, thanks for putting that up. The Patreon, guys, is pretty cool. Actually, I got to thank Brian for pointing out how much he's been leaning on the support of the people that love the program. And I don't have really any support on Patreon, but I realize I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. If you guys support the mission of positivity, live music, and comedy, and you want to support the program, you could do that. That would be really appreciated. Plus, there's some pretty cool things that I realized that I'd said I'd do, like, I don't know, like I may set up some pretty crazy things. Like people want to have like a personal concert and they want to be supporters of the show in a big way. Flying out with the beat seat and my pedals and putting on a show. That's more than possible. But outside of that, I appreciate all the support you guys give this program. So Patreon, I got to definitely start pushing out more. I never really say anything about supporting this show, but Supermark meets The Fly on Mars. Brother, you have no idea until you watch Supermark and you watch Stuck on Mars. Here, I'm just going to say a couple of the titles of the show so you know. Cage Home Quarantined. Yeah, Dick Facce is quarantined in Hong Kong in a cage home. It's a 3-part series. It's freaking hilarious. Mark and the Ark. Yeah, I'm the last man on Earth, and I've got to save us all. That's another series you'll find on the Renaissance Man platform. X-Files. 2 guys from the Bronx make contact. Dick Facce and Sonny the Stupid Fist. This guy. Stupid Fist Sonny over there with his dumb quaff cup. We make contact with a couple aliens. And then you've got Where in the World is Dick Facce, where I show up all over the world. Like, well, this is when I do the Supermark. Hey, Barry, did you tell your fiance about your herpes? Oh, that's part of the show. When you watch Supermark, you'll see it. And then we also have Jurassic Mark. That one's fun. You have to check that out. We also have Invisible Mark, which is a new one. We haven't really done much with that one yet. And we're just going to continue to create shows here. Like, we're just doing stupid stuff daily. Also, I told you about my original character, Wayne Doppler. He's the tallest man alive. Guinness. Yeah, 8'9". And he's also the inventor and creator of the Doppler 5000. So, he's got that going for him. So we just try to keep things limber here. It's funny, we were talking about 2 months ago. I was like, look, guys, I want to have a comedy each day a week. Stuck on Mars one day, X-Files the next day, Jurassic Mark, Super Mark, Bat Mark, whatever, 7 days a week. Well, now we're up to like 9 or 10. That's within 2 months. I'm not going to stop. Here's a classic thing that I say all the time. I show up every day in order to destroy the show I did yesterday. I'm going to take a sledgehammer to the show I did yesterday. I'm going to put on such a better show tomorrow than I did tonight. I don't know how, but every single day I reach for that, and we keep coming up with new content. If I was satisfied with, oh, well, what a great show I had tonight, tomorrow I'll just show up. No. I'm showing up tomorrow to take a freaking TNT bomb to tonight's show. Every single day for the rest of my life, I'm elevating towards something. I don't know what yet, but every day we reach towards a new piece of content, a new comedy, a new song. Man, I'm having such a great time. I love you guys, and I hope you guys know this isn't, this show's about us. The Renaissance family will grow. You were always a part of this family. You just didn't know you were welcomed. You didn't know that there was a guy here trying to send love your way and say, look, show up whenever you can. This love is for you. It's constant. So, I'm going to play you one more thing. I gave you the Supermark. I want you guys to check that out. But I'm going to play you one more thing here just for a little laugharoo. Just a little laugharoo. We need a little laugharoo over here. Tomb Raider Episode 5. Back in Cairo. Should I put that on? I mean, those are pretty funny. Out of my mind, really, is what happens here. We also, you know what? I'm going to put Jurassic Mark on. Just because you need to know. Just a couple things we do here. This is another silly show that I came up with.
Let me show you how I create.
Just because I found this cool thing for green screen. Check this out. And I was like, I think I could do something with
this. This is what I want on tape. Soleil not smiling.
As a teenager, I carried a camera with me everywhere.
Hey, Mark! Why don't you go to New Zealand for some sightseeing? They got some really great people there. They also have some good fruit. And the scenery's phenomenal. And you really need a break. Oh, okay, great, I'll go. Nobody told me that it was Jurassic season. Like, all of a sudden, dinosaurs were coming out of the freaking woodwork. Yeah, you didn't know about it? I've been chased all over this freaking island. I don't know what's going on. Every time I see some stupid freaking dinosaur coming at me, I thought they were all extinct. Not when you go to New Zealand. They're everywhere. I don't even know how long before I have to run again. I can go find freaking some sort of cover. Where am I going to go? There's nowhere. It's an open freaking terrain here for them to come and just destroy my existence. Maybe chew an arm off. Do you see how quick these things are? I don't know if you ever saw the original Jurassic Park. They're fast. They're fast, okay? So I'm not sure how long I'm going to last. I'm going to try to keep you updated. Do me a favor. Get the message out. Call the authorities. I don't know who you call when there's dinosaurs. Well, let's call the military. Yeah, this thing's got a... what are you going to shoot at it? I'm here. You can't shoot anything while I'm here. Just guerrilla warfare or something. Come on in here and get me out. Where's the SEAL Team 6 when you need them, right? I don't know. Look, all I'm telling you, I'm here in New Zealand. Apparently, dinosaurs exist. They definitely are not extinct. Guys, you gotta go! They're coming! They're gonna eat us all!
I don't know where to go! Ah! Ah! No!
Not everybody wants the same.
Oh my goodness. All right, guys, because Lucky had a really nice message
This
there.
beachfront verbo
I have
is
to
about
share something with you, Lucky. My first album that I released for the year is called Live Improvisations. And what I think one of the greatest songs, not the, because there's almost every song, every song on the album is really, really cool. They're all improvisations except for the very first song on that album is called We All Are the Same. I suggest you guys go to Spotify and listen to the preview of all 3 albums. There's 4 albums there, this song as well. We start this every single show with this song. This is my song, Something to Live For. And at the end, there's a woo-hoo that we get every single show, which is fire. It pushes us up. Before we even do anything with the show, it always elevates us. But the first album is man, seeds of tranquility, winds of change. There's too many to mention, but this song right here, Nothing Can Stop the Light.
I can feel the wind blowing on me against the tide I'm trying to build, and I'm waiting to find the next words. Under me, I'm connected to the light, and I'm gonna shine for you. That's all I do. Every day you'll join me, you'll feel it too. Yeah. Nothing can stop the light. Nothing can stop the light. It's shining so bright, it's blinding me. I can't stop it. No, I don't want to drop it. No, I just want to go inside. Why can't more people see what's right in front of them? No, you can't stop the light. You can't stop the light. Shining bright. All welcome here, all welcome. Don't fear, all welcome here. All you got to do is come and surround. We play, and stay away from the darkness. It's everywhere, but I don't care. Because I'll share this light, we'll kill the darkness every night. Right here on Real Talk, right here with you, with me. There's nothing, no there's nothing can stop the light. Nothing can stop the light.
stop the light. No. Nothing can stop the light. No. Nothing can stop the light. Nothing can stop the light. No. Nothing can stop the light, right? Nothing can stop the light, light. Nothing can stop the light. No. Nothing can stop the light. No. Nothing can stop the light, light, the bright light. It's out of sight. Nothing can stop the light. Oh. Nothing can stop the light. No. Nothing can stop the light. No, 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 nothing can stop the light. No. 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 It's blinding. Nothing can stop the light. No. Nothing can stop the light.
These songs have a pretty big impact on me after, as you can see right here. They affect me because they've never existed, and now they become. So from time to time you will see me go through something after I realize how much of an impact that moment had in my life, and hopefully in your life. Nothing can stop the light. No matter how much you try to stop us. Nothing can stop the light. Don't forget that. That song is available on iTunes, as well as all the other stuff you've heard, but there are so many other songs I can maybe say are better than that. All of My Love, Saturday Night Live, Big Cat Jim. Lots of cool stuff. Surrender Radio. I'm going to put you guys a link in here. Oh, cool. James is Texan, and his wife is German as well. That's so cool. Oh my goodness. Surrender, please. You know what the other thing is, guys? Take a listen to the 20-second preview of each song. You're going to want to buy all the albums because they're all passion in the moment, and they're all the same message. All of My Love. Oh my goodness. Give you all of my love, 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 and give you all of my love. It's a freaking... And all the live vocals in there, then it's Big Cat Jim. Can't get enough of him, but Big Cat Jim. It's like Jim Morrison and the Doors. Like, oh my goodness. It's crazy the stuff that's happened here, and it all happens in the freaking moment. And just keep in mind, today's April 29th. I am releasing another album today. It's going to be ready for the 31st because we're doing one a month. So keep that in mind. Hopefully it will be released in time. The other day, last time I released it on March 31st, it came out on like the 2nd, I think, by the time it was available on every platform. But hopefully it'll be ready by the 31st. I'm going to work on it for tomorrow. And the song you heard earlier, I'm just going to play a little piece of it. Oh, no, it's not here anymore, but this will probably be on it. The real Tall Family Jam. It's the real Tall Family Jam, family. So guys, I have a really cool loop station here. I got a guitar synthesizer there so I can play any instrument on my guitar. I invented the first drum for guitar players, so every single night we put on a full band show by myself, and we play a lot of covers. I saw someone say Dave Matthews earlier. I used to love playing Dave Matthews before I started writing my own music, and when I started, writing songs live in the moment about any subject. You can order a song on my website too, a personalized song. Dana's done that multiple times, Jacqueline, and Tom Murphy and Big Cat Jim. They have all ordered personalized songs. I am upping the price because honestly, I'm writing some gems, and they are worth more than I think I'm charging currently, which is like $100 a song. I mean, really? Like Big Cat Jim is probably one of the greatest songs in history. Jim's my brother, so like I'm happy to write a song for him. But my name, I just type in Mark Pires on iTunes. You should see all 4 albums. The 3 recent albums, but the original album is Something to Live For, which is a fire studio album. Everything else you hear now will be from the show live. And James is using the RC505. I have it's the Headrush looper board. I needed that because I need to be able to have my vocals, my guitar, my beat seat, and even this guitar. And so I have 4 inputs. And originally it was because I have a mandolin. My mandolin's not working. I wanted to have the mandolin running in too as well. So the thing you need to be looking into, I know you think you're in Germany, James, so it may not be as easy. I don't know what the costs are. I think I could ship it through USPS, but you need a beat seat. Every single person on the planet needs a beat seat. I'm not wearing the right shoes for this, but the beat seat is, it's just so much fun to play, but it's also the perfect seat. People don't realize, like, it's so hard to find a good seat to play guitar on. Like, I traveled around the country a lot when I was, there's a period of time I almost signed a record deal with a guy from Jive Records, and I was an MTV music artist for a little while. They used a bunch of my songs, including this one. That was the intro to The Real World, like episode whatever on season whatever in LA. And so things were going on, and then I just got married and had kids and stuff. But what I was basically trying to say is I invented this thing. I never had a good seat when I traveled around the country. I'd sit in some weird dinner chair, some weird bar stool where I'm like too high to get to my pedals or to have my feet comfortably on the ground. This thing's designed perfect so your feet are comfortably on the ground. So you can check it out. I'm going to just put this up on the screen one more time so you guys can see it. Check out beatseat.rocks, and you'll see somebody unbelievable, Grammy winner, and also an Oscar winner apparently. What did they have the other? Was it Oscars? Her, H.E.R. is one of the artists that's playing the Beat Seat right now. The Light song that you heard is Nothing Can Stop the Light. Also check out Winds of Change. Check out Seeds of Tranquility. Let's see what time it is. Geez, we're on for 5 hours and 14 minutes. I'm going to play you one more thing because I want you to buy the entire album. You're going to be like, I'm buying the whole album after you hear this. And it's not a very long song, so. But it's extremely gorgeous. Guys, also, oh my goodness, I'm thinking about all the crazy songs. If I just read the titles to you, I'm going to, it's insane. You know what? Actually, I got an idea. I got a better idea. I'm going to do something here. You guys want to see something cool? We're going to watch. I'm going to play you guys right now. Shouldn't take long to do this. I think I have a... Yeah, here we go. All right, so this right here is the Renaissance Man release. I think I have like a... All right, here we go. So check this out, guys. We're going to do this for all three of the albums. This is the most recent release. This is just a... this is DistroKid. I don't think this is going to bring you to the album. You have to go to iTunes and just type in the name of the album, or just type in...
A lot can happen
if you type in Mark Pires, you'll see all four of my albums. But listen, we're going to do a little preview. This is the most recent album. This is 20 seconds of each song. Here we go.
I won't ever stop, no. I won't ever stop, no. We're just gonna grow. We're going to flow all night. We're gonna blow out your darkness with light. Hey, hey, hey. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get on board. Tempting your offer, I refuse. I won't give up my soul. No, I'm going to make it whole. 'Cause I got little time before we got to make it right with myself. 'Cause I know I judge myself. That's right, that's what we do at the end. So get ladies, gentlemen, all around, come down, feel the sound, make it through. Dreams come true tonight. Don't you leave me, don't leave me all alone. And if you stay by my side, we can make it through anything. So hold my hand through the night, through the day, every day. We're gonna make it, my love. We're gonna make it through. Me and you, we seem to get through anything. It's Big Cat Jim. Yeah, you can't get away from him, no. Yeah. You can't get away from him now. From Big Cat Jim. You can't get away from him now. From Big Cat Jim. You can't get away. You can't get away from Big Cat Jim. You can't get away from him, no. From Big Cat Jim. You can't be doing that, no. Gonna stop you in your tracks, no. Gonna tell you gotta pay the ticket. You can't go, no. Stop, go back to jail. You can get out, no. Maybe if you do the right thing, yeah. wind starts blowing, I'm going to find a way. Some night when the world stops hating, we're going to find a way. And I'll keep waiting until we find that day. Yeah, I bet I'll keep saying you can't put your finger on it, no. If you do, they say you can't prove it, no. When you just stand there, you say, look, I've got the evidence. And you don't want to use your eyes, no. And you don't want to take that gavel, no, and do a thing. No, you've been paid off, yeah. We've got to deal with it. Now that's the way it seems. I keep looking round, wondering, is this a dream? Up is down, down is up, wrong is right. I wonder why I can't make anyone say what's really going on. Yeah, yeah. What's your favorite number? 1 to 10, 2 to 10, go pop that break dance that. Oh, man, you gonna do? You can't choose too many choices. 1 through million, zillion in the Google set. Never gonna pick one, no. It's a numbers game. 13 and 20. You can shadow ban me all you want, but you can stop my light, my love, my spirit from reaching out to the world. Yeah. We're gonna break your chains. We'll rearrange the mindset of a generation. It's only a matter of time. So can see everything coming after me. Go away right now. You gotta go away, go away right now. You got to go away, go away. Don't tell me there ain't nothing goes. Hope it never ends. Do you have what it takes to keep going? Hope it never ends. Hope it never ends. Do you have what it takes to believe in yourself? Hope it never ends. Hope it never ends. Do you have what it takes to get through all that they... My brother Michael Earl is on. So good to see you, buddy. Over on Facebook, the only person that probably saw this 5-hour and 22-minute feed on Facebook, since I'm so zucker-chooched over there. Yeah, guys, this has been a super long feed. I did want to share with you each of the 3 albums that are out right now. That is the latest album. We're going to go backwards. The album I released next, or second, is called, so we started third, second, and first. This is called Pires Strikes Back. I had that thought when I released my first album. I wanted to do Mark Pires, Empire Strikes Back. But the problem was I wasn't striking back from anything. My wife, who was my fiance at the time, she goes, "What are you striking back from? You're about to sign a record deal. It makes no sense to call it Empire Strikes Back." So I went with Mark Pires, Something to Live For. Well, this is Mark Pires, Empires Strikes Back. Holding hands with God, a color softly hidden behind this broken man. I'm finding peace today, and I don't know a divine way to live. Dogs out and I don't see things I will last on and black. I can get through it plain black. What better time? Nobody's getting back there. So bright, yes, and it's worth the thought, and worth trying to do it all night, yeah. There should be kind souls out there, but I can't find them anywhere. So we join here and we pray in our own way, and we laugh and we sing and we cry. If necessary, just let it out. 'Cause that's what it has to be. Laurie Wagner, she made her way to the Real Talk show tonight. I can't thank her enough for hanging out and then. I'm gonna write a song right now for Laurie Wagner, still hanging out with me tonight. I'm gonna write a song right now for Laurie Wagner. The creator sounds down the horns and they're coming down and coming for you. They're coming for you, I swear it's strong, yeah. Playful innocent. The waves come crashing down. Crashing down on me. Above all, I think that's the biggest thing I fear. They don't care, they don't care. That our First Amendment rights mean nothing 'cause they're a corporation and they don't think they really abide the Constitution. Can't go through my days without hearing your voice, and I can't go through my life without holding your hand.
and I lost my right arm, everything, my right thigh, and I know I needed it. I had to pay respect, and I did that, so I gotta say no this time. How dare you? So you lost an arm, you lost your leg, you lost the thigh, you lost your eye. You can't come back and pay Facce one more surprise? How dare you? I can't figure you out, and I'm just gonna shout more and more. Oh, Sonny, show him the door. I don't know.
Okay, so now we have the very last. This right here is the very first album that I released. Okay, so I released this first album on January 1st, okay? And then each month I've been like late on the month, but it's not that I don't have the content. I just get busy with everything else. James, I know you got to get going, brother. I'm going to give you this just in case you have a chance to watch this at your own leisure. But this right here is the very first album released of the year. Check it out.
She talks to angels and on the message come through the light is strong. Trust it, you wait is going to message come through the light. She talks to angels. She talks to you. She talks to. That pandemic is just dropped on people's world and hiding away. The year gone from hell, and no one can tell if it's real or it's fake, and you know we're going to fall anyway. Who's gonna save us now? Come to the Real Talk Show. Oh. Somewhere under the stars, under the sky, and then we wonder why we are here right now. The hatred, it's unbearable. Stop the light, no, it's blinding. Nothing can stop the light, no. Nothing can stop the light. Hold on, hold on for the night, and then the winds are changing, calling, rearranging everything that you know, and all the winds are blowing. Your life is changing, everything you know is all gone. Well, all you gotta do, kid, is sign right here. What am I signing? Do you really care? I'm gonna teach you how to play like this. Yeah, no, I'll sign. Where do you want me to sign? Just right here. Where's the pen? Oh, sorry, that's the last point. Let me prick your finger real quick with this dagger. Just don't stagger. Take a second. Think about it. Read the to grow, no matter how much they try to keep me down, how much they try to keep this positivity down. We're going to sound the horns, yeah. We're gonna rise, we're gonna show them there's nothing like the light, nothing like the fight behind the love we've got. It's all we've got. We've got to go, we've got to fight, we've got to stand up together. We were getting down a Monday night. It's a real talk thing. Every single day I breathe. Will you join? The real dog family, There's a long way down till I pull my parachute. Lots of time for me to live out my every moving moment slipping away from me like the cord in my hand. Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog here. Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog here. Woo! I said Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog here. Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog. Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog here. Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog here. Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog here. Trinity red door, blue pill, high ho, Kermit the frog here. So guys, that is the 3-album mix. Those are some fire tunes. And believe me, I had to not allow many awesome songs like Murph Dog into the mix so far, but that's going on this album. I'm working on getting this album. Oh my goodness, guys. Let me just tell you the names of the songs that are going on this album, because the other day I started going through it and I'm like, I'm already at 11 songs, and that's not even going back and getting Murph Dog in the mix. Like, it's crazy. There's so many good songs, and that's not including the two we just, I don't know. I have to figure out what we do here. But check this out. This is what we are going to be dropping, and we really got to call it a night. But let me just tell you real quick. By date, where's the date? Sort by date. That's weird. Now it won't allow me to. Okay. Now it's not letting me look at it the way I downloaded them. Anyway, I don't know where it is. I gotta look and find it. But we have a lot of tracks. A lot. Or is it in the download section? Global Renaissance. Soul on Display. I'm Coming For You. Stop the Hate was on there already. Breathe In, Breathe Out. Make the Moment Last. We didn't do these yet. Or Make It Anyway. That one didn't get on. World, I'm Coming For You. That's the one we were looking at. Funk That. Oh my goodness. Renaissance Man was a live instrument. It was like a live improv we did. Let That Funk Move You. I don't think that was on yet. I have to check. Eyes Closed. Oh my goodness. Guys, that's the first poem I ever wrote. I want to click. I'm going to give you that because I got to go. I'm tired. But I'm going to give you Eyes Closed because tomorrow I'm going to play it for you here. But I want you guys to hear this song. It's the first poem I ever wrote. Okay, check this out. And I never wrote it into a song until this night. And it's too late for me to play it right now. I got to go get some rest. It's 5 hours and 38 minutes into the show. But that link right there will bring you to it.
It's the first poem I ever wrote. We do a song, and at the end you hear the reading of it. The reading is what led me to the song. I did a Tarantino on you. I played you the song, and then at the end you get to see the reading. It's pretty cool. I get kind of emotional at that because, you know, the first thing I ever wrote was really good, and you have to hear it. And it's the first time I connected to this light and allowed it to speak through me. Eyes closed. That's what I have to do, is keep my eyes closed and just keep walking the path. Stop listening to the noise, the negativity. I never listen to it, but it's loud. I just keep tuning it out and just showing up every day with you guys. And I can't wait to do it again. So, unfortunately, you have to go away right now, so do I. But we do it again tomorrow. Matan Cohen is going to be here tomorrow night. He's a healer, 10 o'clock. If you want to get some tips, I'm going to ask some questions, talk about some of the things I've been doing with the light, with the love that we all have within. We just have to connect to. I can't wait to write another song with you tomorrow. Guys, I'm dropping 2 or 3 pieces of music tomorrow because I have so much in the pipeline that I haven't gotten to edit yet, because I was working on Mandate This. If you haven't heard Mandate This yet as well, check that out, share it. Anybody who doesn't want to be forced into a situation, it's a blues tune. Mandate This. Mandate This. You can mandate blues. Oh, yeah. So, I do want to quickly run over to the screen and say goodnight to each and every one of you. So, if you are here, this would be the time to say goodnight. And I hope you will show up tomorrow for day 850 in a row. Are you kidding me? Tomorrow's the 850th day in a row. Are you kidding me? Holy cow. I can't believe I've been doing this for 850 days in a row. Dropping some positivity. So let's see who's on with us. Bex, Jacqueline, Lucky, Surrender, Tanya, and VW. Anybody else want to say goodnight while I'm here? If not, say goodnight or forever hold your peace. I'm giving it a second. So, what a night. Brian Staveley. Guys, make sure you subscribe and ding the bell for Brian Staveley down below for giving us all this time tonight. What an amazing man. I'm proud of his journey, speaking his truth. That's what we're here to do, is speak our truth. Trace B in the house. Good to see you, Trace. Guys, on the way out, smash the heck out of that like, subscribe-y, dingy the bell, and tomorrow night, remember, we do it all over again. That's right. So, until then, it's Mark Pires. It's Renaissance, man. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. You got to go away. You got to go